Hello, 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 hello. Happy Saturday day. Today is some PGR. Yippee! Gonna play through Floating Record 9, Crescent Sun. Here we are. I also just realized that, hang on, the controller is plugged in. I'm charging my controller with my, so it's plugged in right now. So let me turn that off. No. Anyway, back into here. All right, Crescent Sun. All right. Now, I don't know what's gonna happen in this story. I know of the boss. At least I know what the boss looks like. I have no idea what their moveset is or anything like that. I have no idea what the story's going to be all about and shit. But from what I've heard, and I've seen one singular clip from a part during the story, is that it's spooky. This one's a spooky chapter. So that's something to look forward to. Ha ha ha. Yes. Yeah. I'm excited for this one because Yata's pretty cool. I really like her design. She's kind of, she's that tomboy waifu. She's the tomboy waifu. Also for the stage achievements, I do actually have something pulled up on my other monitor to help with the achievements here. It's what I used a few days ago just to try and get all the achievements or get the last two achievements during the Vonnegut fight in Shaper's Ripples. I'm using like a Google Doc thing. So it's listing off the different stage achievements and the requirements for it. So whenever I need help with that, I can just look back at that. Alright, anyway, let's begin. Let me just take a drink of... It probably wasn't a good idea to drink my matcha latte. I need to clear my throat with water, hang on. Alright. We did a lot of reading yesterday. Black Beacon. We're going to do a lot of reading today. That's the thing with stremming too. Like, you gotta get used to talking or reading often. Mostly talking. So, Candy Express, Node 1. Night creeps over the Isle of Flowers, gradually devouring the lifeless campus beneath this twilight's shadow. Deep within the ruins atop the academic building where wails of anguish echo. Leaning against the rust-stained railing, the girl's gaze is drawn to the flower-like lights in the distant sky. Humans. Even when freed from the mortal coil, their souls refuse to cross to the other side. The world in such a state, what's the point of hiding in their shells and merely existing? When the wind rises, they will fall like wheat in the field. As strands of hair slide across her cheek, the girl's crimson eyes flicker slightly. Come out. Something lurking in the building shadows slowly emerges into the light. Sorry, I didn't mean to spy on you. I just wanted to check on you. Every part of this vessel is your handiwork. What's there to check? Even authors have slight inconsistencies when writing the same character in different stories. I just want to be responsible. What exactly are you? In human terms, I suppose you'd call me a red-tide creature? I did help you at least. Why so apathetic? Help me. The girl looks down at her own body, letting out a scornful laugh. Still better than that sickly state you were in before. You only did it because I have some value I'm unaware of, right? You could interpret it that way, but why not think of it as an invitation instead? Or a tune, and for what? Shh. Listen. Cradle closes her eyes and smiles. Faint sounds of tides and whispers begin to echo in the girl's ears. The children of the red tide are eager to meet you. I'd rather not, at least not now. The girl turns around, gripping the railing as she gazes down at the building below. I still have unfinished business. Rest assured that you will have some time to prepare before the feast. That's a basic courtesy, after all. Besides, I'm not fond of stories that are cut short halfway through. But when you continue this story, may I watch from the sidelines? If you can keep quiet enough. Naturally. Cradle gives a gentle smile as she retreats into the shadows. Before completely vanishing, she pauses for a moment. Oh, right. There is one thing I should remind you of. Even with my power merged into you, your heart still cannot pump enough blood through your veins. Meaning, there is a limit to your powers. If you overdo it, you might not even be able to maintain this form. However, if you were to fully merge with the red tide and become one of us, such limitations would no longer exist. That is none of your concern. When this place collapses, I will do as you wish. Now, I look forward to our next encounter. Cradle disappears as silently as she came, leaving no trace of her presence. Only the girl is left behind on the desolate rooftop. What an unlikable person. Huh, just like me. At what point does this take place? I'm guessing this is... Oh, you know what? This might be during the time we were inside the tower, eh? Good. The basic compatibility training went smoothly. All readings are excellent. Of course, there are still many adjustments that need follow-up. I recommend you come back for a few more visits. Or maybe sometime, or probably before the hetero tower, because Cradle's there. There she is! Gosh, she looks so cool. I appreciate the offer, but there's someone rather impatient waiting for me outside. Right, V? Valyria looks really cool too. I'll just ask you directly. Why the sudden need to switch me to a new frame? And why is such a tight schedule for compatibility testing? Valyria briefly looks away. Yata knows this gesture means she does not want to answer the question directly. Shardhalt is dead, and Scarab needs a new captain. That doesn't count as an answer. I refuse. I can't be like that guy, always running his mouth and sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. In battle, I either charge straight ahead or make a quick retreat when things get dicey. All that stuff about assessing combat situations, coordinating battle formations, leading the team through encirclements, not to mention comforting kids and dealing with drunk robots. I don't have any of these leadership qualities, not a single one. I'm more comfortable with the simple things like hunting down some poor bastard with you. Yata crosses her arms and turns away in irritation. Whatever. No matter how unwilling she might be, Yata has no choice but to follow Valyria's orders. She is the commandant after all. But the expected order never comes, and Yata can't help but turn her head to look. Here. Valyria slowly pulls a few liquor-filled mint candies from her coat pocket. I'm not a kid. I'm not Shardhalt either. Don't try to bribe me with these things. Yata snatches the candy with a huff, tears open the wrapper, and pops it into her mouth in one go. You got me this new frame just so I could take over? I suggest you ask for a refund right now. You're overthinking it. I wouldn't push you that far. The squad just got a new mission. The red tide is gathering around an artificial island. Scarab needs to investigate the cause of this unusual movement. Do you realize what kind of scenario you're describing? Yata stops chewing. Even if Shardhalt was still here, this isn't something we could just casually take on, right? That's exactly why I got you the new frame. For a moment's thought, Yata carefully folds the candy wrapper and hands it back to Valyria. Valyria? Is it too late to reject it? You've already signed for it. As she speaks, Valyria pulls out her tactical terminal and begins synchronizing the mission data. Yata sighs and begins reviewing the intel. As she flips through the pages, Valeria's voice suddenly cuts through. Yata. Scarab needs a new captain. Yata remains silent, only turning to leave after she finishes reading through the entire mission brief. Yata? We'll talk when I come back. Yata pauses by the trash bin, about to throw away the candy wrapper. After a moment's hesitation, she holds it up briefly with her back to Valeria, and tucks it away. You can't just playstate me with this thing. Like I said, I'm not him. I'm not short-hauled. Yeah, this is definitely before Hetero Tower. And definitely after Long Goodbye. Away from the bustling corridors inside the war conference room that bears the highest security clearance level. Holographic projections thoroughly cover every door and window, while the soundproofing system operates as normal. Two figures sitting facing each other, seemingly deep in an intense discussion. Two task force squads have lost contact at the same location twice in a row. They were both deployed for a low-risk area survey. Shoulder rubs her nose, flips to the next page of the briefing, and steals a glance at Nicola sitting across from her. Given the current situation, it's hard to see how this mission could be classified as low risk. Commander, do you have any thoughts on this? The risk ratings for military missions have always been nothing but classifications on paper. If all battlefields can match our expectations, we'd call them training exercises instead. So, what did they encounter on this so-called battlefield? Initially, Squad A was only ordered to track the Red Tide's movements. During their mission, they discovered an artificial island in the western Pacific, marked as Hydrangea. Hydrangea Artificial Island. It was named after the hydrangeas that grow abundantly on the island. As a precautionary measure, Squad A made the decision to land and investigate the island. 72 hours after Squad A landed on the island, Babylonia lost all contact with them. That's why Squad B was sent to search for them. Soon after, they too went dark. One after another, they all went dark. Were they infected? Or perhaps... We can't rule out the possibility of infection. First of all, we lack any intelligence about that area. We know absolutely nothing about the surface conditions. Secondly, the Red Tide's movements in the area have been suspicious. Recently, it seems to be converging on the island. The Red Tide is converging on the island. Can I take it that something on that island is causing these anomalies? Apparently so. Two squads wouldn't vanish one after another for no reason. However, Commander, there are still some questions I'd like you to answer. Miller casually flips back several pages following the creases she made earlier. According to this briefing, Squad A sent a distress signal to Babylonia after they went missing. After landing on the island, Squad B briefly established contact with them. However, when Squad B approached the coordinates of the distress signal, Squad A suddenly went dark. After that, both squads went completely silent. What are you implying? Even from a layman's perspective, this bears all the hallmarks of a premeditated ambush. Furthermore, I don't believe infected constructs could maintain this level of intelligence. This is just my speculation, but could there be a possibility that Squad A had defected? It's possible, but the likelihood is low. Defectors don't usually broadcast their betrayal. The Purifying Force's retribution is nothing to scoff at. It makes little sense for Squad A to launch a counterattack against Squad B right after their mission, especially right under our surveillance. If we assume defection as the motive, Squad A's actions would be incredibly foolish. That's why you didn't immediately deploy the Purifying Force. News of construct defection would be extremely sensitive in the current climate. Of course, that's precisely why we're meeting today. The emergency confidentiality protocol I signed 30 minutes ago is now in effect. All information regarding this incident has been temporarily classified. I can't say how long this information blackout will remain effective. With two squads missing, I'm certain Corona's informants have already begun to move. But before we make any formal decisions, I trust you've gathered sufficient intel about the mission location. Let's return to discussing the island, since you claim it's the source of our problems. We may have insufficient information on hand, but there must be records of that artificial island during the Golden Age. As you predicted, I do have some historical documents on hand. The Hydrangea Artificial Island was once a military fortress used for large-scale weapons testing. After the experiments concluded, the island was approved for commercial redevelopment with profit in mind. Universal Toys and many other tech giants saw the potential, jointly investing in the renovation project. Several colleges and their affiliated research institutes were established on the island, creating an integrated hub for education, research, and campus life. As a model of elite education during the Golden Age, it aimed to nurture the next generation of scientific talents. However, the Hydrangea Artificial Island was abandoned following the punishing virus outbreak. An academy island, huh? In that era of excess educational resources. I thought liberal education policies had already been widely implemented across the world. But there was also an opposing trend. The reality is, opportunists exist in every era. Those who weaponize knowledge want their children to wield the power to control the world too. This was especially true for those who came to this island. They were both scientists and parents to their own children. So what exactly was being taught on Hydrangea Island? Or rather, what was being researched? Their publicly announced research direction is the development of smart technology for public use. Practical smart technology applications. Conveniently simple. But if you take a closer look at the island's personnel roster, you'll see that the scientists stationed there were all elite researchers in their respective fields, most of whom held radical research philosophies. Take the island's ordinary high school, Isono High School, for example. It had a teacher-to-student ratio of 2-1. Hello, Tin Can. Good day to you too. 2 teachers per student on average. There's no reasonable explanation for such a ratio. Was education merely a front? What exactly is it that they were trying to do? Hilda takes out her tablet and swiftly types in several keywords with practiced efficiency. You came at a good time, brother. I started reading this just a few minutes ago. Well, I think like 10 minutes ago. You didn't miss a whole bunch. According to a non-disclosed investigation report from the Science Council, large portions of the project's funding were unaccounted for. The auditor from the accounting firm during the Golden Age was killed in a car accident during the investigation. Naturally, there's something that's been bothering me. What is it? Reika Saotome. Yeah. Technical Director and Scientific Advisor of the Hydrangea Island Project. Reika Saotome. Hilda's expression clouds with confusion at the unfamiliar name. Nicola's desk terminal rings with an incoming call. Nicola exchanges a quick glance with Hilda before answering the call. Make it quick. I'm busy. Reika Saotome. How much do you know about this name? Wasted potential. Care to elaborate? I don't know what you've discovered, but I wouldn't waste time on this if I were you. Oh. What I know, she was a prodigy who earned her doctorate at a young age, with expertise spanning mathematics, horticulture, life sciences, computer science, and mechanical engineering. Even during the Golden Age, she had already proposed and implemented her theory of memory projection. It's consciousness projection. Asimov corrects Nicola without hesitation. It's a branch of consciousness connection technology, developed from its basic framework but with certain unique functional characteristics. This theory once sparked considerable debate in mainstream academia, and even generated quite a few scandals. Scandals? It violated humanitarian principles by repeatedly conducting human experiments with unauthorized medicines. It's always human experiments. And then nothing. If she had made any real breakthroughs, the file would have been filled with her achievements. You wouldn't have had to call and ask me. Asimov shakes his head, looking like he's explaining something completely mundane. You're interested. Why not subscribe to the Science Council's back issues? The entries of these seemingly valuable but ultimately meaningless theories alone will keep you busy until breakfast tomorrow. Is there no future at all for this technology? Theoretically, yes. I've read that paper, and if its proposed vision were to become reality, it would indeed be beneficial to us. But as you should know, even as outsiders to the field, academic papers can be full of hot air, and they never appeared in any journals after that anyway. In all likelihood, they hit a complete dead end with their research direction and abandoned the project entirely. That might not be the case. At least your colleagues don't share that opinion. Nikola forwards his documents to Asimov, specifically highlighting an entry about the Science Council's unaccounted funds. Project Hydrangea Island. I can help, but you'll need to adjust the schedule yourselves. We'll need more manpower and resources to handle another project. Asimov pauses briefly as the sound of conversation comes through from the other end of the line. And my time as well. Let's leave it at that for now. Contact me when there's progress. Did you hear all that, Hilda? Crystal clear. So? A genius or a madman, a potential revolutionary or an enemy of the world? I've been thinking. There's a possibility that the island still harbors the prototype of some illegal experiment. It was that very prototype that triggered consequences beyond our prediction. Are you worried Reika Satome might still be alive? I'm worried that her secret research on that island has awakened something. The red tide is converging on the island. Hilda closes her eyes and draws in a sharp breath. I fear the red tide has disrupted some kind of balance on the island. If what you're saying is true, then we've got a serious problem on our hands. Let's dispatch another squad. We still have time before the confidentiality protocol expires. This will be yet another dangerous gamble. And we might lose all the bargaining chips we've gotten so far. I'll maintain information control within the agreed time frame. The rest is up to your discretion, sir. She gives Nikola a slight nod before standing up and leaving. He massages his temples before switching his terminal to an encrypted channel. It's me. What's the mission target? Note 2. Into the summer. The Scarab Squad transport aircraft departs from Babylonia and enters automatic cruise mode. Valeria leaves the pilot's seat and walks steadily toward the back of the cabin. Let me go over the mission brief. The red tide is gathering at an artificial island. 2 squads have gone missing there. We might have to deal with the missing squads on top of the hetero creatures there. Shiva! Ground combat. The red tide. Why isn't this mission assigned to a proper task force squad, like the Grey Ravens? The Grey Ravens are still helping Lucia with her frame replacement, but more importantly, we've been chosen primarily because one of us is familiar with the mission location. Valeria rarely asks questions. In other words, she's the type to pack everything she wants to say into statements. And right now, this means Yata feels Valeria's gaze turn toward her. Hydrangea Island. This is where I went to high school. I know my way around there. I can be your guide, assuming there are still paths to follow. The island was abandoned following the punishing outbreak. I'm one of the few survivors. As for the details, I'm sure the commander's intel is more comprehensive than what I know. Seeming to have noticed her own emotions, she adds these explanations before closing her eyes. Sure. Well then, let's continue. Weather satellites have captured continuous movement patterns during the night. After this brief interlude, Valeria resumes explaining the mission details. Discord reviews the mission's details on her terminal as she listens to Valeria talking, while Shiva reclines in her seat, resting with her eyes closed. Yata props her cheek up, twirling her hair with her right index finger as her gaze drifts out the window. At some point, Earth's silhouette gradually fills her entire view, followed by patches of clouds. The approaching blue planet stirs indescribable ripples in Yata's heart. Certain memories, intentionally locked away, now force their way into her mind. That blue sky is as much like a spider's web as it is an endless midsummer. No one can truly escape. Such a deep blue sky, not a cloud in sight. It's rare to have such nice weather on the first day of school. Why don't you take this chance to look around? This is so annoying. I've never seen such a stuffy old school. Keep your voice down, Yata. See, your student handbook proudly states, Misono Academy High School is a private institution renowned for its strict discipline. We cultivate elite individuals who possess both academic excellence and noble character. The school motto is, explore the vast universe, strive for human perfection. How very... It's less about outdated aesthetics and more about deliberately projecting an air of superiority. What kind of superiority? The arrogance of the elite class? Anyhow, this is the best high school there is on the island. Your old man had to call in a few favors from several friends for recommendation letters just to get you enrolled here. Why should I care? You never asked for my opinion before moving to the island. Sorry, my bad again. Back then, I followed my father to this school, on a day without a cloud in sight. Directionless in life, I drifted aimlessly through my youth. I gazed at the short school gate, built with precious stones, and the emblem emblazoned in gold letters. I failed to sense the elitist arrogance my father had warned me about. Instead, I sensed a kind of fear. A fear that made everyone tread carefully. Rotting petals littered the ground as harsh sunlight bore down mercilessly. Soon, sweat soaked through my uniform's lining. I undid a button, but the heat remained unbearable. Seeking shelter from the sun, I weaved through the crowd of new students and their parents. Under a tree by the school gate stood a fair-skinned girl. Our eyes met by chance. She stood motionless like a doll, her brows furrowed. Thinking she might need help, I walked over to her. Hello there. Are you waiting for someone? Yes? Can I help you? Oh, I'm Yata. I'm a first-year student, too. Yata. May I know your name? Nice to meet you. The transport's roar pulls Yata back to the cramped cabin. What's wrong? I'm listening. Besides investigating the red tide and locating the missing squads, we have another objective. Capture the target alive, if possible. Who's the target? A scientist from the Golden Age. I've sent the details to your terminals. The transport is about to reach the designated altitude. Everyone get ready. I have a bad feeling about this. Even after all these years, Yata still kicks herself for what happened that day. She regrets being so lost in memories that she failed to stop Shiva from speaking. Harsh red warning lights suddenly flood the cabin. Urgent alarms and an automated voice message follow suit. Warning, high-speed heat signature detected. RWR response? Shiva rushes to the pilot's seat. What's wrong? Is this some sort of malfunction? It's a radar warning. Surface-to-air missile detected 3 o'clock under, moving at high speed. As Shiva rapidly works the control panel, Discord moves in for a closer look. Can we make it? Should we try electromagnetic interference? ECM system deployed, calculating evasive trajectory. Wait, the attack source has an IFF signature with a no-lock indicator. It's friendly fire. The incoming missiles are from Babylonia's surface-to-air defense system. Verify IFF protocol. It's been terminated unilaterally. 2 seconds. Deploy chafe? And ECM. No time. Everyone hold on tight. As a blinding flash erupts from the left wing, Yata forces Discord's head down. A tremendous impact rocks the small cabin, sending violent shockwaves coursing through its walls. In the explosion's wake, black smoke and the acrid stench of burning seep into the cabin. Yata reaches out with a mechanical arm and catches Valeria, who's been flung to the other side of the cabin. Piercing alarms blare through the cabin. The danger is far from over. Engine thrust critical. Fuel tank breach. Fuselage fire. Radar malfunction. Shiva, give me a status report. We lost one engine completely and the other appears to be compromised as well. The left wing is barely responding to controls, and the autopilot system is practically non-functional. Worst of all, we're dealing with a fuel tank breach. We're already below the safety threshold. Shiva, I'm authorizing an IFF protocol override. Launch 2 air-to-ground missiles at the source of attack. IFF protocol disengaged. Anti-radiation missiles locked onto source of attack. It's no use. The bomb bay is jammed. Yata, activate emergency protocol and prepare for equipment airdrop to reduce weight. Copy that. Tracking beacon connected to the terminal. Beep, 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 beep. Warning, high-speed heat signature detected. You've got to be kidding. Another one? High-speed SAM, 3 o'clock under. AI module malfunction, unable to calculate evasive maneuvers. Shiva, take control of the aircraft. You are authorized to perform high-risk evasive maneuvers. Autocruise is engaged. Everyone hold on tight. We're diving. Shiva pushes the control stick forward to its limit, causing the aircraft's nose to pitch downward. In that instant, Yata spots a glint of light in the distant clouds. Shiva, more to the left. Shiva responds by forcefully banking the transport aircraft to the left. The sharp evasive maneuver causes something to break loose from the wing. As trails of fire mark the path of the deployed flares, another violent explosion erupts nearby. The cabin shudders slightly, but this time everyone stays firmly in their seats. Did we dodge it? Not completely. Something on the underside of the transport aircraft must have been hit. At least it wasn't the bomb bay. I consider ourselves very lucky, all things considered. How much fuel do we have left? Can't tell. Instruments are dead. Abort return mission. We'll make an emergency landing on a hydrangea island. Excessive speed. Is the map navigation system still working? We're at optimal altitude for shoulder-mounted missiles. We need to act fast. Hydrangea Island's outline is in view, but we can't confirm the terrain. No data in the database. Switching to visual guidance. Initial assessment shows 3 potential landing zones. The highest chance of success, the central inland area would be our best bet. The bay area might be contaminated by the red tide. We'll land in the central inland area. Brace for impact. Roger. There's so much vegetation. Even the spaces between buildings are filled with tall trees. This is annoying. Can't even see where the ground is through all this. Proximity warning. The transport aircraft's last remaining engine fires diagonally forward, attempting to slow itself down as it skims the ground. After breaking through countless trees, the transport craft's tail makes contact with the ground. A massive, muffled explosion follows as flames rise from the clearing near the forest. As smoke billows into the sky, Hydrangea Island falls silent once more. Meanwhile, inside the now wrecked industrial transport ship. Shiva, deploy the drones. Yata, check if the mounted weapons are still operational. 2 recon drones are still functional. Deploying them now. Here's your pulse gun. Valeria takes the pulse gun from Yata and inspects its energy storage unit. Signal lost from both drones. Watch out, enemies nearby. Just as Yata reaches for the mangled cabin door, a powerful electromagnetic pulse strikes from nowhere, forcing her to her knees before she can react. Damn it, what the hell is this? Valeria swiftly established a consciousness link to stabilize Yata and Discord's mind. Something's wrong. It's a malicious interference targeting the mind. Are there other commandants on the island? Or perhaps... Radar's picking up infected mechanoids at 9 o'clock. Is it one or multiple? It should be just one. Wait. Suspicious signals detected at 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 8 o'clock. We can't stay in the transport craft any longer. We need to fight our way out. Shiva, sync the map data from both drones to our terminals. Only 12% of environmental data has been collected within range of the transport. Clear enemy signals detected behind the trees on the left flank. That'll do. Yata, prepare to breach. Roger. The absent one. An explosion rips through the side door of the transport, half buried in mud at the edge of the dense forest. White smoke rises from 2 smoke grenades as shadows dart through the haze. Without warning, the belly-mounted turrets open fire, spraying bullets into the surrounding trees. The large caliber rounds tear through the 2 corrupted hiding behind the trees, sending them crashing to the ground. Report. Targets eliminated by turret fire. Yata, take point. Shiva, maintain electronic warfare and environmental scanning. Stay beside me or take position behind. Discord, take rear guard. Protect Shiva and watch our 6. V, 4 o'clock. Valeria swiftly swings her weapon toward the dark thicket, firing 2 pulse rounds. The whistling rounds pierce into the thicket and vanish into silence as if devoured by the darkness. They dodged it. Everyone, night vision on. Before the words can settle, 3 corrupted spring out from the clearing just ahead of the scarabs. The corrupted fan out in a trident formation, pressing their attack. You bastards having a party here? Yata charges forward decisively, her mechanical arms making quick work of 2 corrupted with effortless swings. The remaining corrupted hesitates for a moment, then bypasses Yata to charge straight at Valeria. Heads up, Valeria! They're coming for you! Pew pew! Valeria fires twice, but the corrupted sprints straight through the gunfire. As everyone moves to defend Valeria, a towering figure suddenly materializes behind Shiva. Before that moment arrives, a nimble figure dashes past both Valeria and Shiva in a blur. 2 pairs of metallic arms intercept the incoming fists. The towering mechanoid staggers back 2 steps as its attack is interrupted by the counterforce. With her mechanical arms extended, Yata cracks her neck in annoyance as she stares down her opponent. "Come right here, Dumbo." Standing tall, Yata uses her external arms to forcefully twist the corrupted's fists away from their intended direction. "When it comes to raw strength, I won't lose to you." Inch by inch, the corrupted's body is forced off the ground in the struggle. A deep breath, feet planted firmly. Then a straight punch pierces through the corrupted's chest. 2 fists against 6. Get in now, you big lug. Yata, stay alert. They're coordinating their attacks. Valeria calls out the warning while maintaining suppressive fire in the opposite direction. But before Valeria can finish her sentence, she notices something off. Tactics. Tactical coordination. Can the corrupted really understand tactics at all? Though there was that incident at Praia Forest Park. But that was essentially just a hive mind issuing collective commands. Praia. You mean Puglia? These corrupted are coordinating with one another far too perfectly. There must be a puppeteer behind this. This isn't something mechanical minds can cook up. Are you suggesting they're operating with a commandant and squad formation like us? You're not my puppets. The corrupted attacking us are just mindless marionettes programmed for suicide attacks. Come to think of it, they breached our mind without any resistance. How did they manage to do that? While Yata is lost in thought, a mechanoid covered in explosives shambles toward them, its movements unsteady. Land of eternity. Paradise. Escape from this mortal realm. I am a firefly. With these cryptic words, the self-destruction mechanoid suddenly charges at Valeria in a frenzy. Watch out! With lightning-fast reflexes, Yata kicks the self-destruction mechanoid skyward. After a blinding flash, the airborne mechanoid becomes nothing more than a momentary burst of light. Its remains rain down like metallic petals, scattering across the ground with an otherworldly wail. After a moment's pause, Valeria and Yata cautiously approach to investigate. A fragment of bionic vocal cords on the ground continues to emit unintelligible static, stuttering and mumbling. A promise. Yata, come back. Before the mechanoid can finish speaking, Valeria raises her gun and delivers the final shot. At this moment, Shiva and Discord arrive on the scene. Did I hear that wrong, or was it just calling my name? Unless we all heard wrong. What's really going on with these corrupted? 3 units appeared as a group. 2 executed feint attacks while the 3rd charged straight for V. Are they assuming that the task force's commandant lacks combat capabilities? Take out the command first, and dismantle the rest of the squad one by one. Maybe this is how we lost contact with the last task force. Yata, tell me exactly what happened here. Why did that corrupted know your name? Valeria's voice remains unnaturally calm. I have no idea how to answer that question, V. This is my first time back here in years. Back then, the punishing wiped out almost all of humanity, even my best friend. Ghosts, probably the only things left here. If that's what you're trying to ask, enough. She shifts her gaze away from Yata and prepares to step forward. But in that instant, almost simultaneously, Yata collapses face first onto the ground. Yata! Valeria kneels down and sees that Yata's eyes have gone lifeless. A mind quake. Stay calm and focus on the mind beacon. Just as Valeria is about to connect with Yata, Discord 2 collapses to the ground nearby. Falling one after another? The Commandant's consciousness connection with their squad weakens when they lose focus. This was the moment they were waiting for. Valeria turns to Shiva, the only one still barely conscious. Shiva, report. My head. It hurts. Damn it. Valeria. There's a force in my mind. It's trying to tear us away from your beacon. Gritting her teeth, Valeria struggles with all her might to stabilize the connection. Song. This voice. Lying on the ground, Yata seems to be regaining consciousness. However, what reflects in Yata's eyes is an otherworldly scene, one that looks like anything but a battlefield. Endless rays of bright sunlight fill a spacious classroom where boys and girls in uniforms gather. Their faces beam with bright smiles as they join hands, singing a heartwarming melody together. They sing on tirelessly, free from worry and care. How many years have flown by since those days of school life? When we look back, we're surprised by how fast time went by. Is this graduation ceremony? A young girl holding a bouquet of hydrangeas makes her way through the crowd toward Yata. A pleasant floral fragrance emanates from her, an innocent scent that puts all guards down. Who are you? Shh. The song. Hallucinations, huh? No time to waste. We need to do a deep dive now. Valeria takes a deep breath and closes her eyes. As a commandant, she understands the implications of such actions in battle. Dropping one's defense, even briefly, means becoming nothing more than a sitting duck on the battlefield. Casting all caution aside, Valeria dives deep into Yata's mind. Suddenly, sounds emerge from the dense forest, followed by intermittent footsteps that break the silence. Valeria, something's coming. Shiva lets out a heavy sigh as she watches an unresponsive Valeria. As the footsteps draw closer, she staggers forward to grab Valeria's sidearm. Join us. Join the spiritual Eden. Become a citizen of the eternal realm. Whatever your faith may be, this is the ultimate paradise. Kanan, the pure land. The controlled construct soldier mutters incomprehensible words as it slowly raises its weapon at Shiva. Stay away from us. The pulse bursts from the muzzle, knocking down the already unstable construct. Why did you betray Babylonia? We did not have a choice. She's invading our minds. Her dream of Eden is corrupting everyone's will. The fallen construct continues to mutter bewildering phrases while Shiva, beyond exhausted, collapses to her knees. So this is what it's like getting controlled. Ugh, not again. Shiva struggles to pull the trigger, but cannot stop the massive corruptor from drawing near. Valeria, are we not done yet? I have a bad feeling about... An elongated shadow blocks out the light from Shiva's view as something hoists her onto its shoulder and frantically runs away. She desperately tries to scream, but no sound comes out. Stop right there! A bolt of electricity pierces through the corrupted's body, but another construct quickly snatches Shiva away. It's too late. Despite launching an attack the moment her consciousness returned, Yata, due to insufficient charge, fails to stop the construct that took Shiva. Corrupted working together with construct soldiers? What interesting times we live in. What kind of brainwashing did they go through to become one big family? I'm more curious about who it is that's working the strings here. Having just stabilized Discord, Valeria forces herself to stand up. We don't have time for that now. Isn't Shiva's tracking device connected to our terminals? We can still track her now since the connection is still active. I can't guarantee it'll work if they get too far. Someone needs to stay close to her to act as a relay point for the connection to stay alive because of signal interference. We align the direction in which the interference is the most powerful. With where the corrupted mind's infiltration is intensifying, bearing 451 is where the two overlap, initiating image analysis, enhancing night vision mode. It's like a stone monument among some abandoned buildings. There's a line of text embedded in the stone monument. It's hard to make it out, but it looks like something about a school. Misono Academy High School. It's not a monument. It's our high school gate. Let me handle this. I know the school's layout well. Try to brute force a way through them while I draw their fire. Valeria briefly closes her eyes. We can't wait any longer. Scarab can't afford to lose another member. I'll be back in one piece and I'll bring Shiva back with me. Don't force your way through. Fall back if things ever go south. Keep your terminal on and check in every 10 minutes. Valeria is unusually fussy with her instructions. Also, short-range communications on the ground are working just fine, but we aren't getting any response to any messages sent to Babylonia. Take the comm relay with you. Valeria hands a black device to Yata. You can reach out to Babylonia once we restore long-range communication. The rooftop would make an excellent installation site. Roger that. Yata knocks down two approaching corrupted with her mechanical arm, and dashes into the dense forest. Now, Discord, prepare to strike. Ooh. Alright, this is the one with the first stage achievement. So according to the stage achievement guide, okay, just start it. Evening winds howl through the dark, dense forest. Yata pursues the construct that took Shiva, occasionally glancing back to check her surroundings. I nearly lost them. I wonder how V and Discord are doing. Pushing aside waist-high weeds, she crouches down and closes her eyes to maximize her audio sensors. Soon she picks up faint traces of movement. Northwest. I knew they'd head for the school. I go after them now. I can still catch up. Just as Yata tries to stand up, an eerie electrical surge strikes her mind. A melody seeps in through her audio sensors. The song is tender, ethereal, and otherworldly. With deepest respect and gratitude for all you've done for me. How many years have flown by since those days of school life? Something rings clear in Yata's ears. Oh, that's not creepy. The darkness of night fades away, replaced by the warm hues of dusk. Yata finds herself wearing a Misono High School uniform, lined up among other students for a class photo. Yata, we've been waiting for you. It's been so many years, Yata. Where have you been all this time? Have you forgotten about us all? Countless hands reach out from behind her, grabbing Yata by her shirt and hair. She rolls around to find nothing but decaying bones and skulls behind her. Clusters of hydrangeas bloom from their hollow eye sockets. Become one with us. Damn it! Yata slams her fist into the ground, forcing the suffocating emotions out of her mind. When she opens her eyes again, she finds herself back in reality. She finds herself still surrounded by the endless night and eerily quiet forest. A hallucination. When did it get to me? But you would be dead wrong if you think you've got anything on me. My mind is not as weak as you think. I'm gonna find you. Doesn't matter if you're the Punishing or some ghost. Cold moonlight falls on Yata's shoulders as she dusts herself off and continues her pursuit. As she emerges from the dense forest, the derelict school campus looms before her like a graveyard. Half a century has passed, and this once proud private school has become nothing but forgotten ruins. You're in there, huh? Yata's gaze fixes on an open side door of the school building. Trying to lure me in? Pathetic attempt. The further I am from the Commandant, the stronger these hallucinations become. To find myself back here again half a century later. What are the odds? She strides through the school gate, across the courtyard, and up to the open side door. You better not die before I find you, Shiva. You better stay alive. At last, Yata steps into the school building, a place that has haunted her nightmares countless times. The echoes of an old melody linger endlessly, tucked away in hidden corners. The melodies chorus together in the shadows, beyond Yata's perception, spanning more than half a century. Tender, ethereal, and otherworldly.
いや、感傷に浸ってる場合じゃないか。芝のことが先。染色体。扉の音で気づかれた。ここからはガチで行くよ。強行突破したら押し寄せそう。芝の安全が最優先だし、静かに。
It's not even October yet. It's early spooky season. Jeez. I just know I'm gonna get jump scared multiple times in this game. Or in this one.
さっさと負けを認めなって。ここからはガチで行くよ。通信が戻った。芝 V。誰？笑ってないで。なんか言いなよ。くそ。歌？これって卒業式の合唱曲？スピーカーだる。放送室から脅かすって？
Am I supposed to do something here? I can't move. Am I supposed to do something here? Uh-oh. 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 Hey, Carefree. Am I supposed to do something here? I can't move the character. There's no button prompt or anything. Oh no. Am I supposed to... Sculpted. I don't... Hey, man. Why is Yata kinda... Okay, for real? Am I... Oh, I think I'm stuck. I can't exit either. Like, I'm genuinely just stuck. I can't move. There's no... The only thing I can do is changing, like, camera. Oh, no. Oh, no. I might have to, like, force close the game and then reopen it. Yeah, I can't do anything. I have to close the game, reopen it. Hold on. Yeah, I just couldn't move at all after that piece of paper from the ceiling fell. That again. The paper had a ceiling spell. That's probably what it was. That's pretty good. That's funny.
校舎がいや干渉に浸ってる場合じゃないか
Bro,
芝のことが先
Bro, they cooked with Yata's design. Holy shit. I remember when Yata first came out in CN, and I was seeing, like, people talking about her on, like, the Reddit subreddit for PGR. People were saying, oh, I wish they let her keep her horns or whatever the fuck. And I'm like, and looking at her right now, it's like, honestly, I like her better without the horns. The horns are cool, but I think she looks nicer without them. Yata really do be fine though, I'm just gonna say that right now. I had leftover blue cards or whatever from when I was wanting to buy the alpha skin. So when I saw the school uniform outfit for Yata, I was like, I have to get that because it looks really good. Granted, she is cute, but I see their point. If I didn't just know this was Yata, I would never have guessed. I guess. I don't know. The horns from Yata kind of remind me of, like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to imagine her right now with the horns, like. It just doesn't look as great in my head. I don't know.
通信が戻った。芝 V。誰？笑ってないで。なんか言いなよ。くそ。歌？これって卒業式の合唱曲。
I like how this one thing right here, the most defined thing in the room. Alright, let's see if it's fixed.
だる。放送室から脅かすって？
Hopefully it doesn't bug out again. See, when the paper falls. Okay, I think I was moving way too quick for it. I don't know.
破れた写真。合唱団の集合写真。わざと置いてたっぽい。
Photo segment. A half missing photo. The students in the photo seem to be singing. Classic horror movie thing. Scratched out or scribbled in marks on the faces. Classic. Local pro gamer moves faster than the game's code. I'm just that good. And you too can be a pro gamer if you play BGR right now. What is this, the occult club's room? Are we gonna find Sukuna's finger?
隠れてんの？写真のもう半分。何の伝言よ。
Torn photo. A torn photo made up of 2 photo segments. It's almost completed, but there's still a part missing. Okay. It's too soon for Halloween, man. It's too soon for October. She's got that strut. Nani? Alright, this is where the stage achievement starts. Dude, look at this school uniforms coding on her. It's so cool. Like the tattoo writing on the side right there of her like torso is really cool. So basically for this achievement, until Yata wears a school uniform, interact with the pair of shadows closest to the music stands in the classroom. Oh, let's see. With the pair of shadows. Pair of shadows to the music stands? This one. Hey, have you heard of the the girl ghost in the bathroom? Oh, I can't read that fast. Oh yeah, I've heard of it. When you can hear crying from the bathroom. Are these kind of urban legends still a thing? Okay. Inspect the girl's bathroom near the classroom. Interact with the shadows on the next classroom you find. In the bathroom? I can interact with each of these guys, but... Final rehearsal, get everyone together for a group photo before we start. Weird outfits while cleaning classroom, seniors. Music room, bizarre costumes, super popular. Jeez. Stop. Don't do that. I finished cleaning. It's supposed to be a music class. Oh, don't do that. Jesus Christ. How is that still getting me? God damn it. Weird. Why am I here? Moving stuff, passing the diving club, oolong tea. Why can't I remember? Sleep more. Head hurts. But where's the bathroom? Oh. What do I do? Can't finish it again. Huh? Who's out there? Go away. Can't finish. What exactly can't they finish? And then interact with the shadow on the next classroom you find. The next classroom.
あの子のリハもうそろそろなのに探してくれる？あの子の教室分かりにくくて上の階だけど何かが変ならすぐ下に降りて。
In the next classroom. Weird people watching terrible alien movies. Going on about finding aliens. School festival? Wish there was a napping club. Found all of this out. I mean, don't underestimate the exploration gamers. I do this a lot too, sometimes. Like, I like to look around and see if there's any, like, hidden secrets and... Oh, it looped. Go up, come back down if I run into something weird. Okay. What is this? Exit 8 or whatever it's called? PT. I mean, they weren't speaking. What, do I go up and then down and then up? Not like this. Not like this, bro. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this. Bro, not like this. Let me go back down. Okay, in the next classroom you find... Jeez. So this one? It says interact with the shadows on the... Interact with them. Festival coming out. Hope that kid's hiding in the bathroom. It was just because the plan isn't finished. There you go. Myrtle's weeping. That's so funny.
Minna揃ったね。リハ始めよっか。やだ、早く早く。はい、チーズ。
Let the camera focus. Is the camera not gonna focus? Reduced to scraps. There was another thing on the other desk. I couldn't get to... I didn't interact with it though. Hello there. Are you waiting for someone? Yes? Can I help you? Oh, I'm Yata. I'm a first-year student too. Yata. May I know your name? Nice to meet you. I'm Yuka Saotome. You're a Saotome. Could you be the daughter of the renowned Dr. Saotome? What are you talking about, Dad? I believe I know who you're referring to. I'm not her daughter, though. I'm just a student boarding at Dr. Saotome's. Ah, I see. And here I was sure you were her daughter. Well, Dr. Saotome is a brilliant scientist, and anyone bearing that name tends to be exceptional as well. You're too kind. Dad, why don't you step aside? Yuka and I can look around on our own. I'll leave you two to yourselves then. Hey, Yata, be nice to Yuka, okay? Yeah, whatever. Come on, wanna check out the shops nearby? Huh? I'll do whatever you want to do, Yata. I just noticed Yata's... he's got a blood stain on her right shoulder. Imagine coming to imagine coming to school like that. Just a blood stain on your outfit already. The track queen of Misono. Oh wait, rewards. Misono High, evening, April 2nd, Pleasant Drive Music Room. Okay. With deepest respect and gratitude for all you've done for me. How many years have flown by since those days of school life? When we look back, we're surprised by how fast time went by. Blank curtains sway in the breeze as the evening sun casts its lingering rays across the polished wooden floor. A piano sits nearer the podium, with chairs neatly arranged in a circle around it. The second-year students are singing Ode to Our Teachers in unison, accompanied by the piano. In 7 months, they will be performing the second verse at their graduation ceremony. With plenty of time ahead, they only practice during their regular music classes. As the final chorus comes to an end, the solemn atmosphere quickly gives way to relaxation. Kishi, the class representative, calls out each student's name for attendance. Are you Sato, student number 14? Ah, yes, please sign here. She diligently takes notes, flipping back and forth through the attendance book. Hold on, Emmy. You can't head to volleyball practice until you've signed it. Couldn't you just sign it for me, Kishi? Gee, you guys can't be bothered, huh? The classroom at dusk resonates with the laughter of students. After bidding farewell to the students on day duty, Kishi notices a girl packing her bag in the corner. Yuka, welcome back. It's been a while. Oh, yes. I'm sorry for any inconvenience I've caused, Kishi. No, not at all. Everyone in the class has really missed you. How have you been lately? Are you feeling any better? Well, I wouldn't say I'm better, but at least I can attend classes now. I've kept your test papers for you. Come see me during class tomorrow to pick them up. Thank you, Kishi. By the way, have you seen Yata around? I know you two are close friends, so I thought I'd ask. Yata, she's at track team training. She probably forgot to ask for leave. I see. I'll make a note of that. Any new competitions coming up? Well, I'm sure the track queen of Misono will breeze through them anyway. I hope so. Yata always gives it her all during training. Well, speak of which... With a mischievous grin, Kishi pulls out a small poster from behind her back. What's this? Take a look at this masterpiece I made. Yuka furrows her brows as she stares at the crudely drawn watercolor poster. Misono Horror Stories Club. There's no student council stamp on this. This isn't an officially recognized club, is it? Don't tell me you started this Horror Stories Club on your own, Kishi. Yep, you bet I did. But aren't you a student council member? Why would you... It's only unofficial for the time being. Once we get 4 members, we'll submit a formal application. We're still in the preparation phase, but we've already started doing some night explorations. Night explorations. Yuka, have you heard of the 7 mysteries of Misono? No, not at all. I've never even heard of any of them. Like the mysterious night fires in the science classroom, the crying girl in the bathroom. That one's a classic one. The running statue. Pretty exciting, right? The Horror Stories Club currently has 3 members, me and 2 senior girls. At night, we sneak back to school to investigate supernatural occurrences. Sounds fun, doesn't it? Thanks for the invitation, Kishi, but I don't really think it's something I can handle. Aw, that's too bad. I haven't gotten any new members today. I've asked half the school already. Ugh, head is killing me. Kishi slumps over the desk across from Yuka, occasionally casting pleading glances her way. You can look at me all you want, but there's nothing I can do about that. Well, I should be on my way now. Thanks again for your help. And sorry I can't help. Yuka quickly packs up her school bag and walks straight towards the back door of the classroom. No, wait, Yuka, you don't have to go exploring with us, but please join our club. By the time Kishi rushes out of the classroom, Yuka is already long gone. This really isn't my day. Meanwhile, on the running track at the other end of Misono High, the track and field club is training. The boys swing their arms with all their might, pushing forward on sheer willpower despite their exhaustion. Behind them, a nimble figure swiftly closes the gap. You useless bunch! Getting outrun by a girl? You're a disgrace to this school! While the coach continues his tirade, that figure has already sprinted to the front of the pack, leaving everyone watching in awe. And you, Yata, don't let a few compliments go to your head. Yeah, keep nagging, old man. Stop talking and focus on your breathing. Having finished his rant, the coach grumbles as he checks the stopwatch, and his eyes go wide. You've got to be kidding me. The coach, who had assumed the boys were just being lazy, is shocked to discover that every single one of them had run faster than they did yesterday based on their pace today in the second to last lap. The reason becomes clear. Yata's sudden burst of speed has thrown off everyone else's rhythm. What a monster. She doesn't feel tired at all. She's actually running faster now in the boys' club. It's only a matter of time before she becomes a world-class athlete. She's her. Soon after, Yata crosses the finish line where several female members of the track team are waiting for her. Yata, that final sprint was so cool. Let me catch my breath first, will ya? I know I probably don't look like I get tired, but I actually do. Here's some water. Surrounded by her female admirers, Yata scratches her head sheepishly, clearly unsure how to handle the attention. Yata, you've got to tell us how to run as fast as you do. I know, right? Do share some tips. Well, I don't really have any special technique, but there are two main points I follow. I knew you had some tricks. Come on, don't hold out on us. First, you absolutely need to warm up properly before a race. Everyone knows that already, Yata. Tell us something we don't know. Also, make sure you eat before exercising. Running on an empty stomach is a big no-no. I'm a big offender of that myself, by the way. Just don't do that, yeah? Come on, Yata, you're just telling us the basic stuff. Right? Come on, what's your secret? Hey, cut me some slack, will ya? Seriously though, those are the only two things I do. Besides that, it's just training. Then again, everyone in here trains. If you really want a tip from me... Oh, are we finally getting to the good part? Your mentality is crucial when you're running. Huh? Mentality? What's that supposed to mean? Once I get in the zone, I gradually tune out everyone around me and focus only on my own pace. Truth is, I've always run to surpass myself, not to defeat others. When I think this way, my mind becomes as calm as still water. As they say, the secret lies in training the mind. At these words, the girls fall silent. Not because they're pondering Yata's athletic philosophy. They're just bored of Yata's inaccessible experience. Oh, I see. Well, good job, Yata. Right? I mean, I didn't get it at all, but it sounds impressive, doesn't it? Their half-hearted responses are punctuated by yawns as they walk away, clearly unimpressed. But the girls got... I don't know what they expected, man. What's your secret, Yata? Oh yeah, I just take steroids. Hey, come on, man. She's just built different. With the girls gone, Yata trudges toward the podium with her usual listless demeanor. Little does Yata know that the girls aren't the only ones watching her. Under the shade of an awning, two pairs of eyes closely track Yata's every movement. Her physical capabilities are remarkable. She's exceptionally strong. A beautiful woman in plain clothes, her age impossible to determine, turns to her attendant with a smile. Behind her stands a tall, slender man in an impeccable suit. Slender man? Slender man? Kohei. Dude, he looks cool. Indeed. Physical abilities far surpass those of her peers. The track queen of Misono is what she goes by here, apparently. The track queen of Misono. A fine title, but perhaps her ambitions are too modest. If possible, I'd like this child to become Prometheus, one who brings change to humanity. Do you consider her an ideal test subject? I merely meant that I have high hopes for her and have taken a liking to her. As far as I'm concerned, you shouldn't rush to conclusions just yet. Her physical capabilities are indeed exceptional. But that's not everything that's going to be tested for in the experiments. We've also got to take into consideration her drug sensitivity, neural wave compatibility, recovery capabilities, and so on. These are all crucial factors to consider. It's far too early to draw any conclusions now. We collected genetic samples from the students under the pretext of medical examinations. The reports will arrive by mail next week. Is the testing facility reliable? No need to worry, the laboratory is completely trustworthy. They've conducted numerous genetic tests and screenings for Corona before. They're highly professional, well-reputed, and strictly protect their clients' confidentiality. However, for security reasons, they don't provide electronic copies of the reports. Results are sent through physical mail to circumvent the Science Council's keyword monitoring system. Well, guess that's something to look forward to then. We have more pressing matters to deal with right now. Like what? As you may recall, the Science Council was extremely wary of us when we first arrived on the island. Shortly after that, they stationed an ethics committee on the island. We have to submit regular reports about our research, especially anything involving human subjects. I'm afraid our application for human trials in the consciousness projection experiment won't be approved so easily. There's no need to worry, Kohei. As far as I know, the committee chairperson is an old classmate of mine. Let's pay them a visit in a bit. I'm sure we can work something out. It's wonderful that you know them personally. I hope they're as open-minded as you are. Well, people rarely change, even if the world around them does. The conversation ends as Kohei turns around and opens a parasol. As Kohei sees her off with deference, Reika pulls on her black gloves and walks into the shadows. Meanwhile, behind the awning, hidden and eavesdropping, Yuka furrows her brows while nervously fidgeting with the bow on her chest. She came to look for Yata only to accidentally overhear the conversation between the two. Though she only caught bits and pieces of the conversation, none of which seemed particularly important. What were they talking about? And why did they mention Yata? Well, of course they'd be talking about Yata. It's not like they have any business talking about me, anyway. Just as she bites her lip, a clear, familiar voice rings out from nearby. Yuka, is that you over there? Huh? Yeah, it's me. It really is you, Yuka. Why didn't you tell me you were back? Yata rushes over excitedly, but Yuka's eyes dart away, avoiding direct contact. I heard you were at the field, so I took it upon myself to come to find you. I didn't really think you'd actually be here. I'm really sorry for not letting you know beforehand. I was worried the whole way here that I might interrupt your training. Forget about training. I'm just so glad to see you here healthy and well. How are you feeling? Are you doing better now? Yeah, I'm doing alright. The doctor says I'm better than before. Would you mind coming with me to the locker room? We could head home together afterward. Sure, whatever you say. As the two of them are about to leave, a student council officer stops them. Congratulations, Yuka. Congratulations. For what? Congratulations on becoming this semester's Miss Misono. Miss Misono? Yes, it means you're the most popular female student at Misono. This was decided by a school-wide student vote. I never entered this contest. Pretty sure there's some misunderstanding. That's because a lot of students wrote their name in the other box. So the organizing committee specially added you to the list of contestants. And you got the highest number of votes. Pretty impressive, right? But I'm not even popular. You're being too modest, Yuka. You got the highest number of votes. Please give the award to whoever came in second place. Huh? But Yuka turns and leaves without hesitation, leaving Yata and the officer to exchange bewildered looks. Hey, if someone doesn't want the award, you shouldn't force it on them. You must be Yata, the prodigy from the track and field club, right? Please, you must help me convince Yuka. I'm begging you. That's asking way too much. If she doesn't want it, there's nothing we can do about it. How about giving it to me instead? I don't mind. Well, I'm afraid that's gonna be a little difficult. Before the student council officer can finish speaking, Yata turns and hurries after Yuka. When she catches up to Yuka, she finds her with furrowed brows and a dejected look on her face. Yuka, wait up! Why did you leave without saying anything? You could have just said no if it really isn't your cup of tea. There's no need to get upset about it. No, that's not it. I just don't understand why everyone likes me. I'm supposed to be a good student and study hard here at Misono. And I'm sure I'd disappoint the doctor if I get distracted and do things that aren't academic. By doctor, I'm guessing you mean Dr. Saltome? Yes, my guardian. Why are you still calling her your guardian, though? I just don't think I'm good enough to be her daughter yet. I don't think I'm ready. As her adopted child, I feel guilty for not becoming the person she hoped I would be. Dr. Saltome spent so much money trying to get me treated, but here I am, still as useless as ever. If her rivals ever find out she's caring for a burden like me, I'm sure people would make a laughingstock out of her, and I'd hate to see that. That's ridiculous. Don't you think you worry a little too much when she's just your guardian? Just be yourself. That's all that matters. What's wrong? Is she strict with you? No, she isn't. Dr. Saltome was clumsy, but very gentle when we first met. But then, she started working on some challenging research, and she barely came home anymore. She's busy with her work, but I guess that's not something she can do anything about. Doesn't this kind of relationship make you sad? No, not at all. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I guess I'm sticking my nose where it doesn't belong. The conversation trails off into silence as they walk quietly into the school building. As Yata removes her sneakers, Yuka opens her shoe locker, untouched for the past month and a half. A cloud of dust rises as a cascade of white envelopes tumbles out of her pockets. Envelopes, jeez. Outgoing extrovert Yata and her pet introvert bestie. For real. Love letters rain down one after another, pattering against Yuka's face. As Yuka crouches down to gather the letters, Yata watches with flushed cheeks. What are those? Love letters? I'm so jealous. I've never gotten a single one before. Girl, you would get one for me. You would get one for me. It's gonna be one of those anime tropes. We go to like this side of the school. I bow down to her. Please go out with me. Insane statement because Yata's also hot. For real. Why wouldn't you go out with Yata? She's so cool. Tomboy waifu. Guys are such idiots. You're not wrong. Well, I mean, everyone's an idiot in their own way. Why would they stuff them in a place like this? Yuka mutters under her breath so Yata can't hear what she says. By the way, we should start getting gifts for the graduates soon. That's what she didn't know they were love letters and thought they were challenges. Are you supposed to give them the gifts in person at the graduation ceremony? Yes, and it's Misono tradition that the gifts are handmade. You're the star of the handicrafts club, right, Yuka? Let's do this together. Sure, let's do it. What should we make, though? Good question. Oh, what about a music box? A music box. Sounds like a plan. Is it complicated though, mechanically speaking? It shouldn't be too difficult as long as we have all the materials ready. Alright, music box it is then. Ambitious. Utopia. Yata, please meet me behind the school after class. Assumes they want to fight. You about to throw hands? A modern reception room that harmoniously blends Western and Kowloon architectural styles. Outside the window, cherry blossom trees stand in the courtyard, their pink and white petals dancing in the breeze. A bouquet of hydrangeas sits in a shallow vessel within the wall alcove. The back wall is adorned with an array of authentic swords in various colors arranged as decorative pieces. It's been quite time, Mr. Osako. We haven't been in touch for several years. It's an honor to have you visit our humble home, Dr. Satoe. I came right over as soon as I learned that you were living here, though it did take me some time on my way. It warms my heart that you still remember the name of your old classmate. You're too modest, Doctor. Your reputation precedes you throughout the scientific community. Not only are you a genius in cutting-edge research, but you're also the technical director of this island. Reika, you've always been in the spotlight since childhood. Unlike me, I'm just a relic of the past now. You haven't aged one bit, Yoshihiro. You're even more charming now than you were when you were young. You must be quite popular with the ladies, I presume. Please, you shouldn't tease an old fellow like me. By the way, I don't think I've caught the name of this gentleman with you. This is my assistant, Kohei. I hope you don't mind his presence. Sitting with perfect posture, Kohei nods respectfully to Yoshihiro before introducing himself. Of course. Now then, what brings you both here today? Have you been keeping up with the latest technological developments? I do know a thing or two about it. I've been following the developments of the Zero Point Energy Project and the Eden Project for quite some time now. A few years ago, I inspected the Zero Point Energy Reactor in person. It was truly a magnificent behemoth. Given the reactor's progress, humanity will be able to venture into the galaxy in the near future. Yoshihiro can barely contain his excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Reika cups the teacup with both hands, gently blows on the surface, and takes delicate sips. Indeed, it's remarkable progress. However, something has been on my mind. Why would humanity want to venture into the galaxy? Naturally, to establish new homes across the vast cosmic expanse and on various planets. And then what? Terraforming the atmosphere, cultivating land, building metropolises, raising future generations, spreading knowledge. So in other words, we're simply relocating our earthly lifestyle to a different place. But don't you think this is a noble endeavor? Even after such grand visions, the mundanity of daily life won't simply disappear. She's got a point. Will the pioneers who claim planetary resources first be selfless enough to welcome those who come after? Will the descendants of the migrants accept a homeland they've never seen? How will cultural barriers be addressed? Won't conflicts arise between an overextended Earth government and its distant colonists? I just think that interstellar colonization will likely devolve into yet another cliched space drama. Humans are humans, no matter where we go. The selfishness, hostility, and mysticism you see today won't magically disappear just because we're on another planet. Being around high school age during the Golden Age makes Yata one of the oldest constructs in Babylonia. Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. During the Golden Age, yeah. It was during her high school year that the punishing virus came out, I think, as well. But yeah, she is very old then. She's the oldest. Children might think space travel is cool, but we need to look beyond that as adults. With all this effort we're wasting, what kind of future are we really discussing here? A lot of problems can't be solved through idealism alone. Also, earlier in the chapter, she did say that the last time she was on this island was half a century ago. And a century is like 100 years, right? So around 50 years ago. So Yata is like in her 60s, basically. Though I'm an idealist myself, I'm deeply aware of humanity's inherent limitations. Pardon my frankness, Doctor, but your view of human nature is too pessimistic. That's precisely my forte. I'm not against the idea of space colonization, but everyone seems to be placing too much hope in it. What are your thoughts on this? Yoshihito senses there's more to Reiko's words than meets the eye. Whoa, Ascension OST? Fake Ascension, I mean? That's a throwback. Grandma looking kinda good. With a smile, Reiko slowly raises her index finger to her temple. The mind. The mind. I believe this is where our revolution should begin. By connecting the consciousness of all humanity, we can build a new homeland in the realm of the mind. Connecting all of humanity together. Yes, by breaking down the barriers of distrust between human minds, we can build a utopia within our collective unconscious. In the end, we will reach our spiritual Eden, a place of pure tranquility, free from all conflict. But would this issue you just mentioned truly vanish in this spiritual Eden of yours? Human Instrumentality Project. What if, one day, we could just simply delete the unnecessary parts of human nature? Are you saying you want to control the minds of all of humanity? For humanity's future, we must evolve into a superior species. Wouldn't you agree? Let us unify all human will and usher in a new age of enlightenment. This is an unprecedented and deeply disturbing proposition. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this absurd. Before Yoshihiro could finish speaking, Kohei furrows his brows and steps forward with a bow, appearing seemingly eager to explain. Genji would be proud. Reika gently sets down her teacup, and Kohei, reading the room, promptly steps back. The atmosphere grows tense as both sides fall silent, while Yoshihiro calmly continues preparing tea. Reika raises her head to survey her surroundings, her gaze falling on an array of ornate knives displayed on the wall. My, how beautiful. How are these swords all part of your collection? Indeed. My ancestors were renowned swordsmiths, and I practiced bladesmithing in my spare time. These pieces on display are my recent works, though I must apologize for their humble quality. Magnificent. Even sheathed, their deadly nature shines through their elegant forms. Such beautiful blades. I envy your skilled hands. I notice there's even a monomolecular vibration blade among them. Do you craft these scientific weapons as well? I do. I studied under weapon designers specifically for this. I deeply admire the concept of infusing traditional blades with modern technology. I'm quite fascinated by them as well. Would you consider crafting one for me someday? Of course, Doctor. I'd be happy to craft one for you whenever you wish. However, Reika Saotome points to a corner of the weapon display wall. It's missing two swords over there, no? Missing? Let me take a look. Yoshihiro turns his head curiously and sees two conspicuously empty spots on the display wall. How strange. They were here this morning. I must have left them somewhere. Isono High. Shower area. Girls' locker room. The shower head streams water over Yata's hair, washing away the soap suds. Having worked up a sweat, she's savoring this rare moment of relaxation. She gently turns the mixer tap to raise the water temperature, and soon her body is enveloped in steam and bubbles. Ah, this feels nice. Sometime later, Yata turns off the faucet. Voices of two girls chattering drift over from the adjacent shower stall. Hey, did you know that creepy girl from second year won this year's Miss Misono? Well, she's pretty popular with the boys. All the boys seem to have a thing for her. Give me a break. She barely even shows up to class anymore. She just won because of her pretty face. That whole sick excuse is probably just a lie. eyes are terrifying, like something you'd see on a murderer. Yeah, who knows? Maybe she really did kill someone at the hospital, don't you think? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Haha, got such a wicked tongue, Kanako. Hey, you jerk, stop talking trash about people behind their backs. Yata slams her fist against the door panel, deliberately raising her voice to make herself heard. Two girls, who were just cheerfully chatting away, fall into an immediate silence. After about 30 seconds... Sorry, we're leaving. Sorry. The rushed footsteps fade away, leaving only the sound of dripping water in the bathroom. When Yata emerges from after changing clothes, she finds Yuka standing in the sunset, staring ahead with an expressionless face. You were in there for quite a while, Yata. Did something happen? The water heater's broken. The water was going back between hot and cold every 5 seconds. Wasn't the most pleasant experience, if you ask me. I guess the stars aren't aligned for you today. No hot showers in your future, or fortune. Yuka turns her face away, covering her mouth with her left hand as she speaks softly. You just laughed, didn't you, Yuka? Trying to sneak a giggle behind my back, huh? No, of course not. I would never. Let's go. Yata pounces on Yuka and tickles her. As they walk together, they fall into casual conversation. You know how I went to check out the school band? Well, turns out everyone was playing percussion instruments. They said playing recorders was too boring, so one by one they started picking up these big instruments instead. Say, Yuka, have you ever played the recorder? I did, but people kept stealing my mouthpiece, so I just gave up on it altogether. Why? Really? The thieves around here sure have weird taste in what they steal. While you were away from school, the band practically turned into the percussion club. Huh? Why? The club members thought percussion would make for better performances. Plus, they'd get more views when they upload their videos online. We've got 2 girls on the marimba, a new kid on the glockenspiel, and another one on the drums. When I dropped by a few days ago, they were all practicing with burning enthusiasm. It was quite a sight, but somehow everything came together perfectly. People sure are amazing. What about you, Yata? What instrument are you playing? I can only dance. I don't know how to play anything. she b-boys. She breakdances, bro. Considering her intro and outro animations during a mission, I'd believe her. I'm not surprised. She's about to windmill. She's going to do the windmill on these corrupted. Don't worry about it. I heard that even some of the quieter instrument players double as dancers. Anyone who can be on stage deserves respect, no matter what they do. It's kind of embarrassing, but sports seems to be the only thing I'm good at. I don't even know what to write for next month's career planning survey. About that, what are your plans, Yata? Well, I'm not really sure either, and since I'm good at running, I figure I'll stick with that. To be honest, I'm just happy as long as I can keep running on the track. I love the feeling when I'm drenched in sweat and pushing past my limits. When my body's exhausted, my mind stops wandering. That's how I keep myself from overthinking things. My coach says someone like me should compete in as many tournaments as possible while I'm still young. Maybe I'll become a track athlete, or maybe I can be a PE teacher when I retire. That seems to be how everyone does it. Everyone is old before they know it. What about you, Yuka? I'm pretty mediocre, academically speaking. I don't really have many options open to me. Aren't you pretty good at liberal arts? You won an award for your essay writing, no? I've never found studying interesting. I only entered those competitions to make Dr. Saltame happy. But I'm not so sure if I feel the same anymore. You're good at track and field, so you can get into a good university through the sports program. And me? I'm mediocre at everything. The only things I'm good at are flower arrangement and origami. And those won't help me get into university at all. Maybe someday, and that's if I ever make it that far, I'll just work at a local flower shop. But you know, even getting into a top university doesn't guarantee you'll make it big these days. Robots are everywhere in every industry now, and the welfare system is pretty comprehensive. Only the absolute elite can create any real value nowadays. Everyone else can just live fine without even working. Finding something you love to do is better than being lost about what to do with your life, right? Well, I guess that does make some sense. Thank you, Yata. Speaking of that music box we talked about earlier, where should we get the materials? I can ask my friends in the Handicrafts Club to help me purchase them. That's what I'm talking about. Wait, Yata, there seems to be a crowd gathering up ahead. Ah, it's those troublemakers again. Time to teach them a good lesson. Yata takes out her disciplinary committee armband from her bag and slips it onto her arm with practiced precision. Are the disciplinary committee? Hell yeah! The boys seem unaware of Yata's swift approach. Sick, right? I swapped the science sword for my old man. Absolutely sick, boss. Those biker punks are gonna be shaking in their boots now. Hey, Masao, let me borrow one of those. You've got two anyway. Listen up, these aren't meant for dealing with some biker gang. These babies can cut through steel like butter. Watch it or you might lose a hand. The red one is called Rainbow Breaker, and the blue one is Snow's Grace. Got that? That's our boss for you. As the delinquents gather around to admire the weapons, measured footsteps echo from afar. Bringing restricted weapons onto school grounds is a serious violation, you know. State your names, one by one. I'll be confiscating those little toys of yours. Yata peers at what Masao is holding, her expression turning to puzzlement. Those aren't toys. Monomolecular vibration blades. Military-grade tactical weapons. Where did you get such dangerous weapons? Well, well, you know your stuff, girlie. My father is a weapons engineer. That's why I know. Boss, that's Yata, the infamous delinquent disciplinary officer. The DDO. Is she the she-devil of the disciplinary committee who single-handedly took down half a biker gang? What in the world are these ridiculous nicknames? Yeah, just call her Fulgur. Fulgur? 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 Huh, are you all scared of some girl? I don't care if she's some legendary disciplinary officer or whatever. Hey Yata, heard you used to be one of us delinquents. How'd you end up becoming the school's lapdog? Why don't you join us instead? Help me rule this whole damn island. Not interested. You're really starting to get on my nerves. Tell you what, fight me one-on-one. If you're still standing after 10 rounds, I'll do whatever you say. Just so you know, I'll go easy on you. Ready? Hey, that's my line, damn it. As Masao Sako eagerly rolls up his sleeves for a fight, a black shadow suddenly strikes from below at an angle, catching the corner of his eye. What? Oh! His body lurches backward uncontrollably as the world spins before his eyes. His back slams against the ground, and only after several breaths does the pain in his jaw finally catch up to him. He struggles to sit up and shakes his head vigorously a few times before his vision finally comes back into focus. We're still continuing like this? What? Continue? What just happened? Don't tell me some chick knocked me flat with one punch. That's impossible. No, something's not right. Boss, you okay? That dirty witch pulled a sneak attack. What are you standing around for? Help him up, quick! The lackeys finally realize they should help Masao up, but his legs are still too weak to support him. Back off. I don't need no help. I don't need your support. You want everyone to laugh at me or what? Yata, don't get cocky. I'll be back for revenge, mark my words. Shakes fist. You said that last time, and the time before that. When are you actually gonna knock me out, idiot? Yata delivers a sharp-tongued scolding. Masao Osako freezes for a moment, clearly fazed by her words. Look, you've got zero talent for being a delinquent. Why not try hitting the books instead? With that can-do attitude of yours, you might even become a top student if you actually tried. You'll pay for this, Yata! At a pathetic display, Masao snatches up his pair of science swords and makes a hasty retreat with his lackey support. You're collecting quite a few titles now, Yata. I don't get it. Does glorifying their opponent make their defeat more honorable or something? Say, were you a delinquent before becoming a disciplinary committee member? I was always late and getting hassled by the committee. Figured if I couldn't beat them, might as well join them. Just went ahead and applied. Turns out they were actually looking for someone who could throw their weight around. Stumbling your way onto the side of justice. How fitting. Let's head back. It's getting late. Of course. Meanwhile, a dejected Masao Osako trudges back to his family mansion. Having stolen his father's swords that morning just to show off, he now needs to return them without catching anyone's attention. Praying his father hasn't noticed, Masao tiptoes his way to the reception room. Voices drift from inside. It seems there are guests. His curiosity piqued, Masao presses his ear against the wall to listen. Want to experiment on minors for some far-fetched fantasy of yours? The adolescent brain possesses greater neuroplasticity than that of adults. Among minors, females show higher stability rates than males. This is statistically proven. Dr. Saltome, do you have any children of your own? Yes, I do. A daughter. She's currently attending Misono High. If your daughter was deemed a suitable candidate, would you subject her to these experiments as well? Without a doubt. As a mother, I would be honored to have her participate in such a crucial experiment. Unfortunately, my daughter has a congenital heart condition. I'm afraid she won't be able to shoulder this important responsibility. No matter what, I cannot accept this request of yours. Dr. Osako, do you realize this decision could determine humanity's future? Once Miss Saltome's proposal proves viable, humanity will have the opportunity to advance to a higher plane of existence. No scientific advancement is worth sacrificing a single human life. Pardon my frankness, but your views are rather outdated. That's enough, Kohei. Mr. Osako, I understand your concerns. I value life as much as you do, however. Sometimes we must take calculated risks for the sake of humanity's future. We take every precaution to protect our test subjects, and all procedures are carefully adjusted according to their physical conditions. We have reliable risk management protocols in place, and an experienced medical support team standing by. There's still some time before the initial review. I'll submit a more comprehensive report in the coming days. You can make your final decision then, after reviewing all the details. And as an ethics committee member appointed by the Science Council, I have my own position and judgment on this matter. I shall take my leave then. Hearing the rustling of movement from inside the room, Masao quickly ducks beneath the window on the other side. By the way, I just thought of an interesting question I'd like to ask you, Mr. Osako. Please go ahead, Doctor. As an accomplished bladesmith, what would you consider to be the sharpest of blades? The sharpest blade. Every blade in existence has its unique merits. It would be difficult to answer from the perspective of individual cases. That's an excellent question. I shall give it more casual consideration, or careful consideration. Until we meet again, then. Until we meet again. Masao sees the beautiful woman and the man in the formal suit leaving the house's reception room. The man appears somewhat displeased, while the woman maintains a gentle smile. Miss Saltome, don't worry, everything's fine. Go ahead and make the preliminary preparations for the experiment. Yes. Shortly after, the two get into a black luxury sedan, driving away from the mansion. Who are they? That was a long node. It's our backstory right there. Hang on, I'll be right back. I'm going to get more water. Okay, I'm back. Ugh. The perfect fit. Okay. Isono High, April 11th, Isono Grand Hall. As far back as the Golden Age, many scholars have had already proposed different interpretations of the concept of collective unconscious. However, regardless of which theoretical approach we examine, they all share the same fundamental understanding. Namely, it is an innate, instinctive component deeply rooted in the deepest layer of the human unconscious. As she speaks, Rika steps to the side, revealing multiple reference images on the projection screen behind her. These manifest themselves through religion, mythology, art, dreams, and various forms of symbolism. To use an imperfect analogy, they are like collective experiences passed down from our ancestors, accumulated in our minds through generations. But is that really all there is to it? Reika shifts her tone as she changes slides, displaying a series of unique social phenomena case studies organized by geographical regions. You may recall an unusual phenomenon from a few years ago. There was a sharp increase in university dropout rates worldwide, accompanied by a surge of academic aversion among young people. The medical community even coined a new term, academic dysphoria. Similar cases are shown here in these figures. At the time, most experts defined these as symptoms of desire regression, a societal illness born from material excess in our era. Does this explanation really make sense, though? The screen changes again, breaking down detailed statistics from various regions. Across the globe, regions with different social developments and cultural ideologies experience this brief synchronous phenomenon in remarkable uniformity. Can we really dismiss this as merely a societal illness? Before she even finishes talking, a wave of whispers and rustling spreads through the conference hall. The scattered sounds of turning pages mingle with hushed conversations. Nonsense. Just another attention seeker desperate for fame. What a waste of time. Utterly absurd. Reika continues her presentation as if she hasn't heard any of the whispers. For this purpose, I specifically sought out multiple subjects worldwide and conducted several group studies based on different criteria, including case studies and geographical locations. When we focused on brainwave signals, we discovered an interesting phenomenon. In identical cases, test subjects of different ages and ethnicities consistently produced inaudible low-frequency brain signals when focusing on the same cognitive target. These noise segments exhibit both correlation and regularity between them. It appears to be a form of communication, or at least it's a possibility we cannot rule out. These adolescents were complete strangers to one another. If human consciousness is truly closed off and private, what caused their brains to produce these identical anomalous signals? What follows is my hypothesis. The human brain is constantly receiving consciousness signals from other individuals, and simultaneously, unconsciously radiating their own consciousness signals outward. The collective unconscious is like a vast spiderweb, woven from different streams of information. While our individual consciousnesses are separate, there are no barriers in the latent collective unconscious. Minors are more sensitive to abnormal signals, with their cognition and decision-making being immediately affected. To prove this theory, I came to this Academy Island. After this, we will conduct an experiment called consciousness projection. Volunteers will have nanomachines injected to locate their neural signals, which will then be uploaded to a computer for analysis. Through computer input, the pulse emitter will send specific commands to targeted groups. The purpose is to verify whether humans, as a species, are capable of consciousness-based communication that transcends language. Professor, aren't both the volunteers and the target groups underage? This is absolutely insane! To gamble with children's lives for such an absurd hypothesis. Someone from the audience interrupts impatiently. No matter how you sugarcoat it, this is nothing but a grand hypnosis show. What a waste of time. Amid a chorus of complaints, the scholars who came for the lecture storm out of the hall indignantly. The audience finds it impossible to reconcile such bizarre statements coming from such a highly esteemed professor. As the lecture hall gradually empties, Reika continues her presentation with an unwavering smile. Nevertheless, I urge you all to keep an eye on the developments in this field and the progress of our experiments. By the time Reika finishes her final words, only a handful of people remain in what was, until minutes ago, a packed lecture hall. She calmly gathers her materials and exits the lecture hall. Now I see why Asimov says she was wasted potential. Among the seats, as people shake their heads and leave, a small slender figure remains seated. Why don't they believe a word she said? It's not like they don't believe her, it's more like they think it's just really stupid. Or no, not that stupid, they just don't want human experimentation. Dr. Saltame put so much effort into explaining everything, yet all they did was mock and jeer. How dare they call themselves scholars when they act like this? Were you not listening to anything they were saying? I see how it is now. You must be jealous of the doctor's talent. That has to be it. Girl, come on. Yuka leaves the lecture hall with a heavy heart. Her vacant eyes meet the harsh sunlight, reflecting her inner confusion. Meanwhile, Reika receives some troubling news. With a heavy tone, her assistant Kohei delivers the preliminary review results of the consciousness experiment. Human experimentation? No. I regret to inform you that your former classmate, Mr. Osako, exercised his veto power at the hearing. As you know, Mr. Osako is a steadfast conservative who rarely changes his stance. The second review will be make or break, Dr. Satome. Yoshihiro, huh? After all these years, he hasn't changed one bit. But then again, that's the Yoshihiro I remember. Don't worry, just proceed as usual. I'm feeling a bit tired today. Let's leave it at that for now. By the way, I've sent the inspection report we discussed last week to your residence. Please make sure to review it. I'll get back to you before midnight tonight. Please take good care of yourself. In the setting sun, Kohei takes a 90-degree bow at Reika as she leaves. Without looking back, she just continues walking aimlessly ahead. Today hasn't been kind to her, as she faces one setback after another. As a researcher, she has long grown numb to such setbacks. Yet while she may suppress her emotional turmoil, there's no escaping physical exhaustion. Hoping aerobic exercise might help with her aches, Reika decides to walk home. She stops in her tracks as she passes a candy store with its floor-to-ceiling stained glass walls. Through the display window, she sees various pastries laid out, and a pair of twins picking out their birthday treats with their parents. Something about this scene stirs up memories of Reika's own childhood. Back then, her father would frequently take her to a candy store, leaving her in the care of the shopkeeper's wife. Then he would go to meet his mistress, sometimes not returning until the next day. Fortunately for her father, Reika wasn't one to cry or make a fuss. Instead, she would use her father's credentials to browse university research papers. She would lose herself for hours in articles about complex power systems, completely forgetting about food and sleep. Speaking of, I think it's Yuka's birthday today. I should probably get her something. After checking her calendar, Reika pushes open the door to a candy shop. Welcome! What would you like to buy today? I'm looking for a gift for a girl, a high school girl. I can help with that, but high school girls are interested in different things. What kind of things does she like? I'm sorry, but I actually don't know. If you don't mind me asking, are you her parent? Yes, but I'm too busy and rarely have time to spend with her. Is that so? After much deliberation, Reika leaves the shop with a gift box, maintaining her dignified composure. When she finally arrives home, only a single small lamp illuminates the living room. Yuka appears to have already gone to bed. Reika places the cake she bought on the shoe cabinet. While changing her shoes, she notices an envelope on the table. She approaches the table and carefully examines the envelope. It shows no signs of having been opened. Every morning, the housemaid in charge of cleaning checks the mailbox and brings in any mail she finds in there. Reika opens the envelope and finds a physical examination report inside. She quickly skims its contents. The top scorer in the physical examination is Yata. As expected. Reika's index finger traces across the final page, which contains the combined results of genetic sensitivity tests and neural assessments. After comprehensive evaluation across multiple criteria, the most suitable qualified candidate is Yuka Saotome. Reika's hand, still gripping the envelope, drops to her side. Her gaze falls on the cake sitting atop the shoe cabinet. Well, how could it be? Physically speaking, she's anything but a qualified candidate. Did they make a mistake with this report? With this thought, Reika dials Kohei's number. Yes, ma'am? Kohei, is that testing facility reliable? They're reliable. They've never made a mistake. Have you seen the results? They were sent directly to your residence. I see. Guess I was worried for nothing. I was a bit surprised to see Yuka's name on it. Yuka, the child you adopted. This is, I recall she had a heart condition. We kept her around as a tool for landing on the island back then. Who knew she'd actually prove useful? I'll go ahead with preparations right away. Hold on, Kohei. I want to hear what she thinks about this. Doctor, if I may be so bold to ask. Kohei's tone becomes somewhat suspicious. You do remember that the child has a congenital heart condition and won't live long, right? Do not forget, Kohei. I'm the one who makes the call here. I want her to live, not die. Of course, ma'am. Understood. Yuka has to live. And not just her, but all the other test subjects too. Our purpose is to benefit humanity, not to commit crimes. Yes. However, let's proceed with the preparations using Yuka as our primary candidate. Understood. Also, I'd like to inform you of some recent progress. Corona Group's pharmaceutical company has agreed to work with us. We'll have access to a new batch of drugs. As for the school, all the doctors in the infirmary are our people. The procurement representatives have taken money from the board of directors and will keep our tracks covered. The laboratory is staffed with experienced researchers we've worked with before. Theoretically, we can begin the experiments at any time. Well done. I'll handle things with Yoshihiro Osaka myself. By the way, Kohei, how long have you been working under me? It's been over 6 years. Is something the matter? Do you ever regret it? Not at all. It's been my honor to work under you, and you can always count on me to be at your disposal. Thank you. It's getting late. You should get some rest. After hanging up the phone, Reika sits on the sofa, lost in thought for a full 15 minutes. Then, she turns off the living room lights and retires for the night. On the other side of the wall, a frail silhouette takes a step back and puts on wooden clogs. Yuka crouches down along the wall, hugging her knees. Her face glows with an unsettling blush of joy. She finally knows me. Do allow me to become Prometheus, Doctor. I'll definitely make myself useful, but you'll pay attention to me like you used to back in the days. 3 hours ago. Mansion of the Saltomes. Doctor, I'm back. As usual, the living room is empty and lifeless. The maid left half an hour ago. Guess Dr. Saltome isn't home yet. Yuka places her leather shoes in the shoe cabinet. While taking off her socks, she notices an envelope on the table. Yuka is drawn to the letter, her curiosity getting the better of her. After glancing around, she hobbles over with one slipper on. The envelope bears no signature, seemingly an intentional attempt to remain discreet. But this only makes Yuka's curiosity grow more uncontrollable by the second. I wonder what's in it. After a moment's hesitation, Yuka opens the envelope and pulls out an examination report. Compatibility test report. After a comprehensive evaluation across multiple criteria, the most suitable qualified candidate is Yata. Oh! As Yuka reads these words, her brows furrow deeply while her trembling lips remain tightly pressed together. A qualified test subject. Could this be the experiment Dr. Saltome mentioned before? So this is why she's interested in Yata. It has to be because of this report. That has to be it. But Yata, why does it have to be you? Yuka continues flipping through the report until her eyes catch several lines marked in red. Note, this experiment will place extreme physical strain on the participant's body and cause severe exhaustion. Participants may experience severe side effects including permanent complications and possible brain death. That's the kind of experiment it is? No. I won't let my best friend take part in an experiment like this. Never. Besides, why did they pick Yata instead of me? I'm clearly more qualified here. Yata is perfectly healthy. She could even get a sports scholarship to university with her athletic abilities. Unlike her, I have nothing to lose. I'm the one who should become this Prometheus Dr. Satome talked about. I'm sure I'll catch Dr. Satome's attention again if I take part in the experiment. And then I'll be her favorite again. Yuka glances furtively around the living room, making sure she is alone. She picks up the envelope and squints at its seal. The adhesive. It's envelope glue number 6014. Thermal printer font. So the letter can be destroyed at any time, huh? Then heat is all it takes for the text to vanish without a trace. All I need to do is change Yata's name to mine. Yes, that would work perfectly. I'm sure no one's going to notice the difference. With her nimble fingers and creative mind, Yuka is a star member of Misono High's Handicrafts Club. Unlike the athletically gifted Yata, the meticulous Yuka excels in delicate work. With the right tools, she can make open letters look pristine and untouched. In no time, she produces a flawless forgery that appears entirely untouched. Forgive me, Dr. Satome. I only did this so that you'll pay attention to me again. Even if I'm to die a miserable death, I wouldn't regret it one bit. Besides, I don't think I'm gonna last much longer with this heart of mine anyway. Artificial Island Research Institute. Have you spoken with the girl? She agreed without a moment's hesitation. Isn't that a good thing? I mean, if she's happy with it. I told her she might die. If she didn't care at all, I'm just worried. I'm afraid she's just looking for a way to die. Does she truly understand what we're asking of her? I believe Yuka is prepared to repay your kindness for raising her. That is, by sacrificing herself to an experiment that could change humanity's fate, letting her life bloom like fireworks. Is that really what she thinks? I urge you to make your resolution. What if this is Yuka's wish? Her wish. If it truly is her wish, then Dr. Satome, I'm afraid you're the one who's being hesitant here. I believe this is a crucial opportunity for your research career. Should any issues arise, I'll take full responsibility. Oh boy. Steady speed ahead. 2 achievements. Alright. With that, we conclude the opening ceremony of the second Hydrangea Island High School Track and Field Championship. We thank all of you for your participation, and of course, we extend our gratitude to our host, Misono High, for their generous support and these excellent facilities. Next up is the women's 800-meter race. All participants, please proceed to the check-in area. Hey look, it's Yata, our school's ace. She's starting her warm-up. The track queen of Misono. She seems super chill. Must be pretty confident in herself, I bet. Student council members clear the crowd from the track, making way for the athletes. Among the 8 colored lanes, Yata stands on lane 4, her brows furrowed. Wait, didn't she just run here? Isn't that going to affect her performance? She's playing mind games. She's putting pressure on the other athletes here. You go, Yata! Yata stretches her shoulders on the distant track, her brows furrowed in concentration. Just my luck. Haven't even had breakfast. Whatever, I should warm up first. She does a quick stretch, confirming her body is still in good form. 50-50. 2 short whistles from the referee signal the athletes to return to their starting positions. Their warm-up complete. Star athletes from different schools take their positions at the starting line, with Yata standing out among them. This side of the track is lined with Misono High cheerleaders and supporters. most of whom are junior track and field club members. Yata lifts her head and scans the crowd of supporters, searching for a certain someone among them. Yuka's not here, but she promised the other day she'd come to cheer me on. She doesn't seem like someone who'd just stand people up, though. Oh well. Just as Yata's mind begins to wander away from the race, a sharp whistle snaps her back to reality. On your marks. The crack of the starting pistol follows, and the runners burst into motion. Yata leans forward, lowering her center of gravity to secure an advantageous position. The crowd comes alive with excitement as the commentator, seated under the shelter, begins their race coverage. And they're off, taking the lead is Yata, the track queen of Misono High. What blazing speed! Is Yata planning to sprint right from the first lap? Looks like she's built up quite the stamina reserve. Misono's field erupts with cheers and encouragement as sweat glistens under the sun. With powerful arm swings, Yata blazes through the curve and past the timing sensors. At the 400-meter mark, Misono's Yata is way ahead of the pack. Hold on, what kind of pace is this? Yata's first 400 meters has already shattered the high school girls' league record. How is this possible? This is an 800-meter race. Hey, is the timer broken or something? While the announcer scrambles to verify the results with the staff, the other runners are just finishing their first 400 meters. Yata continues forward with powerful strides, maintaining her steady rhythm and breathing. She's grown accustomed to this solitary scene. No companions by her side, just herself. She races toward the distant finish line, chasing both the sunlight and the shadow of herself from yesterday. Her mind finds peace as she runs, physical discomfort and emotional burden melting away in pure concentration. This is Yata's most cherished and enchanting moment. Only now can she truly feel the essence of youth. There's barely any slowdown in Yata's second lap. What kind of monster is she? Here it comes, the final stretch. Although there's no doubt who's going to win at this rate. The winner is Yata from Misono High. Arms spread wide, Yata crosses the finish line, becoming the first champion of this athletic meet. The junior members of the track team swarm around Yata with water bottles in hand, their words of praise filling her ears. Amidst the celebration, she casts a lonely glance toward the starting line. Must have been something urgent. Maybe she's sick? Back to reality. Spooky. All right. So the stage achievement. It says interact with the books in the first classroom on a chair after putting the mask on the statue. Only interact with the masked statue sitting down. Well, yeah, I'll just do it as I go here.
開いてる。こっちにいるの。また
Incoming transmission.
シバ、シバ、どこな。
Barcode. Oh, she does have barcode. I just noticed.
力がシバ、痛いとこ。通信では病室って保健室か。
The books in March 31st. Finally got those two senior girls on board, just one member away from the official establishment of the Kaidan Club, but even 4 members are not many. Those student union guys are probably going to reject our application with something like no official club activities. Merp. What should I do? Hope the fourth one is someone popular. Will someone... Oh, hope the fourth one will be someone popular. They just forgot the B. Right, let's invite Yuka then. She's lovely, and she's the adopted daughter of Mrs. Saltome. As long as she's in the club, there'll be more people to join us in the future. Broken statue. Weird statue in the classroom. The color on the surface has weathered and faded, but it still seems vivid, as if the figure would come to life the next second. Don't say that. They're doing the squatty potty. It looks like they're taking... It looks like they're just taking a dump. Squatting. What funny story. A long time ago, my friend had just came back from like visiting Vietnam. And then he told me a funny ass story where he was waiting in the car, but when he looked out on the side view mirror, he sees a dude squatting, taking a shit on the side of the building. He said he took a photo of it and he showed me it, and I laughed so fucking much. Jesus. Listen, man. Listen, man, I don't do horror. Weird no mask. A mask removed from a statue. Upon its removal, the surroundings have changed. The mask gives off a disturbing aura, making one wonder what kind of role it plays in this weird no play. There are people who would pay big money to be in your friend's shoes. The funny thing is, you're not wrong. Not one of them, but still. Yeah. Okay, so after putting on the mask on the statue, the next classroom I enter, there should be some books on the thing. Wait, what? I see.
扉が開いてる。誰か来てたんだ。
It's that 8 feet tall woman. Misono Bunshun. Join the Kaidan Club. The fire in the science and engineering classroom at night. The girl sobbing in the bathroom. And the running statue. Are you interested in these supernatural phenomena? Join the Kaidan Club and find the kami of Kaidan with us. Physical examination. Misono High School is planning to carry out a regular physical examination on April 5th among all the students and faculty. Please follow the regulations and attend on time. Upcoming track and field events. The second annual high school track and field championship of Hydrangea Island will soon be held in our school. We wish our track and field athletes good luck in the competition. Hey man, what you doing in here? What you doing? What you looking at? Weekly record. Weekly injections of medications completed as required. It's surprising that Yuka didn't show any reaction during any of the injections. Instead, she double-checked if the process was fully carried out and if there was anything else we could do for greater progress, because she wanted to fulfill teacher's wish as soon as possible. But her body will reject these medications. Besides, she has congenital heart disease. Anyway, this is none of my business. Just do the job and take the money. Real. Battered.
備忘録だ。忘れん坊の先生だね。
Battered memo. April 5th. It's the day of the physical examination for the students and teachers. Don't forget to send the results to the blah 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 lab tomorrow. April 6th. I organized the reports. Although I'm not a doctor, Yata is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate in terms of physical conditions. April 8th. Yuka's health is still not good. The key for her is ready. Remember to give it to her. This is a memo. They're doing it again, where they write down the sighs and the groans and whatever and the coughs on the memos. It's funny. The person who wrote this memo actively wrote down sigh. April 10th. It's the day to reset the password again. This time I'll reset it to 410 plus another 10 and it'll be 420. Key and 410. I don't like how silent it is. There's a statue behind there. I see you. I see you. I'm leaning away from my monitor. I am leaning away from my monitor. Oh. Diagnosis report. May 11th, 10:35. Yuka was taken, blah, 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 blah. Observation period 3 days. May 12th, 15:40. Masao Osako has his wound dressed. May 13th, 9:31. Yuka has a mild fever and is under observation in the secret ward. 17:03. The fever is gone. May 14th, 11:27. Yuka has slight hallucinations, one of the side effects of the medications, and remains under observation in the secret ward. May 15th. Yuka's condition is now stable. Memo, April 18th. Can't believe I saw Yuka Saltome. I thought she was here for treatment as a patient. It turns out she's qualified. April 24th. I watered the flower today. 3 days later than the last time. It withered a bit. Can't forget it next time. April 25th. That's weird. I can't find my key again. Let's ask Yuka first. Thank goodness I gave her a key as well. May 10th. It's time to change that password again. This rule is not friendly to me. I'll swap the first digit with the third digit this time. Hope I won't forget the password. No, I hope I won't forget to check the memo. First digit with the third digit? So it's 014? Secret observation room usage log. April 1st, Yuka Saltome from class blah blah grade blah blah AM. April 2nd, Yuka Saltome. April 4th, April 5th. Oh, on April 2nd, she was there during the day, early in the day. April 4th was during the afternoon or evening. April 5th was the entire day. They should have done this shit with Cantarella's companion story. They should have gone more spooky with Cantarella's story. Oh, whoops, that's wrong. supposed to be 0. Still nothing. Oh, fuck. God damn it. uh,
今のは何をまた意識界への干渉
oh. May 2nd. Today is the campus of Misono. I should have written this diary in a better mood, but Yuka was not on her seat when school was over. Speaking of which, I haven't seen her much lately. Did she hate me because I kept inviting her to the club? I'm so sorry. Kishi, if you insist on finding someone popular, why not try Yata instead? Well, the senior girls comforted me like this. But it's not just about having someone popular on board. And it's not like I hate Yata or anything, but the Misono Queen of Track and Field title would scare the kami of Kaitan away. Anyway, I'll try someone else.
さっきのやつはいないな。今のうちに下の階に行こう。
Oh, what the hell? Oh no, it's just the statue from earlier. Oh. June 10th. Recently, a man has been asking people about something at the crossroads, and I ran into him today. He asked how Mrs. Saltame had been doing lately, and if she had shown any weird behaviors at school. How would I know that? It's not like I can read her mind. I'm more concerned about her daughter, to be honest. If she was a rare fairy before, then she has already become a super rare fairy these days. After the discussion with the senior girls, we agreed that it's fine to have only 3 members, as long as we can observe some supernatural phenomena. Therefore, we decided to pay a night visit to the campus on June 20th. How I look forward to it. I'm too excited to sleep just thinking about it.
Sensei が保健室の鍵を優香に渡してたはず。でも、まだある。とにかく、優香の教室を調べるか。
Locked health room secret space. The door is protecting the secret hidden in the health room like a guard. To get it out of the way, one will have to hand in the key to the room. I remember I saw it somewhere. Yuka has it, and her classroom is on the 2nd floor. Perhaps it's on her seat. Oh. Oh. Hey, dude. So this is where the stage achievement happens. In the first classroom. Interacted with the books in the first classroom on a chair after putting... On the chair? It's like, there's multiple different chairs. June 21st. I woke up on the bed in the health room this morning. Somehow I collapsed that class last night when we were on campus, and so did the senior girls. Did we run into the god of Kaitan? The school doctor said it was caused by some gas leak. I don't believe it. It's not that simple, but the school seems to be more guarded tonight, and it's impossible to get in. And the strange man at the crossroads has disappeared. I like the quietness, but I have a weird feeling about it. Yata's seat. I used to sit here, row 3, column 3. Can't believe they even had me sit in the center of the classroom to prevent me from getting let. That's it? Hang on, let me read the thing again. Oh. Maybe it'll show up later. Maybe there's another thing I gotta interact with later.
まただ。いつの間に。
Ready? Let me guess, I have to avoid that? Okay. Can't get out of the room. Is it still going to be there if I put this on? Okay, it's gone. Got the key. The text on the tag is blurred out but legible. Remains legible. The health room door is still waiting. 3rd floor.
Mite, Yata ちゃん。狐を折ったの。かわいい。
上手ね。
私にできるのはこれくらい。
Paper Fox. As a member of the handicraft department, Yuka often makes some delicate folded paper pendants. However, 10 years have passed. These 2 paper foxes still look new, as if they were just finished. I spent 20 minutes at this one node. Jesus. That instant camera.
振り切った。よし。
I've gotten jumped.
次は。
I got spooked like 3 times already. In this one node alone. Hey man, it's rude to point. Oh, I didn't get the stage achievement. What? Hang on, let me read the guide for this thing. It says, interact with the books in the first column on a chair after putting the mask on a statue. Only interact with the masked statue sitting down after collecting the book. What? I don't get that. I couldn't even go back into that. I interacted with everything I could find. That's weird. it. No, I'm gonna do it again just for the achievement. You won't scare me this time. I know what to expect now.
Dare? Hideてる。こっちにいるの。また通信だ。シバ、シバ、どこな。意識界の干渉で力がシバ、痛いとこ。通信では病室って保健室か。
Says interact with the books in the first classroom on a chair after putting the mask on a statue. Only interact with the masked statue sitting down after collecting the book.
What?なってんの？
And I can't go back unless...
彫像？何この顔。戻った。校舎が変わった。彫像に触ったせい。
Is there anything down here that I might have missed? No? Take that.
扉が開いてる。
That's open.
誰か来てたんだ。
Interact with these notes.
全部備忘録だ。忘れんぼの先生だね。誰かいる。敵、シバ。入れない。こいつら、さっきの音に。咲き誇れ、夜明けの花。
That's one of the diaries. How many diaries are there? It's like 4 diaries in total. I think it's 4.
こんなに長く優香の診療記録ばっかり。
Another memo.
壊れてない。ここから戻ればきっと中に入れる。 鍵が先に鍵を見つけないと。今のは何よ。また意識界への干渉。さっきのやつはいないな。今のうちに下の階に行こう。
I guess I was a little too antsy with that one, because that didn't happen before. Gotta wait for them to finish with their po. Or not. Never mind. Then there's this. It's another diary. Back to the beginning. This was the first diary. So far it's been 3, I think.
Yuka の席はあそこだ。
It's 4. Oops.
まただ。いつの間に。
Nothing. I'm still not getting the achievement. These are all still the same.
またこいつか。どうなってんの。振り切った。よし、次は。
Is there anything different if I go back here, maybe? The bed. There.
れは。
Huh. How am I missing it? I'm really determined to get this. You see a video. I'll get the achievement later. Let's just continue with the story. Summer, fireworks, and blank. Misono High School Infirmary on May 2nd. The curtains along the wall are drawn aside, revealing a hidden door that opens from within. The private ward is equipped with a single hospital bed and a window. Yuka rises from the bed, pressing a cotton ball against her right arm with her left hand. The school nurse disposes of the syringe and her used gloves in a nearby waste bin. The two make their way to the sofa in the infirmary. I heard you've been coughing up blood lately. Is this true? Yes, ever since I started the medication, I've been coughing up blood occasionally. Are you experiencing any other symptoms? Auditory hallucinations, visual hallucinations, and nightmares at night. I'll prescribe you some tranquilizers for these symptoms. But about the blood, we're already on the minimum dosage. If we lower it any further, your body will severely reject the nanomachine implants. Your constitution doesn't seem suitable for these experiments. Your heart condition is particularly concerning. Was that third-party assessment report really accurate? I'm fine. I may be physically weak, but I'm determined to see these experiments through. Please don't worry about me. Just give me the appropriate dosage. Well, then I suppose there's no point in hesitating. Don't forget to take your supplements and nutrients. You're looking quite pale. I'm always nauseous. No, you have to take them no matter what. Yes. Yuka packs her various medicines into her school bag and leaves the infirmary. Watching Yuka leave, the school nurse slumps in her chair like a deflated balloon. With trembling hands, she takes out a packet of cigarettes from her drawer, pulls one out, then throws it in the trash. This is ridiculous. As she turns back, the school nurse catches sight of the brown envelope in her drawer and freezes for a moment. Earlier that day, a person in black delivered it to her as arranged. Inside the brown envelope are non-sequential bills wrapped in newspaper. Also enclosed is a visiting lecturer invitation from the Hydrangea Island Medical Center. The school nurse quietly closes the drawer, walks to the window, and pulls out another cigarette. This time she lights it. At home, she has 2 daughters and a sick mother to care for, and they desperately need the money. The infirmary window overlooks the athletic field, where the girls' volleyball team practices in the setting sun. The school gates stand wide and open in the distance. Today is the open day and school festival of Misono High. Near the school building, Yata leans lazily against the wall, waiting for Yuka to finish changing her shoes. Class is running late today? Sorry, I dished after lunch. Sorry for the wait. I went to the infirmary because I sneezed last night. Hey, Yuka, there's the school's festival and the island's fireworks show tonight. Let's go together. Oh, I remember there was a shop last year that specialized in making no masks. No masks? What are those? Are you interested in them, Yuka? Yes, I'm really fond of the white fox masks. Would you mind coming with me to take a look later? Of course, but you'll have to come with me to get some food first. Sure, let's do that. Shops line the streets from the school grounds outward, their colorful lanterns and storefront signs intertwining. Students in their uniforms weave through the streets in small groups, creating a scene of unprecedented liveliness. The aroma of cumin mingles with a sweet scent of flowers as couples lay out picnic blankets beneath the cherry blossom trees for flower viewing. Amidst the bustling crowd, the night sky glows with a fierce crimson, illuminated by the festivities below. I'm gonna try every single fried and grilled snack on this tree. Never thought we'd run into people from outside Misono here. The school clubs are all hoping to make a killing today. I mean, they're all hoping to show off their talents. I just saw the percussion club setting up their drums. Looks like even those guys want a piece of the action. Hey, Yata, please wait. No masks limited. Is this the mask shop you were talking about? Oh my, what a pleasant surprise. What can I interest you ladies in? I'd like a fox deity mask. Could you help me pick out a nice design? With your beauty, miss, any of them would suit you perfectly. Would you like to give our latest design a try? The shop owner hands the fox mask to Yuka, who immediately puts it on. It's actually quite readable. What do you think, Yata? Oh, that is definitely a work of art. You feel completely different now with the mask on. Where did this classical elegance come from? I guess a beautiful face makes any mask work. Simply breathtaking, miss. Your beauty is like the bright moon veiled in mist. At first glance, you look like the fox deity yourself. Even Princess Kaguya would pale in comparison. With those praises, now I'm starting to worry if this will draw too much attention to me. As far as the design goes, I really like it. Let's go, Yata. Do you want some donga and grilled chicken? I got too many to finish by myself. It smells wonderful, but I can't handle food that's too greasy. You can treat me next time. Then, I'm gonna finish all of it. Hey Yata, want to try our shop's popcorn chicken? We've got a special secret sauce. Thanks, I'll take half a portion to go. Yata, you bet you've never tried our fried ice cream before. I'll take two. Oh, and don't forget our signature meat patties fried in olive oil and milk. Could you pack that in a bag for me, please? Hey Yata, want your fortune told? From crystal balls to tarot cards, take your pick. Well, why don't you tell me if I'll break any records in the next competition? It's like everyone from the clubs knows you. You've become quite the VIP around here, Yata. Don't worry, I'll burn all these calories off with a half marathon tomorrow. It's a bit bittersweet. All of last year's prize money from the competition went up in smoke on the street. As they talk, a pale yellow firework blooms in the night sky in the distance. Has the fireworks started? Hey Yuka, let's walk along the riverside. Before she even finishes her sentence, Yata grabs Yuka's hand and weaves through the crowd, diving into a small grove. Yata, why are we taking this path? There are so many mosquitoes. Let me tell you why. This is actually a shortcut to the riverside that I discovered last year. If we go through the main road, we'd run into a wall of loving couples, right? There. Standing behind all those lovey-dovey couples would just put me in a bad mood. A wall, huh? Hey, come on, keep up. Against the backdrop of distant, sporadic fireworks, the two of them weave their way through the dense forest. Amidst rustling leaves and low vegetation, two figures descend the steps of the forest pavilion side by side. A beautiful woman holds onto a man's arm, covering her mouth as she laughs and whispers to him. They look every bit like a couple in love. Please hold yourself together. You don't want people to see you like this, now do you? There are students of yours around here. Please hold yourself together. You don't want people to see you like this. I haven't seen lines repeated like this in a long time in one of these chapters. Are you always this timid, Yoshihiro? That's all in the past now. That's all in the past now. What is happening? What an embarrassing memory. You had quite a few admirers back then, and I didn't want to be the last guy in the world to go after you. What is happening? It just repeated itself again, another 2 times. What's wrong with meeting an old friend? Or perhaps were you expecting something more? Give me a break. You were the one who lured me here saying this was going to be some academic discussion. She passed away from cancer when Masao was still young. What? I'm very sorry to hear that. I'm getting so confused because the dialogue is just getting repeated. That's alright, I've come to terms with it after all these years. Okay, I'm guessing he's talking about his wife. Passed away due to, what was it, cancer? Yeah. It's been so long. Reika pulls his arm closer to her body. Don't you ever feel lonely? Taken aback, Yoshihiro furrows his brows and pulls his hand away from Reika. Unhad me, thought. Right now, all I care about is raising Masao. I have no capacity for anything else. Really? Reika tidies her disheveled hair, her smile unwavering. At that moment, fireworks burst in the sky, illuminating their faces in clarity. Reika's lips move, but her words are drowned out by the thundering fireworks. What did you just say? What did you say just now? Alright. Please. What? Okay, that entire conversation got me like... It's nice and quiet here, and the view of the fireworks is absolutely perfect from this spot. It's nice and... The breeze here during summer is so refreshing that you might just drift off into a comfortable nap. Ooh! Aja? Wow, this entire node, it was... Be careful though, it's slippery here around these tetrapods. It's all muddy and gross down there. Never mind that. Look, isn't it beautiful? The fireworks are getting closer to us. Brilliant bursts of color bloom one after another across the night sky. Yuka narrows her eyes, the various patterns of light dancing in her pupils. Round and flat, fireworks of every shape burst into brilliance before dissolving into wisps of white smoke that hover above the water. The fireworks. They're beautiful, fleeting yet enchanting. Hey Yuka, wanna take a picture together? Zach. Yuka instinctively reaches for her waist, but the shoulder strap of her bag isn't there. Oh no, my bag. You can't find it? Maybe it got caught on a branch when we were rushing through the woods. No, my mid. No, I have to go back right now. Someone might take it if we don't hurry. Yata, I'm sorry, but I really have to go now. Dr. Saltome is going to be really upset if I lose my bag. There's something really important in there. Yuka backs away while apologizing to Yata, her pale face etched with fear. Wait, Yuka, what's wrong? I'm so useless. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Doctor, I'm so useless. I'll just wait here for you. Before Yata even finishes talking, Yuka has already staggered into the forest, nearly tripping over her own feet. Hey, be careful! Don't run! A man and woman walk side by side through the tranquil forest. What was once an abandoned field of weeds just a year ago is now beyond recognition. Neatly arranged bamboo leaves line both sides of the path, which has been newly paved with white gravel. This is my secret hideaway. Thought I'd take you here today for a private hangout. Just the two of us. Yoshi here. Oh, she's saying it to him. Man. Oh. Don't say stuff so misleading. There was absolutely nothing here when I last visited. When did it become so beautiful? It's part of the island's new development project. Look over there. They were planning to build a pavilion. I see you're incredibly well informed about this place. Would have been great if there were a lake here, though. The Gardening Association invited me for a site visit, and I fell in love with this place right away. I heard you have a degree in landscape architecture. Looks like those rumors are true. Oh, I dabble here and there. It's just a hobby to help me unwind. It's amazing. So you're not just a scientist, but a gardening expert as well. Please, come this way. There's the lake you wanted to see. They duck under the overhanging branches as they walk along the cobblestone path. Without warning, several fireworks explode in the sky with a deafening blast. Reika loses her footing and stumbles, but Yoshihiro catches her before she falls. You called me timid. Just look who just jumped at the fireworks. Well, they kept getting closer. I might seem tough and all, but I'm still a woman at the end of the day. They seem to launch a set every few minutes. Must be computer-controlled timing. Yes, exactly 5 minutes and 23 seconds between each launch. My memory has been photographic since I was a child. I memorized the timing on our way here. A prodigy from the start, huh? No wonder you're so successful. The two of them exchange casual words as they stroll along the quiet path. Time slips by unnoticed until Yoshihiro's legs start to ache. He looks around for a place to rest. Reika, are there any pavilions around here where we could take a break? Reika? Yoshihiro looks around only to see that Reika isn't following him anymore. Several ribbon-like trails of fireworks ascend to the highest point in the sky. Half a second later, a deafening boom fills the air. Yoshihiro turns to look at Reika and finds her gazing back at him with a gentle smile. Yoshihiro turns to... Okay. Just repeats. Hang on a second. Okay. But this time her smile carries a trace of melancholy and sorrow, unlike anything before. Gone is her usual pretentious flattery, replaced by the innocent smile of a young girl. Even in the darkness of the night, he knows its blood seeping from his chest. I see. Reika lowers her gun and slowly walks to Yoshihiro's side. I have to proceed with the consciousness projection experiment, and I'm sorry I had to break it to you like this. What gun did you use, Reika? A Glock 43. Reika embraces Yoshihiro, presses the gun against his abdomen, and... What? The blood's covering it. Fires 2 more shots. Do you remember the question I asked you earlier? What is the sharpest of blades? Indeed, there are many remarkable blades in this world, each type with its own distinctive strengths. Yoshihiro, those blades of yours that adorn the entire wall are magnificent. As decorative pieces, they're quite splendid. Reika wipes down the pistol with a cloth, and she places it between Yoshihiro's thumb and index finger. Yoshihiro collapses to the ground, motionless, as blood pools around him. Yukihira. Behind the bamboo leaves nearby, a tall, slender figure materializes like a specter. Yes, ma'am. Clean this up. Make it look convincing. Yes, ma'am. Reika wipes her hands clean as she walks toward Kohei. Just at that second, hurried footsteps rustle through nearby bushes. Reika whips around at the sound while Kohei immediately draws his gun from his waist. The branches rustle, and within moments a high school girl in a Misono High uniform emerges. Huh? Dr. Saotome? Yuka's widened eyes fall upon Yoshihiro Osako, who lies motionless in a pool of blood. Dr. Saotome, what is... When Yuka turns back to Reika, she finds herself staring down the barrel of Kohei's gun. Reika reaches out and gently lowers Kohei's tension-stiffened arm. Kohei, don't point your gun at a child. Looking at Yuka, Reika forces her face into a twisted, unnatural smile. Yuka, why are you here tonight? I was just watching fireworks. Who did you go with? Was it with your friend Yata? Reika steps toward Yuka, who backs away in fear. It's alright, Yuka. Come here. What you saw was just an accident. Don't worry about it. Reika approaches Yuka with measured steps, then gently embraces her. There. You'll forget all about this soon. Dr. Saotome, did you... I'm sorry, but did you kill him? Does that bother you, Yuka? No, what you did was right, wasn't it? About Yata, it's better if you don't mention this to her, alright? That's my good girl. You'll do as your mother says, won't you? The word mother seems to snap Yuka out of her daze. As if falling into a comforting illusion, she breaks into a smile. Yes, I will listen to everything you say. You're my everything, Dr. Saotome. Tears stream down Yuka's face, even as she smiles. Reika releases her embrace and gently pats Yuka's head with faint motherly affection. Yuka, the experiment you'll be part of is of paramount importance. It could change the future of humanity. Are you willing to take this risk for humanity? I'll be frank. I'm worried about you. If you want to back out, tell me now. Kohei here can bear witness to what you say too. Don't worry, Yuka. I'll listen to what your heart has to say. If this is your vision, Dr. Saotome, I'll do anything. Absolutely anything. Aye. Reika bends down and plants a kiss on Yuka's forehead. For now, stay here. Yes. Okay, that was a really rough reading. That was really rough. This had so many lines repeated, like twice over. So they did they did have a previous survey around when like Soaring Beyond and the Long Goodbye are around, so I'm assuming they'll have another one sometime soon for these. For this one, for this patch. So I'm definitely gonna mention that with Node 9 of Crescent Sun, because that was really rough to read. You could still understand some of the stuff that was going on, but even so, it didn't really make for it really did not make for a good experience reading. I can't remember the last time a chapter had that many repeated lines. I can't remember. I think it was like before. It might have been like before Surviving Lusum that they had that sort of thing. Oh man. That was not the greatest. Eternal Night Fog. Hydrangea Island, June 10th, Intensive Care Unit. In a private facility near the Hydrangea Medical Research District within its bright semi-automated compound. Outside the ward, an exhausted Reika stands with Kohei, who maintains a serene composure. Kohei, how is Yuka's recovery coming along? The surgery was successful with specific models of nanomachines implanted in sequence. Currently, the activation rate in the brain's distal regions has reached 98%, exceeding our expected values. The computer is currently locating and analyzing. The next step will be signal interference with an estimated... Did you not hear me? I'm asking how she's recovering. I sincerely apologize. The process hasn't been entirely smooth, but fortunately there were no severe rejection symptoms. Her vital signs are stable, though she did experience some vomiting and diarrhea after waking up ill. And now? She's still experiencing nausea and dizziness, but her condition is improving. Yuka's heart condition isn't the best. Keep a close eye on her. I feel bad for Yuka. Don't worry, the ICU is staffed with 2 doctors and automated medical units on standby at all times. Let her rest for now. Remember, we can't rush her recovery. Roger. Let's talk while we walk. Bars. Rika turns and strides straight toward the elevator, with Kohei quickly falling into step behind her. Next week, I'll be leaving the island for a shareholders meeting with those loaded fat cats. Do you really need to be there in person? I'm planning to start a new research project soon, and I'll need to secure additional funding. That's why I need to be there physically, to address any questions the shareholders might have. New project. Do you have the capacity to take on additional research right now? Let me guess. It's research in the field of consciousness, isn't it? You could say that. For now, the project is still in its preliminary research phase. I wish you all the best. Kohei, while I'm away, you'll be in charge of overseeing the consciousness projection experiments. The research team will follow your direction, and you'll have full access to all my resources. Let's get straight to the point. There are 2 main things I need to tell you. First, at the beginning of next month, we need to conduct a milestone verification for our first consciousness projection experiment. Have Yuka run simulations on the quantum computer, focused primarily on data collection. Once we succeed with one-on-one consciousness projection, we'll proceed with the mass influence experiments. Therefore, I need you to simultaneously prepare for experiments in Phase 2. There's a hidden chamber behind the activity room at Mizono High. Mizono High. A secret space that was purposely built during construction. Set up the signal amplifiers and pulse emission terminals in the hidden chamber. Make absolutely certain everything is in place. Be smart about this. Don't try to get those things in there, well, when everyone can see you. Understood. You can count on me. Remember to keep a low profile. I want no trouble when I'm away. That's all. Exercise your judgment for everything else. As Reika exits the hospital, a black luxury sedan waits for her outside. Kohei steps forward to open the car door, waits for Reika to get in, then bows deeply as the vehicle drives away. By the time he straightens up, the black sedan is already far in the distance. He lets out a quiet breath. Nearby, a man wearing dark sunglasses slowly approaches Kohei from behind. Did something happen? Chief, our informant just received word. Yoshihiro Osaka's assistant has been snooping around for information about us, and I hear they've even contacted the media. Fool doesn't know his place. What's this guy's name? I believe his name is Sugiki. Send some men to pay him a visit. And remember, bring him back alive. Kohei narrows his eyes as something crosses his mind, then suddenly breaks into a smile. Sugiki, huh? He just might prove useful. Prove useful? What do you mean, Chief? It's none of your concern. Just get it done. Yes. Misono High, June 20th. Guys, gather round. The Horror Stories Club is making its grand debut at Misono High tonight. Ishii, I thought you were recruiting new members. I hate to say this, but it's pathetic how Itsushima and I are the only ones who got tricked into coming here. Come on, give me some slack already. I've asked literally everyone I could, and now they all think I'm an idiot. Wouldn't say they're wrong, though. I even tried asking the super mysterious Miss Misono, but I could promote our club while I was at it. The super mysterious Miss Misono. You mean Yuka Saotome? Yep, but she shot me down without a second thought. How did she manage to be so popular with the guys when she barely even talks? See, Hasegawa? That's the thing about being mysterious. That's how she goes around capturing hearts. Is it just me, or did you just sound a little sarcastic there? Cut it out, you two. Driving away the ghosts and spirits with all your noise. Don't tell me you actually want to see the ghosts. Pretty sure Kishi's just making this whole thing up. I'm not making anything up. They say that the sculptures from the art room run wild through the hallways on moonless nights. There's no moon tonight. The perfect chance for an investigation. The moon's probably just hiding behind the clouds. Hey, come on, let's go. Kishi pushes the two girls forward from behind as the three of them, enter Misono's campus. Inside the school building, music room. There's nothing here, Kishi. We just checked the art room you mentioned, and all the statues are standing right where they should be. And now we're in the music room. What, you think those supposedly living statues decide to take music lessons? Itsushima shines the flashlight down both sides of the corridor, and the glass windows reflect three young innocent faces. The school building, stripped of its daytime bustle, is so quiet that even water dripping in the bathroom echoes clearly through the halls. All three hold their breath at once as the wind outside rattles against the windows. It's just a bathroom leaking. Itsushima feels her way along the wall to the door and flips the switch. The classroom lights won't come on, so they don't let us use lights at night. Are they worried someone's up to no good or something? Let's head back. There's nothing out of the ordinary here anyway. After all, these school horror stories are just urban myths that people keep passing around. Stories tend to stray from the truth based on what the storyteller wants to convey. Maybe to fill in unclear details or simply to cover something up. But anyhow, as these stories get passed around, they gradually take on a supernatural core. Like that ghost light in the science classroom. It was probably just someone on cleaning duty forgetting to check the desk lamp. And when students happened to see it when leaving school at night, that's how the rumor started. Just waiting for this chapter to turn into Corpse Party. But isn't that exactly why we have the Horror Stories Club? To investigate things like this? You'll ruin all the fun if you explain everything away, Hasegawa. Wait, guys, did you hear that just now? Hear what? It's extremely quiet. Quit fooling around, Kishi. No, wait. I think I heard something as well. Hasegawa, shush for a moment. Itsushima lies down and presses her ear against the floor, sensing slight vibrations coming from below. A muffled sound echoes through, like wheels dragging something heavy across the ground. Footsteps echo from the stairwell. Kishi and Hasegawa quickly hide themselves. A flashlight beam sweeps across from the end of the corridor, then vanishes moments later. Is someone else here besides us? They're coming. It must be those berserk statues. Kishi rises to her feet and tiptoes toward the classroom exit. Hey, Kishi, you idiot! Itsushima, what should we do now? Let's follow her. You can't just leave her alone out there. Ugh, I swear to God. After gently closing the classroom door, Itsushima and Hasegawa head downstairs in pursuit of Kishi. Turning around the staircase, they find Kishi standing dumbfounded outside the activity room. What are you doing, Kishi? Don't just run off without saying anything. Out of breath, Hasegawa pats Kishi's shoulder, shooting at her an exasperated glare. Hasegawa, have you ever seen what's in here before? The activity room? What? Is this a joke or... That's not what I'm talking about. Kishi points toward the pitch-black activity room, where the once locked door now stands wide open. As Itsushima pushes the door, a thin streak of light mysteriously appears on the floor. Everyone's eyes follow the trail of light toward the wall to where the bookshelf should be. The bookshelf has been moved aside, revealing a crack in the wall with light seeping through from within. While Itsushima and Hasegawa exchange bewildered looks, Kishi has already walked over and placed a hand against the wall. With a gentle push, the hidden door concealed within the wall slides backwards, sending a cloud of dust rushing forward. This is probably that, hidden room. As the view gradually widens, a small dark chamber reveals itself before Kishi. What exactly is this? Kishi's eyes widen at the sight of the massive machinery and advanced equipment filling the secret chamber. Such massive machinery. I've never seen anything like it. It looks like some kind of weapon. But why would they hide something like this in a school? Hey guys, come quick, I found something huge. Guys? No one answers Kishi. An unsettling silence fills the air. The girls, who should be right behind her, suddenly fall silent. Kishi backs away carefully, not only to spot a flashlight rolling across the floor. The beam finally comes to rest, illuminating her ankles and casting light across half of the activity room. Hasegawa and Itsushima lie unconscious on the floor, one on each side. No, this can't be happening. Kishi stumbles backward, her mouth opening to scream. A hand claps over her mouth and nose from behind. After a few seconds of struggle, she blanks out. In reality, Kishi collapses but does not immediately lose consciousness. In her hazy state, she overhears several people talking. How strange. What are these students doing at school this late at night? The sharp crack of a slap rings out. You useless idiots. I told you to keep watch. Let these rats make their way in. Do you want all of Dr. Saotome's hard work to go to waste? Saotome. Lying on the ground with unfocused eyes, Kishi mumbles. You'll all be as good as dead if anything goes wrong. Sorry, boss. After struggling to stay awake and failing, Kishi's eyelids finally close as she slips into unconsciousness. By the way, boss, what should we do with the girls? Should we take them upstairs and throw them off? Jesus! Another resounding slap. You idiots, you think people are just going to believe that these three just committed triple suicide? This kind of incident might go unnoticed elsewhere, but at Misono High, it's bound to bring unwanted attention. Do you want people outside of this high school to find out about what happened tonight? Those reporters from Misono Bunshin have been such a pain lately. What should we do then? Take them to the infirmary. Call the school nurse right away. The next morning, Kishi, Itsushima, and Hasegawa quietly wake up in the infirmary. The school nurse informs them that there was a gas leak in the school kitchen last night, and they suffered from carbon monoxide poisoning, which caused them all to have hallucinations. But fortunately, they were found in time by patrolling security guards. Regarding their serious violation of school regulations, in consideration of their well-being, the school decides not to impose any disciplinary action. Meanwhile, a night curfew is implemented, and day and evening security patrols are increased. Kishi, Hasegawa, and Itsushima must undergo weekly psychological evaluations, and they each must submit a written account of the incident. The student activity room will be closed for 2 weeks for utilities maintenance and wall repairs. And so, daylight saving time officially starts for Misona High. Good afternoon, Yuka. Today, we'll be conducting our first one-on-one consciousness projection feasibility test. It's just a simulation. The scenarios you'll experience are all computer-generated in real time. I shared the documentation with you earlier through email. Do you remember? Is it going to hurt? Hurt? You should have thought of that when you decided to participate in this experiment. I'll do my best to minimize your discomfort. I'm afraid we can't rule out unexpected complications. Dr. Saotome is going to be really disappointed in me if I can't stand the pain, isn't she? So that's what this is about. What your concerns are unnecessary. If the experiment fails, I'm the one who's going to feel the heat from Dr. Saotome, not you. Our mission today isn't complicated. Just a one-on-one simulation. Don't stress yourself out. Just take it easy and go with the flow. Now then, let's start whenever you're ready. I'm ready. Yuka walks forward alone, removes her clothing, and enters the sterile laboratory barefoot. Behind the one-way glass, Kohei stands with his hands behind his back, calmly awaiting with anticipation. The mechanical appendages extending from the massive machine pierce Yuka's spine with their thin needles. Is this going to be painful? Despite covering her mouth, Yuka cannot suppress her quiet moans of pain. This pain, however, is not within her control. Yuka is no stranger to pain, and yet she cannot find even a trace of love within it. Pain is a peculiar gift, endured in the name of love, yet offering no love in return. Her frail body trembles as her pale lips move wordlessly, trying to form speech. Finally, she lowers her head and swallows back the words she meant to say. On her tear-stained face remains only a feeble smile. Jesus. Dr. Saotome, am I Prometheus now? As Yuka whispers these words, her pale lips quickly stain with blood. I didn't expect to see that much blood. It starts as a trickle, then turns into a constant stream of blood. The researchers rush forward to check on her, but Kohei immediately stops them at the main console. Leave it. This is all normal. Kohei speaks calmly into the microphone, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. You know, seeing this reminds me of this one person saying, like, how Kuro isn't supposed to show anything super violent, but they don't show off a whole lot of blood. And I think that same person even mentioned that they don't do that in PGR. Clueless. Fake gamer. Fake gamer. Kohei speaks calmly into the microphone, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. Just a little more, Yuka. Everything hinges on this moment. After giving the research assistant a meaningful glance, Kohei turns around. The massive machinery connected to Yuka's body begins operating at full power. Meanwhile, the quantum computer's mainframe begins tracking signals transmitted from the nanomachines in Yuka's cranium. Any ordinary person reading this one bit of text right here would probably complain and say it's too much jargon. Brainwave capture in progress. All nodal nanomachines positioned. Signal transmission initiated. Activation successful. Initiating synchronization. Synchronization in progress. Synchronization rate exceeding 80%. Consciousness field space established. Environment rendering in progress. Chief, the virtual consciousness environment has been established. Yuka's consciousness copy is complete. Good. Activate the amplifier and projector. Proceed to the next phase. Consciousness projection ready, Chief. Please equip your jamming device. One by one, Kohei and everyone in the control room put on their electromagnetic shield devices for protection against field effects. Let's get started. Initiating first consciousness projection, deploying interference field. As the quantum computer powers up, readings on the main control panel begin to fluctuate. In the laboratory, Yuka's head jerks up as if shocked by electricity. Before her eyes, the surrounding scenery begins to melt away, or fade away. I don't know where melt came from. Bizarre, kaleidoscopic lights flash past. When awareness returns, she finds herself standing barefoot in a vast sea of gray. However, her hearing and awareness of the outside world remain intact, and Yuka maintains her clarity of mind. Yuka, are you holding up? Where am I? Your seeing should be the materialized space of the collective unconscious network. To be honest, you and I don't know what you're seeing. Why don't you tell me about it? I see a sea. A completely still sea. A sea? So this is what the consciousness domain space looks like. A sea of consciousness. Besides that, what else do you see? Stars twinkle where the sky meets the sea in the distance, but they remain just out of reach. There's this similar glowing object nearby too. It's like human thoughts, human voices. Good. Try to touch that marker point, but await further instructions. Kohei holds the microphone firmly and turns around to gesture at the researcher, who nods in understanding. In the virtual sea of consciousness, Yuka carefully reaches out to touch the speck of light. Her consciousness merges with someone else's perspective, and with it, her surroundings transform into white walls. I can feel the fear and pain, and above all, an inescapable despair. Why is this person in such agony? Their suffering is even greater than mine. Yuka, you've entered the target's consciousness. Now, try to take control of their body. What do I need to do? There's a gun to his right. Pick it up and put him out of his misery. What? I'm sorry, but I can't do something like that. This is just a computer simulation, not a real person. What are you so afraid of? If you can't even do this much, our experiment will be deemed a failure. Still, Yuka, do it. The words leave Kohei's lips like ice, each syllable carrying the weight of a command and the edge of a threat. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yuka takes control of the trembling hand, slowly raising the gun to press it against the target's temple. And she pulls the trigger. In the wake of the deafening gunshot, Yuka's mind is flooded with crimson. She collapses into the crimson sea, letting the waves wash away what little sanity remains, sinking deeper and deeper into the bottomless abyss. Chief, Yuka has lost consciousness. Medical team, move in and assist. Let her rest for a few days. Then Kohei takes a deep breath. I hereby declare the first one-on-one consciousness projection experiment a success. Almost immediately, applause erupts from the main console as the scientists rise one by one to celebrate. Kohei waits for everyone to settle down, then takes his leave amid their respectful farewells. Outside, a figure in black is already waiting. Together, they proceed to the adjacent room. As the door opens, a man bound to a chair hangs his head low, blood streaming from the wound on his scalp. Kohei's lips curl into a satisfied smile as he picks up the gun from the floor and unloads its ammunition. Tsugiki, this is what happens when you stand against us. Dying like a dog. Now you can reunite with Mr. Osako. At least you made some contribution to science. Be grateful for that. Hey, the smells of the body. Yes. Oh, and one more thing. There's no need to tell Dr. Saltome about using human test subjects. Roger. Dang. July 5th. The first consciousness projection experiment is declared a success. The Saltome team rushes to complete human trials despite unclear theoretical foundations. Dr. Reika Saltome's career-risking gamble earns her significant acclaim at the shareholders' meeting. Anonymous invitations from major research institutions start pouring in, followed by venture capital funds catching wind of the opportunity. The experimental details remain undisclosed, citing sensitive technology still under development. Regarding this matter, Dr. Saltome makes the following statement in an interview. The entire consciousness projection experiment process is safe, humane, and follows objective scientific principles. August. Building on the successful verification of one-on-one consciousness projection technology, Preparations for mass consciousness projection experiments are conducted at a fevered pace. Kohei plans to conduct the experiment during the track and field team's victory celebration on August 16th. The participating students are not informed of the experiment, a unilateral decision made by Kohei. Yata, have you heard? There's this rumor going around. Rumor? I'm not really interested. You know, that one? The 8th mystery of Misona High? The Eternal Night Fog? The Eternal Night Fog. Legend says that on moonless nights a blood-red fog rises within Misona's campus. The fog lingers until dawn, drifting through every corner of the school grounds. If you're not gone by dusk and the fog catches up to you, you might get lost in the fog, or worse, you could be spirited away forever. Pain is scary. Don't turn this into some horror story all of a sudden. I heard someone encountered it after their club activities. They weren't found until the next day, unconscious in the hallway. You know that campus curfew that just came into effect recently? That's exactly what the curfew is for. Come on, it's probably just another recycled urban legend. The thing about school horror stories is that they're nothing more than urban myths that people keep passing around. Video world. Alright.
ここにはいなさそうね。狐のお面か。確か優香も持ってたっけ。
Fox mask, that seems familiar. Bought one with Yuka during the campus festival a long time ago. Alright, so for this one... Spooky. Okay, so it says interact with the TV once. So interact with this TV once. I'm gonna form the cross with my fingers, just... Okay. What is this? What the hell? It's like one of those spooky, like... It's like one of those spooky horror shorts you see in, like, on YouTube. Whoa. It says to interact with the notes on the door. I don't see any notes on any door, so... Oh my god. There was knocking on... Okay, hang on. Be right back. Jesus Christ, the timing on that. There was knocking on the door in game, and after the knocking stopped, there was someone knocking on my door too. Christ. It was all planned. Freaking hell, dude. They gave me a mini heart attack. Jesus. Okay.
脱出方法がなければ映像に入ってみては？はあ？映像に入るって？
Notebook, pages 1. I can't believe I woke up in a place like this. There's nothing but a TV, a cursed videotape. Want to trap me with some boring ghost story? But where is Mr. Osako? I searched around, but there's no way to get out. It looks like I'll have to go into the video. So that's the first part of the age achievement. And then, because it says interact with the notes on the door, or I guess on the floor in this case, before entering the TV, but you have to interact with the TV first. Which is what we did just now. Then the second thing is on a table near the TV in the classroom. There's no table around here, so I guess we have to... Guessing that's later. We're in an analog horror now. If you see a person who looks remotely identical to you, run away and hide. There's a TV right there. Notebook pages 2. This must be the second part of it. I can't believe I got into the video, and I even found the key to the lock in it, like I expected. Let's call it a day. Mr. Osako is still waiting for me. And then the next one is on a table near a statue, which isn't here. It's probably in the next area. Jeez. Damn, striking a pose? Okay. I see you. Near a statue? On a table near a statue. Maybe not in here. Maybe somewhere out here. Oh. Notebook, pages 3. Damn it. I opened the lock, but the world in the video got crazier and crazier. No. Is it the video or me? Calm down, Tsukuki. Calm down. Mr. Osako would tell me this like this. Would tell me this like always. I half expected these statues to like move in different positions after looking away from them. Nice. On a table back of the TV after interacting with it once. Or I'm too tired to think about Mr. Osako. As long as I can get out, who cares about what Mr. Osako? Ha 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 ha. Actually, I already got out. Everything here is an illusion. Videotape. I'm just watching a movie here. Leave the room too. Oh yeah, that's pleasant. And then it says near a head sculpture outside the classroom. This one. Oh, there it is. There's the achievement. Ha 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 ha. I see Mr. Osako. He's in the TV. I'm in the TV as well. I finally got out. Great. I can finally rest. It says interact with this TV. Oh, it just takes me back here. I'm backing away from my monitor. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh. Oh. Hug. Yep. It's a hug. Best friend. TV series protagonist. That's a funny achievement. Sadako crawling out the TV one. It's gonna be Saltame crawling out. Bare feet. Yes, yesterday once more. That's the next one. Oh, apparently this is the... Okay. This is the last... Apparently this is the last stage achievement that grants, like, multiple achievements. This is the last one. So it says, complete the glass ball without skipping. There's poorly hidden fetish found.
Yata ちゃん。もう、今日は一緒にオルゴールを作る約束でしょ？
オッケー、すぐ行く。
すごく疲れてるみたい。ずっと大変だったの？
まあね。頑張ってたんだからさ。ちょっと休ませてよ。
Brass cylinder, one of the music box components with the elegant description of... I can't read French. Friendship forever in French. Yata attempted to carve these words many times but failed due to applying too much force. This was the last cylinder. Oh. Eventually Yuka made it in one go. So apparently in this one... Wait, hang on. It says to eavesdrop the shadows speaking with Yuka. Which is... later, I guess. Music box base. Wooden music box base that gives a faint, sweet peach wood fragrance. Fragrance. Looks like a chocolate cake. It's not the time to eat. Music box glass marble. Music box ornament that circles along the spring. Under the glass dome, two little foxes are playing in the hydrangea bush, forming a lively world. Both the hydrangea flowers and the foxes were handmade by Yuka. It's so cute. No, so small. How did she make it so delicate?
Iko? 音楽室でみんなが待ってるわ。
私さ、夢を見たんだ。夢では腕が6本の怪物になってんの。
Six arms.
その夢に私は？
最初は、でも戦い疲れて優香のそばに来た。
Just gonna wait until they're done talking. Okay. Oh, I've read that a long while ago. Yeah, I've read that in a previous area or stage. What's down here? Can't. Okay, can't go down there. Shadows speaking to Yuka, huh?
でもこの先はどうかな。 とか言ったりただの夢だって。
Yata, Saltame, are you here to craft a music box? A group of people said they'd bring the cylinder to you, but they were gone the next second. You dummy, they stole the cylinder.
大迫の取り巻き？もうだるいけど取り返してくるよ。
Yuka, don't be sad. Want to see me blow bubbles with my saxophone? Wait, is that actually possible? Or with my lung capacity? Don't worry about it. Let's have lunch instead. Food will get your energy back up. Hold it, that's my lunch. Yuka is as popular as ever. And then it says, interact with the big white fox. Washo's cub? I'm just kidding. Those girls still haven't come out. Should we check on them? Sure, it's you. Wait, who's that? Oh crap, it's Yata.
待て。シリンダー返しなよ。今すぐに。
Just wait till our boss gets here. You'll be sorry.
バカばっか。来なよ。まとめて相手するから。
Yata takes down the delinquents in a flash before.
もうどらった。いうか、待ちくたびれてるかな。
That went by quick. Big white oh, there it is. Is that it up ahead? What is that? Some kind of fox-shaped cleaning robot? Yata, will you stay here forever? What's going on? How do you know my name? Strange. They've gone quiet again. I should head back quite quickly. And then just continue as indicated in the game, finish the mission. Or just play as normal.
取り返してきたよ。ほら。
Great! As expected of you, Yata. Now we just need to record the sound into the cylinder.
シリンダーに入れる音、どんな楽器がいいかな。
ゆか、あんたの歌にしたら？
That cut off really quick. What a beautiful song. I wonder when we'll be able to play music as good as that. It's super jazz music. Jazz! Come on, Yuka, join us. Alright, stop pressuring Yuka. Both of you need to focus on practicing.
まだどっか行くの？
美術室でオルゴールのガラスドームをね。切り絵、塗料、赤い紐。このくらいかな。
むず。さっぱりだ。
大丈夫。私が絵を彫るから、ヤタちゃんは材料を集めて。
この材料を集めれば、優香の願いが叶うのなら。
Stay up late to refine the glass ball with Yuka. Strange. When did these people in black appear? Perhaps it's due to the recent nighttime security incident. The school must have increased security. What the hell? Then we can't make the music box now. Yuka, I'll lure them away. Use that chance to get out of here. Yata lures away all the patrol members.
もう大丈夫かな。早く逃げないと、ヤタちゃんの行為が無駄になる。
take the pills. For any of you.
ああ、夢が儚い。
優香、大丈夫？
The gear right in front of her just made me got me.
次の夢、
I got jump scared from that when I turned around
次
to
の
look
夢
back.
なら
God damn it.
引き止められる。
優香、優香。
ごめん、今なんて。
ゼンマイがなくてオルゴールが鳴らない。
ゼンマイなら。
Back here again. It's okay. This is fine. A fresh start. I can do this.
顔色が悪いよ。また体調悪い？保健室行く？
うん。そうだ。ヤタちゃんにとっては病弱な子だよね。病人は走れない。だから前の夢は崩れてしまった。
私さ、夢を見たんだ。健康な優香の夢。でも笑いも泣きもしなかった。
早乙女優香、薬剤とナノマシン注射の時間です。
ヤタちゃん、ゼンマイは奥のベッドの上よ。あとはお願い。
わかった。
A piercing electronic hum fills the air, and a wave of nausea suddenly strikes Yuka's mind. Fighting back the urge to vomit, she opens her eyes, only to see flashes of the quantum-simulated mind dance before her.
さて、意識投射の準備はいい？
おっしゃ、いや。
Strange little foxes again. The little fox does not respond. Do you remember now? Let's go. Girl patient on the bed. Yuka lies on the bed as if she had fallen asleep. Why would I say that? Isn't she sleeping? She looks pale and her heart has stopped beating. Yuka! Yuka! No, this is not Yuka. She was standing by my side just a moment ago. This is Yuka. You/I should understand it. It's just she won't respond anymore.
あの年、薬剤が島全土を襲ったんだ。
Punishing. This is the outbreak.
ただの鉄くずだ。みんなかかれ。
Masao? Damn, there's just no end to these metal scraps, says Yata. Masao, you're hurt. Looks like this is it for me. Get out of here, Yata. I'll hold them off. The rest is up to you now. Rip Masao.
あんたは助かった。でも優香はずっと。
やだ。
Remember to take the power spring with you, please. Pick up the spring. The power spring gleams with its silver lacquer finish. Or lacquer finish. Its pattern is personally designed by Yuka. But will this music box, a symbol of friendship, ever play again with it? Oh? Oh.
Hora. 一緒に行こう。
プロメテウスまであと一歩です。
That's a really tall doctor.
実験拒否とは麗華さんが困りますよ。
そう逃げ。うわあ！
助けて、これ。
喜びも苦しみも全ては本当にあったことだ。けどもう戻れない。
さあ、最後の仕上げ。
分かってるって。ここを離れるのがあの子の願いを叶えるか。
Whoa, I got choices? What the hell? Insert the brass cylinder? Yuka, is this all a dream? Say the second one. Everything is so perfect here, but it's too perfect to be true. I can't decline, huh? Yuka, what happens if we don't finish the music box? No matter how beautiful the dream, there will come a time we wake from it eventually.
ほら、あと一歩だよ。ゼンマイを刺せばずっとここにいられる。
Oh. Insert the spring, stay in the dream, or drop the spring, return to reality. Ooh. Damn, I'm so curious. What happens? I feel like if I... Because the option to insert the spring is in red, I feel like if I do that, then... Drop the spring.
Nande? あの時みたいに置いてくの。
優香、目を覚まさなきゃ。
Leave the beautiful dream. Yata, are you really leaving? Where are you running off to, leaving me here all alone? I worked so hard to build a proper school life for you. You don't like it? Not up to your standards? Don't worry, next time I'll shape the dream exactly how you like it. This isn't our school anymore. It's nothing but a graveyard. What's wrong with drifting eternally through memories of days gone by? To live forever without pain. Isn't life just a fleeting dream anyway? Why wake up at all? All our problems just gonna go away when we wake up? I remember now. I remember everything now. You're only going to find yourself in greater pain the more you think, Yata. I came here for one thing, to deal with the Red Tide's influence on this island. These illusions you're projecting, they're meant to hold me back. You've been trying to stop me all along. For me? No, for all of humanity, you stand as our enemy. Yuka, tell me now, where did you take Shiva? Is that person important to you? She's my companion, my comrade at arms who fought beside me. Does that make you two friends? Friends? Yeah, I guess you could say that. She's your friend. And I'm not. Are we seriously having this argument right now? I never really wanted things to turn out like this, but why? We could have gone to the Red Tide's world together. Don't worry. I'll help you remember everything. Slowly. After failing to persuade her, Yuka's body begins to twist and contort before Yata's eyes. Soon, beneath the black hair, her delicate features begin to blur and melt away like liquid. You're not Yuka. You're just some kind of illusion. Wait, Yuka, don't choose that side. Don't choose the Red Tide. Before Yata's eyes, Yuka dissolves into a puddle of red liquid and vanishes into the classroom floor. We're in an illusion. Figured as much. Like a dream, the moment you become aware of it, everything begins to crumble and fall apart. The reality around the classroom begins to unravel as the red liquid seeps through the walls from all sides. The ground trembles continuously as waves of static and flashing lights surge through the air. The illusory space, the false objects, and Yata's perception of reality begin to contradict one another. Soon, the disintegration inches closer to where Yata stands. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the floor. Before the cracks reach her, Yata spins around and grabs the classroom door handle. Time to get out of here. Yata turns the handle and pushes the door with all her might. And in that moment, the world around her shatters like a jigsaw puzzle hitting the ground, breaking into fragments until only endless darkness remains. Before Yata lies a single dark path forward. There is no other way to go. She sprints down the path where a white light gleams from an exit up ahead. Just before reaching the exit, a sudden curiosity stirs within Yata. Like in all myths, she cannot help but look back over her shoulder. Mere inches away, a massive no mask hurtles towards Yata, its maw gaping wide. As monstrous teeth threaten to devour everything in sight, the white-lit exit beckons just ahead. She lunges forward with all her might, and then white light engulfs everything in sight. Yata's eyes snap wide open as she awakens in an unfamiliar place, gripped by fear and panic. Her breath comes in uncontrolled gasps as the aftershocks of the vision still course through her. For Yata, now a construct, these sensations are nothing but phantom pains, echoes of the person she was from when she was still a human. After regaining her composure, Yata surveys her surroundings. Dust-covered audio equipment lies scattered nearby. Yata steadies herself against the soundproof wall as she rises, carefully listening for any movement nearby. She appears to be in a school's broadcasting room. That diary I saw in the hallucination just now. I think it said something about a weird machine hidden in the activity room. Why would something like that be in a school, though? What exactly was the administration hiding? I wonder if that has anything to do with what's going on in this building now. I feel like I've forgotten something important. Wait, that's it. The mass fainting incident at Misono High. It happened in the activity room. Yes, it happened in the activity room too. I gotta look into this. Yata pushes open the door to the broadcasting room and heads straight for the activity room. As she climbs the stairs, her head starts throbbing again. The hallucinations are back. Each step feels heavier than the last, but Yata grits her teeth through the discomfort and presses on. By the time she staggers to the activity room, she's barely pulling herself together. Damn it. Almost there. Just have to make it to the activity room. Through sheer force of will, Yata continues to push forward. Soon, strange sounds reach her ears as visions from yesterday, the people, events, and scenes begin to materialize. The abandoned corridor begins to twist and warp as strange lights and shadows dance once again. Dead memories spring back to life and dance vividly before Yata's eyes as the illusions swallow her whole. The Defeatist. Sort of high activity room. Why are we at school? Shouldn't we be having this party at a buffet restaurant? Who knows? The school probably has something special planned. Maybe there's a surprise in store. Inside the activity room, Yata sits with her legs crossed on a chair, yawning with an expressionless face. Come on, Yata, don't look so gloomy. You're the star of this sports meet. Something feels off about this. These chairs are arranged way too perfectly. And why did they have to call us here so late at night? Uh-oh. Right. Feels like we're about to take a listening test or something. As the crowd buzzes with chatter, a sharp screech suddenly pierces through the speakers at the front of the classroom. Please find your respective seats as assigned. Your names are written on the chairs. A cold, raspy, emotionless voice creeps through the broadcast system. What's with all this mystery? Who's speaking? I don't think I've ever heard this voice before. Though confused, the track and field club members obediently follow the instructions. In moments, every chair in the neat rows is occupied, the number of seats matching the number of people exactly, not one more, not one less. In the darkened room at the other end of the broadcast system, Kohei holds the microphone and turns to question the others. Is Yuka ready? All clear, Chief. She's connected to the mainframe. Good. Boot up the terminal and initiate remote memory projection. I would like to thank you all for your cooperation. Now, let the experiment begin. Experiment? Before Yata can react, an intense headache assaults her brain. Damn it, that hurts. Why? Pain feels like glass shards cutting through her skull as Yata rises from her chair. I see. This headache first appeared back then. That night, we were called to the club room. Someone was using us as lab rats for their experiment. Damn it. Hey guys! Yata turns around to find the other track team members collapsing to the ground one after another. No matter how much Yata shakes them, they remain completely unconscious. Soon, bodies lie sprawled across the entire club room, with Yata being the only one left standing. Fighting to stay conscious, Yata staggers toward the classroom door through waves of hallucinations. What's going on? Why did they all just pass out like that? I don't know. Look into it now. We found the cause. Yuka lost consciousness while she was trying to establish a consciousness connection. The nanomachines in her brain are disrupted. The host system's input signals are going berserk. The pulse signal output has surged to 300% of planned levels in such a short period of time. And the readings are still climbing. Damn it. Why does that worthless piece of junk have to fail now of all times? Cut off Yuka's connection to the mainframe now. Yes, initiating disconnection between the mainframe and the terminal transmitter. That's it. Done for today. The second mass consciousness projection experiment has failed. Well then. Yata grabs a chair and hurls it at the PA speaker mounted on the classroom wall. The speaker crashes to the floor, but the headache persists. It's not the speaker? The hell is it then? The pain in Yata's head intensifies until she staggers and collapses to her knees. Her vision begins to blur as hallucinations nearly eclipse reality. Like the others, Yata's eyes begin to lose focus, growing distant and vacant. Fading away. No, I can't. You can't fall here, Yata. You're not that helpless kid anymore. Yata forces herself forward, groping blindly until her hand touches the wall. She instantly realizes what felt off in the hallway. The walls here are thicker than the walls on the other floors. Yata strikes the wall with her fist, and an echo resonates from within. There's a hidden room behind here. Of course, those hallucinations were coming from that tiny speaker from. Yata clenches her fist and slams it into the club room's wall with all her might. As the old title tiles and steel frame come crashing down. A hidden chamber reveals itself behind a collapsed wall. A secret room behind the club room, its existence never before confirmed. In the secret chamber, a dust-covered mechanical behemoth continues its relentless operation. Yata approaches the behemoth, plants her feet on the floor, leaps high into the air, and smashes its power cables. Amid a shower of sparks, the mechanical behemoth's roar dies down, and silence once again fills the room. In that moment, Yata lets out a breath of relief. The hallucinations are gone, and her headache has subsided considerably. In the dim secret chamber, Yata activates the light device in her palm. She rolls her shoulders and carefully circles the machine to examine it from every angle. A high-performance pulse wave weapon. Looks like it was modified from military hardware. Yata gently runs her fingers across the machine's surface, making out several lines of embossed text. Suitable for regional counter-terrorism operations, anti-drone tactics, and coastal defense warfare. I see. According to the mission data, the people who experimented on Yuka had Kurono connections. They must have acquired this from Kurono. Those bastards got creative and fitted it with a remote input device, huh? They turned this thing into a tool for projecting hallucinations, with innocent students becoming its victims. So this is why people just passed out cold at Misono. The track club members, myself included, were called here to be unwitting test subjects. Used like lab rats in some mysterious scheme. Damn it. If only we had looked into it back then, we could have prevented that tragedy. Gotta keep moving while the hallucinations are weakening. This might be my chance to find Yuka. Kohei? How is she? I deeply apologize, but the mass consciousness projection experiment has failed. In one-on-one experiments, we are able to implant the nanomachines into the test subject to maintain signal stability. But it's simply impossible to implant machines into that many subjects for mass consciousness experiments. I believe perhaps we shouldn't limit ourselves anymore. Kohei, repeat my question. The voice on the other end of the line is calm and emotionless, sending chills down Kohei's spine. Yuka fell into a coma during the experiment. Vital signs? Everything's normal, except her heart rate is getting weaker. Do not proceed recklessly with any further experiments. Yuka's body can still endure more. Yuka must survive no matter what. Do I make myself clear? I get it now. Near the landing site. Discord, the corrupted are losing their coordination. Looks like Yata's making progress on her end. Let's finish them off in one sweep. Roger. The pair seize their chance to strike as gaps appear in the enemy's encirclement. Valeria hurls 2 high-explosive grenades, causing the corrupted around them to fall like dominoes. Let's go. We need to regroup with Yata. Derelict stronghold in Misono's Grand Hall. The power is fading. Did Yata destroy the amplifier pulse emitter? Impressive as always, Yata. You've never ceased to excel. Impressive determination and power, second to none. In the empty lecture hall, Yuka quietly vents her frustrations to no one in particular. As she complains, a rustling sound reaches her ears. Her crimson eyes scan the surroundings before fixing upon a dark figure emerging from the corner. 2 corrupted stagger out from between the seats and suddenly lunge at Yuka, a puppet breaking free from its strings, planning to attack your puppeteer. Yuka pulls her massive embroidery scissors from the ground and slices her attacker in half. The other corrupted tries to circle behind Yuka, but before it can strike, invisible threads bind it in place. Nothing but pathetic steel husks that don't even know who you are yourselves. Yuka clenches her thread-wrapped fingers, and the corrupted is torn to pieces. Those who cannot dream have no reason to exist. Surrounded by scattered mechanical parts, Yuka plants her scissors into the ground and leans against them. As the night breeze gently stirs her dress, Yuka softly hums a melody from her memories. She wants to be Seela so bad. Until his footsteps interrupt her peaceful reverie. Feeling overwhelmed, aren't you? Even with a portion of the Red Tide's power. Who? Yuka furrows her brow and cautiously scans her surroundings, then relaxes her guard. It's you again. Why are you here? I'm a bit worried about you since your heart has been growing weaker. Why else would you fail to maintain a few dreams? If this goes on, even this body of yours might go with the dreams you created. This body wasn't something I willingly received, even if it once belonged to me. But you are special. Instead of having your will devoured by the Red Tide, you strengthened your convictions. That's truly remarkable. I find you quite interesting, Yuka. That's why I didn't devour you, but instead reshaped your body. I chewed up that mainframe connected to you and the data stored in it, and force-fed it to you. I went to such lengths for you, but you hate the Red Tide that gave you rebirth. Now, this is what people call ingratitude, isn't it? You wanted to weave beautiful illusions and endless paradise with the Red Tide. I never stood in the way of your dreams. On the contrary, I've always been on your side. What do you mean? Now that the memory amplifier and projection device are damaged, Babylonia will soon take control of this place. Without control of the island, your dream will never come true. What are you suggesting? The Red Tide can grant you greater power than that machine ever could. Accept our blessing, and you'll gain full control of the Red Tide. Forget that old piece of junk. Use the Red Tide as your medium to spread illusions instead. Your woven vision will echo through every corner touched by the tide. Cradle moves close to Yuka and whispers softly in her ear. Don't you want to become the Prometheus of this new world? Then achieve your perfect form first, Yuka. At the mention of Prometheus, a distant look flickers across Yuka's eyes. She remains silent, gazing wistfully at the podium in the center of the lecture hall. Yuka walks over unhurriedly and gently caresses the wooden podium. I remember how Dr. Saotome held quite a few seminars here and presented her hypotheses to everyone. She believed that there are other beings lying hidden beyond Earth in the vast cosmos. Their gaze never leaves humanity. We have to evolve into a higher species through the connection of all human consciousness. Only by unifying human consciousness can we gain the power to fight them. For a long time, Dr. Saotome has been waging a mental battle against enemies of her own imagination. Whenever she mentioned threats from higher dimensions, it only drew laughter from the audience. Yet she possessed an innate messiah complex. Even when no one believed in her, she just stuck to her research on world salvation. She saw anyone who hindered her research as enemies of the world and would stop at nothing to deal with them. Such lofty ideals and sense of mission ultimately led her to lose herself. Today, the mysterious enemy she had imagined didn't appear. Instead, the punishing came. Earth was no longer solely humanity's home, even though several forces fought like cornered beasts. Anyhow, no matter who makes up society, I never believed that human society held any superiority over the Red Tide or the punishing. When I was human, I witnessed far too many stories of pain and sorrow. Everyone is selfish. Everyone fails to understand one another. That's the kind of species we are. I believe humans could never fight the punishing with the desperate determination that Dr. Saotome hoped for. Humans will ultimately fall into corruption. They fall because they live. I deeply respect her, and I will keep my promise to become the Prometheus she envisioned. However, I will fulfill her vision in a completely different way. I'm going to make everyone abandon their ideals of saving the world, embrace their desires and weaknesses, and then drift aimlessly in this apocalyptic paradise of pleasure and let time slip away between moments and eternity. I see. Now I understand why your desire runs so deep. You're a regressionist among humans. No, more accurately, you're a defeatist. But humanity's final curtain will fall sooner or later. The Red Tide will paint this planet in beautiful colors, and you're someone who has what it takes to appreciate this beauty. So, What do you say? Let the red tide gather here, and I shall become one with its flow. And then, this island shall mark the beginning of humanity's fall from grace, the genesis of their descent. Come, enter this fallen Eden. I'm pleased to see such enlightenment in you, Yuka. However, it won't be I who completes this task. It should be you. As you once said, you understand humans better than I do. You're more suited to become the witness. Just as she did before with that construct from the Forsaken. Rest in peace, Zong. 07. Cradle takes Yuka's pale hand and crimson threads seep into her body. A scarlet glow seeps through Yuka's school uniform as crimson patterns materialize across her chest. What are you doing? Just a little power, that's all. I'll lend it to you. This way you can go much further. Why? Weren't you the one who wanted to explore human civilization? I can't stay here for much longer. There are more important matters that await me. Where are you going? A place far, far away from here. Constellia, from way back in the past. Before I leave, consider this power my parting gift to you. I'm afraid this will be the last time we meet. As Cradle releases her grip, color returns to Yuka's previously dim eyes. In amazement, she presses her hand against her heart, feeling its intense pulsating. My heart. Goodbye. Hey. Before Yuka can follow, Cradle vanishes without a trace. What an unlikable person. Just like me. With a soft sigh, Yuka turns and walks away, her steps carrying her across stone stairs blanketed with hydrangeas. From forth tides gather onto me. White dust drifts down from the lecture hall ceiling like falling snow. As if answering Yuka's call, gentle tremors begin to ripple through her surroundings. Not far from here, the red tide from the bay area begins to corrupt its way inland. In the wake of the tide comes an overwhelming swarm of hetero creatures. On the other side of Hydrangea Island, aftershocks continue to ripple outward. An earthquake? It's not all. Hetero creatures from the forest are also surging forward. The interference is back. Discord clutches her head in pain, struggling to maintain balance amid the tremors. Stay calm. Take a deep breath and connect with me like you did last time. As she speaks, Valeria firmly supports Discord by the shoulders to keep her body steady. Feeling better? I can barely move. There's no time for that. The red tide will be here in no time. The threats we're facing have intensified, and I fear it's the same for Yata too. If things go well for her, communication should be restored soon. If not, we'll have to rush to her aid. The plan remains unchanged. Regroup with Yata as soon as possible and find high ground to secure our position. Oh boy. 3 eyes, 6 hands. Walking through the frigid waters, surrounded by an endless sea. In the distance, where the sky meets the sea, twinkling stars dot the horizon. At the center of the sea lies what appears to be a luminous mark, radiating an endless halo of light. I walk toward it, each step closer bringing more pain. My heart grows heavier with every moment. Sorrow silently corrodes my will. The girl, enshrouded in a faint glow, appears almost transparent, casting no shadows. Upon touching her, I feel a bone-chilling cold, and beneath layers of despair, the faintest glimmer of hope. Her presence isn't unfamiliar at all. On the contrary, it feels deeply familiar. Is it you, Yuka? Why is this so painful? What exactly happened? The moment I ask these questions, the dream shatters instantly. Good morning. I see you're awake. Where am I? I should be at the track team's celebration party. Wait, what exactly happened in the activity room last night? Please calm down. You've just recovered from a severe concussion. It's natural to feel disoriented. Severe concussion? What are you talking about? Well, you see, during the celebration party in the activity room last night, the ceiling suddenly collapsed for some reason and knocked all of you out. So, that's ridiculous. I clearly remember someone speaking to us through the broadcast system. Those were hallucinations from your brain injury. This happens sometimes. Physical trauma can cause temporary memory confusion. Yata sits up in the hospital bed and tears off the suspiciously pristine bandage wrapped around her head. She grabs the nurse's sleeve, gritting her teeth as she fixes them with an intense stare. Do you even believe that nonsense you just spouted? I'm sorry, but that's what I heard from someone else. To be honest, with you acting like this, I really don't know what to do. I only started my internship at this hospital last week. If the attending physician finds out about this... Forget it. Yata leaps off the bed and charges past the nurses trying to stop her, bursting out of the ward. Her slippers slap against the floor as she strides forward in her hospital gown. An inexplicable urge in her heart drives Yata towards somewhere within the hospital. After walking for what feels like forever, she slows down in a corner. To her left stands a partially open door to a ward, isolated from any rooms nearby. Like something that materialized out of nowhere, an object that feels completely out of place in its surroundings. Yata gently pushes the door open to find a frail girl lying on the solitary bed. Yata knows her. Hearing the movement, the girl struggles to pull herself up into a sitting position. Yuka? Yata? So you're here too. Why are you back in the hospital? Weren't you doing fine just a few days ago? Sorry. Why are you apologizing? It's not like you're the one who made me sick. No, Yata. This might sound strange, but you weren't supposed to find me here. I don't have much time left, and I probably won't be going back to school anymore. That's why I wanted to say a proper goodbye. I might have pulled a few tricks. I hope you can forgive me for being selfish. What are you talking about, Yuka? Weren't you getting better? We were just talking about becoming an apprentice at the flower shop. Why are you being so pessimistic now? I don't need those things anymore. Heard that in Spiritual Eden, there are gardens more beautiful than anything in the real world. Spiritual Eden? What is that? Do you even know what's coming out of your mouth? When I've filled that place with hydrangeas, Yata, that's when you should come pay me a visit. Yuka turns to her side and takes a folded paper fox from the bedside table, placing it in Yata's hands. Paper foxes. I don't have anything worth giving you, but please accept this as a parting gift. I folded it while I was still lucid. When you see these little ones again someday, please don't forget our promise. As Yata takes the paper foxes and is about to say something, there's a knock at the door behind her. The person who knocked enters directly, wearing a doctor's white coat. He has clearly overheard their conversation. The doctor shows no surprise at Yata's presence, only staring back with cold indifference. I'm afraid you'll have to leave. The patient needs to rest now. Please come back another time, if you would. Yata rises from her seat in protest, but Yuka holds her hand and nods to the doctor. Come visit me again another time, Yata. I'll come back tomorrow. I promise I will. Bye, Yata. Get back to school now. Yata leaves with lingering doubts. As she reaches the corridor, something suddenly crosses her mind. The doctor's cold voice sounds familiar to her, but she can't quite place where she's heard it before. Time freezes like a paused film, and everything around comes to a sudden halt. The dusk light silently streams through the window onto the floor, while birds outside hang motionless in midair. The surroundings take on an unreal quality, as if they've become part of a photorealistic painting. In this frozen moment, footsteps echo from behind Yata. If only she had recognized the doctor's voice back then. If only she had realized it was Yuka's cry for help. At the very least, she wouldn't have had to watch Yuka head down that dark path alone. In the end, it did nothing. I couldn't change anything at all. Even you, as you are now, are nothing but a shadow formed from the depths of my regret. Has something happened to Yuka? On the day of the punishing outbreak, she was trapped in the laboratory with no way to escape. When the rescue team published their list, Yuka's name appeared under the column of the deceased. Years have passed, and this nightmare has haunted me relentlessly until I came back to this place. Only when I saw her through these memories and hallucinations did I finally understand that Yuka's tragedy didn't end with her death. It began with it. Yuka's tragedy began with her death. Decades have passed, and she made her appearance again at the abandoned Misono High ever so quietly. I can only believe that the real Yuka died, and whoever she is now is something else entirely. And yet, he definitely has Yuka's memories, and I can't bring myself to see her as an enemy. I just can't think of her as someone I have to fight. Has Yuka become your enemy? She's taken control of the entire island, commandeered Babylonia's strike team, and kidnapped my squad mates. If that doesn't make her an enemy, then what exactly is she trying to do? Perhaps she just wanted to see you one last time. After all, you were Yuka's only friend. Wanted to see me one last time. She has always been easily influenced by people, but she's going through puberty, right? Puberty? Yes, even after all these years, if her mind hasn't changed. And she's really no different from any other teenage girl. Her brain hasn't fully developed yet, while her personality is still sensitive, and she has many unrealistic ideas about the world. Like a child who never grows up, her soul remains trapped within this school. Trapped in this school. But the same can be said about you, no? I mean, if you're still living with regret now. Her heart is just as trapped in this place. What am I supposed to do? Everything is the way it is now because I couldn't save her back then. Then why not try to save her again? Save her again? If she can't find her way out of this on her own, then as her best friend, Yata, you should be the one to help her. It could be that she probably just can't figure her way out on her own. I came to see you hoping you could stop her. Because you're the only person she finds trustworthy. Yata, besides her Dr. Saltame. But what if I fail again? Are you going to let the fear of failure stop you from trying? Back when you competed in track and field, did you ever hold back just because you were afraid of not winning first place? You'll never give a race your all if you're afraid of losing. Have you forgotten your own words? Once you get into the zone, you gradually tune out everyone around you and focus solely on your own pace. But I run to surpass myself, not to defeat others. Your only enemy has always been yourself. All these years, you've never been able to overcome your inner demons. You run away and refuse to take responsibility because you can't face who you were yesterday. Don't think, just act. The effort is what counts. Even if you're bound to fail, you'll need to face the music with honesty. You only see your failure to save Yuka, but have you forgotten what you did that day? Were you really doing nothing? Just waiting for death to come? Back then, You fought, didn't you? Didn't you fight with everything you had? You might not have been as strong as you'd hoped to be, but you're no longer the Yata you were back then. You're no longer the Yata of yesterday. I stand here as a stronger version of myself. Now it's your turn to save her. Please. I see. Thanks. After all these years, this rematch, I'm not losing again this time. Yata's hallucination fades away as she emerges from her meditation. Reality pulls her back to the battlefield, a derelict school building still shrouded in night. In the narrow corridor, 3 corrupted loom right before her eyes. In less than half a second, their weapons will tear right through Yata's flesh. Nope, not gonna let that happen. Yata steps back half a pace, dodging the incoming blades. In that split second, as they graze past her, she uses the frontmost corrupted as a pivot point to leap into the air, breaking free from their encirclement. Think I'm a pushover, huh? With a sideway flip, Yata channels the momentum into a kick that shatters the corrupted's blade. Landing, crouching, lowering her center of gravity, she charges at full speed until her blade cleaves the enemy in half. And comes a powerful beam, charged and unleashed. The brilliant beam floods the dim corridor with daylight. Scorched, scrapped metal and dismembered parts litter the ground around Yata. Stepping over the deactivated corrupted, Yata finds Shiva unconscious at the end of the corridor. She kneels down and gently shakes Shiva. 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 Silence. Not a single wound marks her body, but her eyes tightly shut. Only the third eye on her forehead still emits a faint green light, telling Yata that she's still alive. Damn it. It's not working. Did Yuka do this? Shiva's kidnapper probably had absolute confidence when they left her in the corridor, an absolute certainty that those under her control wouldn't easily awaken. To think of it, the corrupted here are growing more restless, and the interference signals are getting stronger. Yuka, have you chosen the red tide? Another wave of intense pain surges through her mind, and Yata clutches her head in agony. Yata, the six-armed freak. What's going on here? Is there not a single normal person in Scarab? Hey, are you calling yourself normal when you have 3 eyes? For battlefield analysis and signal detection and observation of... Alright. There's a lot of uses for my 6 arms as well. Weren't you bragging about being the best at escaping? How'd you end up surrounded? The corrupted are swarming in and none of us managed to escape with no one covering our retreat. 8 o'clock, high ground. Prepare to break through. You idiot, why did you come back? Shorthalt is going to give me a real piece of his mind if you don't make it back. Not a single normal person is scared. But you all give off some nice frequencies. Yata, even if Shorthalt were still here, this mission is to investigate the source of the red tide anomaly. Wouldn't be any easier. Something's off with the frequencies in my body. I have a... Shut it. Shut up. You phony mystic, quit talking in your sleep. Scream! Get away from me! Yata snaps awake and sends an approaching corrupted flying with a punch. But more and more hetero creatures emerge from the shadows of the corridor. Shorthalt's the type who'd keep nagging at me even as a ghost. So, Shiva, even if he's gone now, I'm still taking you back with me. She bends down to scoop up Shiva as the mechanical arms on her back fan out dramatically. What are you waiting for? Come at me all at once, inferior beings. As the hetero creatures surge forward en masse, a faint smile plays across Yata's lips. That's what I'm talking about. Hackling about. Well, let's just keep this in mind. This is my school, not your playground to run wild in. A deafening explosion rings out, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering glass. Several hetero creatures come hurtling down from the school building. In an instant, violent gunfire tears through the second floor, echoing from the stairwell corner to the end of the hallway. Gotta establish contact with Babylonia now. Sprinting full tilt, Yata makes her way to the school building's rooftop. Yata quickly sets up the communication anchor and picks Shiva up again to leave. If everything works properly, communication should be restored in 5 minutes. There's no time to linger here. Yuka's projection keeps growing stronger. If this goes on, no one here is ever going to wake up again. Ooh. The best choice. Construct. According to Scarab's intelligence, this woman called Yuka is at the core of the experiment. 5 minutes ago, the communication anchor set up by Yata successfully restored contact with Babylonia and began transmitting mission intelligence in real time. According to records, there are 2 non-compliant expenditures, a giant signal amplification device, and an uncoded clinical procedure. Neuroscience Research Institute, early November. Well, guess I have you to thank for all the little drama you caused while I was away, Kohei. I deeply apologize. This experiment will definitely succeed. If we can produce results before the Science Council fully intervenes, I believe the academic community will recognize our efforts. Yuka's body is at its limit, isn't it? I have failed in my duties, but I've already found a solution. The academic community previously conducted research on human modification, and they've made some preliminary progress. You're suggesting construct modification surgery. Yes. As you've brought up this surgery, tell me, what's its success rate? I know the success rate is still quite low. This is the only way to move the experiment forward. As you've always known, constructs not only far surpass normal humans in physical capabilities, but also possess advanced cognitive structures. Reika doesn't respond to Koei's words, merely flipping through the records in her hands with an expressionless face. Page after page, in this lengthy silence, only the rustling sound of the old paper records can be heard. I apologize, but if you're looking for the research records, they're still in the laboratory. What you're looking at is Yuka's medical records. These medical records are exactly what I wanted to see. Consciousness projection, as a branch of consciousness connection technology, has been based on the mental structure of constructs since the beginning of its research. The budget doesn't align with Babylonia's standards, but when we consider the prerequisites and calculate the project's other expenses, these so-called clinical procedures were most likely construct modification surgeries. Why weren't the modifications performed from the start? It was mainly due to the extremely low success rate of the surgery. Based on what we know here, Reika Saotome probably didn't have a barely perceptible look of disgust flashes through Asimov's eyes. Test subjects. The two exchange a knowing glance, their understanding unspoken. However, this is just my deduction based on the experimental data in hand. According to Yata's information, Yuka was Reika Saotome's adopted brother. Perhaps this familial relationship was what caused the delays in progress. Nicola taps the table non-committedly. So the key question now is why Yuka just woke up all of a sudden after several decades. Who's there? Show yourself. Greetings to you, my dear construct. The figure in the shadows lifts her skirt and performs an elegant curtsy. Cradle. She passes Shiva to the mechanical arms behind her and cautiously raises her fists into a fighting stance. Relax, I'm not here to fight you. You see, what did you do to Yuka? I merely gave her a heart, using the power of the red tide, that is. Her body was incomplete from the beginning, resistant to all attempts at awakening. Yet within her mind lay a beautiful story. Her words are cut short by two pulse rounds suddenly streaking through the air. If I had a nickel for every experiment who used children as test subjects, I'd have actually a lot of nickels. Yeah, this is like the fourth or fifth story that involved not even like child test subjects, just human experimentation. V, you're alive. That's what matters. Now focus on the fight. Yata, isn't this what you wanted? To see her again? Stop making decisions for people. Stop acting like you did that out of kindness when she's a monster now because of you. How unfortunate. But perhaps this is what she wanted. Yata, while I'd love to see how this story ends, I'm afraid I have more pressing matters to attend to. Until we meet again. Off to the head of the tower, she skips down the corridor. With a smile, Cradle steps into the darkness, once again leaving the scarabs alone in the empty corridor. V, I'm counting on you to help Shiva. Yuka is still projecting memories. If we don't stop this, none of us will be able to wake up. Her mind is unstable too. Yuka and I share a past, and her influence on me stems from that. But I know how to fight it. I've made some adjustments to your mind. Once I help stabilize Shiva, I'll head over there. Sure. Without another word, Yata vanishes into the darkness. How did the modifications turn out? It worked. Partially. Yuka's heart was too weak and it required an external power supply device during the modifications process. Now she can no longer survive without it. However, as long as the external power supply device functions properly, Yuka can live a normal life. Her cognitive structure has improved significantly. I believe the experiment will be successful soon. Losing interest in what Koei has to say, Reika walks straight to the laboratory. On the metallic examination table lies a young girl, as delicate and lifeless as a porcelain doll. Power tubes, resembling instruments of torture, connect one by one to the girl's back, sustaining her fragile existence. Dr. Saltman? An unhealthy flush appears on her pale face as she struggles to sit up. Why are you here? Lie back down. Even Reika herself fails to notice how her voice has unconsciously softened. As she speaks, she supports Yuka's back, gently helping her lie back down. How are you feeling? My heart. It's no longer fragile. You don't have to worry about it anymore. After a brief hesitation, Yuka manages a weak smile. Unable to face Yuka's smile, Reika instinctively turns her face away. The fragile heart has been replaced with cold-powered conduits. Around Reika, Yuka has always been good at pushing herself past her limits. That pale smile is proof enough. Is something wrong? Did I fail to do something properly? Yuka's anxious voice pulls Reika back from her daze. No, Yuka, I'm just... Dr. Saltame. Look. As she speaks, she hands Reika a flower. Only when Reika takes it in her hands does she realize it's made of paper. I ordered this myself. It's a hydrangea. Doesn't it look nice? Or does it look nice? The blue-dyed petals bear delicate, perfectly placed patterns that make it almost indistinguishable from a real hydrangea. If not for the slightly stiff texture of the card paper, Reika might have thought she was back in May. I've never been physically strong and never done anything right. But being able to participate in the experiment make me feel that even someone like me can do something for you. I've always loved the hydrangeas on the island, but they wither away when September comes. Sometimes I find myself wishing they could bloom forever. That's why I made these paper flowers by hand, as a gift for you. Even when the hydrangeas are not in bloom, these will stay by your side. Though barely above a whisper, Yuka's voice carries an unmistakable hint of determination and resolve. As the paper flowers rest in her palm, Reika's lips part to speak, but the words die on her tongue. Something wells up in her chest, and Reika grows restless. This kind of emotion makes her uncomfortable. Every researcher detests such emotions. The unknown means trouble and lack of control, so Reika closes her eyes. Behind her closed eyes, the magnificent sight of humanity's interconnected consciousness unfolds before her. For a moment, the tension in Reika's chest eases, only to tighten again. For there, in a corner of this grand spectacle, a girl huddles helplessly. Dr. Saltame? Reika opens her eyes at Yuka's timid call. She stares at the young girl, letting the silence stretch between them. Why don't we call it quits, Yuka? What? Dr. Saltame, why? Her eyes widen in disbelief. Having overheard their exchange, Kohei rushes over. What are you talking about? We've already come this far. Kohei's outburst brings Reika back to her senses, but the turmoil in her heart only grows stronger. Are you questioning my expertise? No, I would never. I wouldn't dare, but... While Kohei stands speechless, Yuka is the first to act, grabbing onto Reika's sleeve. Did I do something wrong? My body has already been modified into that of a construct. I'm sure I can do this, so please. Tears suddenly stream down Yuka's face as her voice turns almost pleading. You haven't done anything wrong, Yuka. Your condition is deteriorating severely. If we go any further, I'm not certain the experiment will succeed, or if it would even yield valuable results. Continuing the experiment would not be a wise choice. But this is the only way to prove your theories. If it's the only choice, then it must be the best choice. Reika's gaze shifts from the girl's clothes to her face. Yuka's unwavering gaze helps Reika regain her composure as reason gradually overtakes emotion. Please. As Yuka tries to speak further, Reika suddenly reaches out and gently pats her head. Yuka. Don't die. You have to live. Yes, of course, Dr. Saltman. Reika turns around and leads Kohei out of the room and back to the monitoring station. Continue the experiment. Expanded scope to the entire campus. The entire campus? Kohei stands bewildered. Just moments ago, he thought Reika was being too cautious, but now he worries she's becoming too radical. Since she's already become a construct, we should accelerate the process to minimize potential accidents. Reika turns on the microphone, taps it twice, and speaks with a gravity that adds weight to her already serious tone. Yuka, I'll say it again. If you can't hold on, terminate the consciousness projection immediately. Don't worry, I can handle it. A feeble response echoes through the laboratory. Very well. Begin the experiment. The third consciousness projection experiment starts now. Brainwave capture in progress. All nodal consciousness signals positioned. Beginning transmission. Activation successful. Initiating synchronization. Synchronization in progress. While the main console buzzes with activity, a researcher stands by the window, entranced by the view outside. Wait, what's with those robots on the street in the distance? Hey, focus on the experiment. Get back here. But something's not right. Screams of agony from other researchers begin to echo through the research facility's hall behind Kohei. The service robots break free from their controls and begin attacking all personnel indiscriminately. Reika stares in shock at Yuka, who is convulsing violently in the laboratory. What has happened? What's going on? Security! Where's security? Someone stop these crazy machines! Amidst Kohei's shouts, Reika notices subtle anomalies appearing on the instrument displays and dials in front of her. Mechanical malfunction. Is this a virus? Reika turns to see people collapsing one after another in the facility's hall. Only those wearing protective suits remain standing. No, that's not it. It's not just targeting machines. Yuka, terminate the consciousness projection now. Having reached a conclusion, Reika immediately activates her microphone. Her only response is the beeping of instruments and an ever-climbing synchronization rate. Yuka? Answer me, Yuka. Stop the consciousness projection now. In their laboratory, Yuka continues to convulse, oblivious to what's happening. Seeing this, Reika throws aside her microphone and moves to rush toward the laboratory door, but someone nearby grabs her and pulls her back. Dr. Saotome, what are you doing? The equipment is malfunctioning. I can't terminate the projection experiment remotely. I need to go in and cut the power manually. There's no time. We need to evacuate now. We can always replace the test materials, but we can't replace you. But the same goes for Yuka. Reika whirls around with a fierce shout, her sudden intensity leaving Kohei stunned. Catching herself, Reika draws a deep breath and quickly regains her composure. What I mean is, as a volunteer with the highest compatibility rate for the projection experiment, Yuka possesses irreplaceable qualities. Her presence is crucial to the project. Kohei remains silent, his gaze shifting past Reika to something behind her. My apologies for coming late, Chief. Doctor, your timing is perfect. The lab door needs to be opened manually. You'll have to... Before she can finish, the guard following Kohei's silent signal renders Reika unconscious. Take her away. Give me the gun. If we don't cut power to the consciousness projection host, none of us will make it out of here alive. The guard nods, hands over his gun, and swiftly carries Reika away. Kohei fires several shots, destroying the safety valves, controlling the power conduits. As he glances at Yuka convulsing inside the lab, a flicker of pity crosses his eyes. He perfunctorily, I've never seen that word before, perfunctorily inputs commands into the malfunctioning console to force the test subject into suspended animation, and quickly exits the monitoring room without waiting to confirm if the commands went through. For the doctor's sake, I've done what I could. Yuka, if you don't make it, well, blame it on your misfortune. Inside the laboratory, the power conduit indicator lights shut off one after another as cryogenic gas bursts from the equipment. Yuka lies motionless on the examination table, blood vessels bursting in her eyes as her mind drifts into a computer-simulated sea of consciousness where waves of negative thoughts spread uncontrollably. Everything around her is stained blood red as the entire system goes haywire. At that moment, her consciousness reaches across the sea to the distant shore. No matter how far, she can reach and connect with every point of light. Ironically, this power comes from the very mechanical corruption eating away at her mind. Yata. As the thought crosses her mind, Yuka finds Yata's consciousness among the glowing specks of light. She touches the light, mustering every last bit of her sanity to utter these words. The mechanoids on the island have gone haywire. Run, Yata. That's why near around the beginning of this chapter, there was a mechanoid that was saying Yata's name. Oh wait, no. No, that mechanoid from earlier was saying Yata, come back. While warming up on the track field, Yata is suddenly struck by an intense headache. I always figured that the message was just like constantly repeating and stuff. Never mind. She falls to the ground, then hears a voice echoing in her head. Run, Yata. This voice. It's Yuka's. Why am I hearing it inside my head? Was I hearing things? She mentioned haywire robots. Could it be? Without a moment's hesitation, Yata races to the academic building's rooftop and scans the horizon. On the streets of the Harbor District, swarms of robots are marching toward the school. And from the Inland Research District, a group of Sentinel robots has already reached the school's restricted zone. Figured as much. These buckets of bolts have gone haywire. With her nimble agility, Yata dashes to the principal's office to alert the school staff about the situation. Unfortunately, not a single person there is willing to listen to someone they've written off as just another delinquent. The staff continues with their work, treating Yata like she's invisible. Dismissed by the staff, Yata rushes to the student council office where they at least acknowledge her presence. But lending her a hearing ear is all they do. They drive her away, convinced she's just there to stir up trouble. Left with no choice, Yata decides to arm herself and heads to the gym storage to find weapons. By coincidence, Yata runs into Masao Osako in the gym storage room. Hey, you troublemaking prefect. Looking to pick another fight with me? Listen, Osako, I don't have time for this. I've got more pressing matters to deal with. Ignoring Masao, Yata frantically rummages through the equipment. Hey, what's with that attitude, Yata? Is this how you treat your betters? Be honest with me. What's going on? I've never seen you this rattled before. Something's coming from across the sea. A legion of robots is making their way to our school. Never mind. You probably wouldn't believe me anyway. Yata, swear to me you're not making this up. Dead serious. I'm dead ass. A robot legion, huh? Sounds like we're in for a tough fight. Can't exactly punch through metal. But with my Osaka gang backing up your track team, you might stand a chance, right? Wait, you actually believe me? Well, that look on your face tells me you're dead serious. To be honest, after Dad passed away, I've been doing a lot of thinking. Something about this island just doesn't add up. At this point, nothing would surprise me anymore. Masako. Masao slowly pulls out two cloth-wrapped objects from behind him. These are the science blades my father left behind. Pretty sure you've seen them before. The red one is called Rainbow Breaker, and the blue one is Snow's Grace. Got that? A monomolecular vibration blade. Think you can cut through those mechanical bastards? Don't be ridiculous. These are my father's masterpieces. Yata, with these blades you could cut through anything, even a god standing in your way. But how are you going to fend for yourself if you're giving me the blades? These blades are too damn heavy for me anyway. I'm better off with my baseball bat. With some hesitation, Yata takes Rainbow Breaker and Snow's Grace before rushing off to the track club. People from the track club trust Yata completely. They spring into action without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, Masao leads the Osako gang to position themselves at the school's back entrance. The swarm of corrupted effortlessly tears through the school's security checkpoints. And so the battle from the Sano High, and so begins the battle. This is supposed to be a combat stage, by the way. At first, Yata attempts to hold back the invading corrupted at the main entrance. but she quickly realizes the overwhelming gap in combat prowess between machines and humans. Left with no choice, Yata falls back to the school building, with people too frightened to venture out, remaining inside the building with her. But this proves futile. The machines soon breach the school building as well. What the hell is that thing? High school students fighting the end of the world. Average JRPG situation. True! Help! Help! To a corrupted corner, a pair of fallen high school girls. Their grotesque red eyes glare down at the girls as they raise their mechanical blades. As the blades flash twice through the air, the terror on the girls' faces gives way to vacant stares. The red blur cleaves the corrupted in half at the waist. It's Yata, standing behind what remains of its body. Are you two alright? You're okay. Head to the gym and lecture hall. The doors there are reinforced. Without another word, Yata races to the stairs, cuts down two corrupted at the corner, and continues her ascent. She swings Rainbow Breaker relentlessly, using both hands and feet to maintain her momentum. Though somewhat disheveled, Yata manages to save many people along the way, until she finds herself surrounded. Caught in the middle of the corridor with enemies on all sides, Yata readies her blade in a defensive stance. Guess I've got no choice now. Yata looks at Rainbow Breaker in her hand and lets out a sigh. This blade truly lives up to its legend of cutting down gods. It might still have a sliver of hope. As the corrupted lunges at her, Yata sidesteps and cuts one down in a single motion. The rest of the corrupted spring into action, and Yata meets their charge with her blade. A sharp crack rings out, and her blade shatters. Rainbow Breaker, you should be breaking rainbows, not getting broken yourself. The corrupted behind Yata lunges at her, but she can't draw Snow's grace from its sheath in time. She knows one thing for certain. In the next moment, it won't be her enemies or gods being cut down, but herself. With no time to turn and face her attacker, Yata desperately tries to look back, but it's already too late. You sure fought hard back there. Even the most powerful of weapons can break, not to mention the human body's nothing but vulnerabilities. Without the resolve to sacrifice, you can't even step onto the battlefield. You're stronger than me now, as far as the determination to fight goes. Well, look who showed up at the perfect time. How's it going over there? I guess I'm doing alright. From here on out, I'll be fighting by your side. Yeah, let's do this together. Right here, right now. Let me ask you a question. Why are you trying to protect all these people? That's just who we are. Sticking our noses where they don't belong. We'd rather die than yield to our enemies. Don't tell me you've forgotten. Has my future self really become just another jaded grown-up who's indifferent to everything? If you've forgotten what you once stood for, then I refuse to become someone like you. No, I haven't forgotten. I'm just afraid I won't be able to protect everyone. And this feeling pains me every single moment. But wouldn't you regret it more if you ran away from that responsibility? Right. Giving up would make everything so much easier, but the challenges will still be there. Are you really going to surrender to your fate? Life's challenges won't disappear just because we run from them. I guess I never really graduated from that lesson myself. Regrets are inevitable. We might as well fight and make our stand. You'll never know unless you try. Even failing is better than not trying at all. Are you sure? Leave no regrets behind. Give it your all so you know that you've already done your absolute best when you look back. If you ever forget your reason to fight, just keep your eyes on me. You see? I'll take point from here. In a moment when Yata isn't paying attention, the blade in her hand becomes two. The fact that human memory isn't entirely reliable can probably explain it. Sometimes people confuse past events, even in their hallucinations. She sees the truth before her, yet chooses to forget certain parts of it. That was a long read.
放送室。最初からずっとここだったんだ。
Find Yuka.
優香、意識投射をやめて。
Whoa. blocked. On the right.
さっさと負けを見てあんまり調子こくなここからはガチで行くよ
The red tide? Another dream. Yata, please help the real Yuka come to her senses. Yata, do your best. Yata, I'm sure you can reach places we can't see. Yata, you can't stay here anymore. Run. We'll play jazz for you. No, super jazz. Don't look back anymore. Do what you need to do.
せっかく作った楽園楽しくないの
Whoa. We're gonna throw hands even back in high school. This military grade armor is completely impregnable. Is that what it's like? That's what I'm talking about, Yata. So, lightning flash. He even has his own freaking attack name. That's funny. Holy shit, that was so badass, Masao. Yata, Yuka's will has been twisted. That girl isn't Yuka. Time for you to go. This is goodbye for real this time. Hurry, take my courage with you and charge forward with everything you've got. Give it a punch. No, make it 6 punches. You cannot stop the march of corruption.
さっさとここからはやるじゃん 真っ黒焦げになりな
ヤタちゃん私たちの仲間になればあなたにも理解できるはず
Wake up!
咲き誇れ夜明けの花
It is time for us to wake up. I don't want to wake up. Surge of Law. Your name is Yata. Yes. Yata, your physical parameters are excellent. You meet all the surgical requirements. But there is this thing I'm curious about. Why do you want to become a construct? Don't you want to live as a human? You could die at any time out on the battlefield. I want to go back there. What? I want to go back out there to that battlefield. She's brave as hell. Guess I've got no choice now. Yata looks at Rainbow Breaker in her hand and lets out a sigh. If this blade truly lives up to its legend of cutting down gods, I might still have a sliver of hope. A sharp crack rings out, and her blade shatters. Rainbow Breaker. You should be breaking rainbows, not getting broken yourself. With no time to turn and face her attacker, Yata desperately tries to look back, but it's already too late. At the very last moment, You sure fought hard back there. Appearing out of nowhere, Masao blocks the corrupted's blade with his own sword just as it's about to strike Yata. Hey Yata, don't lose focus. Well, look who showed up at the perfect time. As she speaks, Yata draws Snow's grace and gives the blade a few test swings. How's it going over there? We've lost ground. The back entrance has been overrun by the robot army. I've ordered my men to fall back. We can't afford to keep losing resources like this. You should leave too. What good could you possibly do here? Don't forget who just saved your hide. Gee, I'm feeling seriously underestimated here. Great. I was the only one trapped before, and now neither of us can escape. Hey, with all this chaos going on, you're telling me the mainland doesn't know about it? Word is a rescue team is on its way, but it'll take time. We just have to hold out until then. Got it. I'll take point from here. Alright. After a head-on clash with the corrupted, Yata and Masao finally break through the encirclement. Fighting their way back, the two retreat into a hidden storage room. As soon as Yata enters, Masao barricades the door with heavy objects. After running for so long, Masao is too exhausted to even stand straight. Yata carefully leans against the door, listening intently for any movement outside. Looks like we lost them. Hey, Masao. As Yata turns around, she finally notices Masao sitting on the ground, exhausted. He gasps heavily for air, his school uniform stained crimson with blood around the chest. Despite Masao's attempts to press down on the wound, the bleeding won't stop. Sorry, Yata. They got me. Those robots are damn good at what they do. With blood trickling from his mouth, Masao manages to smile before his body goes limp. Hey, Osaka, stay with me. The rescue team will be here any minute. Yata frantically searches for bandages, but Masao stops her. It's too late for me. I'm done for, but you still have a chance. Give those tin cans what they deserve. Hey now, come on. Don't be so rude to Tin Can. Stay with me, Osako. Listen to me, Yata. Humanity won't lose. Humanity. Bleh. Before he can finish his words, Masao falls silent, passing away peacefully. 07 for the lad. Damn it. No, you can't just... I here of all places. Yata grabs the broken rainbow breaker and Snow's grace and charges forward. Within moments, she carves a bloody path through the corrupted blocking the corridor. She's really built different. She's a human. She's dealing with them by herself. That's crazy. Yata reaches the gymnasium and lecture halls, leading the hiding students toward the rooftop. The rescue team's transport aircraft soon arrives and makes several trips to evacuate the survivors. As soon as the military personnel arrive for rescue, Yata frantically questions them. Where's Yuka? Have you found her? Yuka? Yuka Saotome. I'm sorry, but I have no information about her. Her name isn't on the list of survivors. Wait, can we continue the rescue operation? She must still be in the school. As far as I know, everyone from the school has already been evacuated. Please, let me go down there. I'll find her myself. Come on, you're not going to last a second with that body of yours. But... Hold on, there's an incoming transmission. The man in military uniform turns around to answer his satellite phone. Yes, the experimental cell. I see. The man glances at Yata while speaking, then hangs up the phone. Young lady, I just received word, specifically from a helicopter, about your classmate Yuka, whom you mentioned earlier. During a routine hospital checkup this morning, a bunch of robots went haywire in the building she was in, and she died when the building collapsed. Wait, but Yuka, she... My condolences. Having said that, the officer puts on his military cap and takes his leave. Yata slumps into the transport's temporary seat, despair evident in her vacant stare. It's all my fault. Shortly after, Yata receives news that her classmates, who were rehearsing for their graduation ceremony, didn't make it out either. The situation on Hydrangea Island and Misono High got out of hand, both falling to the corrupted. December. Daylight savings time ends for Misono High. Yata, this battlefield you're so eager to return to. As far as I'm concerned, it's nothing more than a post-traumatic stress response. What had happened left its mark on your brain since you were still pretty young when the tragedy took place. Clinging to hatred, even becoming a construct, none of that will bring back what you've lost. But I refuse to live my life as just another survivor. Somewhere on Earth, there must be people waiting to be saved, just like those children were back then. I've carried this survivor's guilt for far too long. I can't take it anymore. With this mindset of yours, I'm worried you'll come to regret it someday. It's because of my regrets that I chose to become a force against the punishing. And I'm just going to end up living with more regrets if I don't become stronger. I understand your desire to fight for redemption, but still. Then let me ask you one last time, Yata. Are you willing to become a construct? To become part of a weapon? No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. I am willing, as long as I can keep fighting. Please, let me become a construct. Like morning dew, this form shall fade. Memories drift in dreams of dreams. After a long journey through illusions and memories, Yata opens her eyes again to the battlefield. She remembers everything now, the cruel past she had deliberately forgotten, only to face it once again. Yes, all I did was go from that illusion into this new dream, huh? The force interfering with my mind did weaken for a moment, but it hasn't disappeared. I can see things through eyes other than my own. Yuka, is this what you wanted to tell me? Come find me at the lecture hall, Yata. A brief, sharp pain pierces through Yata's consciousness. She shakes her head to clear away the interference. There's no mistake. It's Yuka's voice. Yuka, it's time we wake up. This is a long chapter. I have 4 more nodes to go through. Well, there's no stopping now. I'm committed to getting it done. Had I known it was going to be this long, I would have stopped like midway. Memory projection. She attempts to calibrate the audiovisual module, but still has a hard time sensing her surroundings. Shiva. Valeria. The sounds reach her ears as if filtered through layers of ocean water while her vision remains a blur of light. Where am I? The ruins next to the school building. Punishing is in low concentration here. Just as Shiva begins to relax, a shadow flashes across her rippling, distorted vision. Valeria, look out! The moment she speaks, the world before her begins to spin violently. Following that is the distinctive bang of a pulse gun. As her mind fully clears, she realizes Valeria is supporting her through a series of rapid advances and dodges. Such remarkable reflexes and physical prowess. What? Oh? Sharp applause rings out from nearby as a woman of elegant bearing emerges from the shadows. Reika Saotome. They say the average reaction time for a normal adult is around 300 milliseconds. Trained professionals can cut that time in half. In track and field events, reaction times under 100 milliseconds are considered a false start. Despite the dark gun barrel trained on her, Reika speaks casually as she strolls. Valeria. Based on what your team members have said, you must be human, correct? Such extraordinary reflexes and physical capabilities are quite rare for a human. According to records, you're now a construct. According to records, you're now a construct, though you look exactly the same as when you were human. I've already removed all those unnecessary encapsulation lines and unsightly modification traces, though I've had to sacrifice my frame's combat capabilities in the process. I have OCD. I can't think like a human unless every detail of my body perfectly replicates human form. She's all about perfection. Through modular customization, I've made both my face and figure as human-like as possible. You're smart enough to understand what I mean. I don't care what you look like. I want to know why you came back. Then you should also know that you're in no position to threaten me right now. Reika casts a meaningful glance toward Valeria's side, where Disco clutches her head in pain. If you don't retreat now, Yuka's interference will only grow stronger. And yet here you are, completely unscathed. Just a small privilege, hardly worth mentioning. A gentle yet distant smile remains fixed on Reika's face, causing Valeria to unconsciously tighten her grip on her gun. Of course, I can answer your earlier question about why I've come back. The reason is simple. Yuka has awakened. The initial construct surgery on her was unsuccessful and she required an external power supply system. Even after she was turned into a construct, her body structure remained exceptionally fragile. After the punishing outbreak, my assistant took it upon himself to sever most of her power conduits, forcing her into a low-power hibernation state. Many modules in her body were damaged as a result. Even with today's technology, her condition remains virtually indistinguishable from death. Fundamentally, the damage wasn't limited to just the regular modules, but also her mind. For decades, I've tried everything to wake Yuka up. Orthodox methods, unconventional approaches. Nothing I tried ever worked. As if sharing its rage at this cruel reality, the ground begins to violently shake once more. The school building is starting to tremble as well. It seems the red tide isn't far from here. And yet she fixed something I couldn't fix for decades, using the power of the punishing, and even the red tide. As she speaks, she backs away, her figure melding with the darkness in the corner. What price has that child taken upon herself this time? Her expression is hidden in the shadows, but Valeria can hear the sorrow in her voice. Where are you going? I'm going to see my daughter. One last time. Reika's voice grows fainter until it fades away, and that's when Valeria knows she's gone. Why didn't you shoot? Wasn't she the mission target? Silence. We can talk about mission targets after your and Discord's mind stabilizes. Discord turns to look and notices beads of sweat continuously forming on Valeria's face. To stabilize both of their minds, she is overloading her mind beacon output. Well then, Yata, you must have heard our conversation. After a burst of static, a soft sigh comes through from the other end of the terminal. Valeria closes her eyes wearily. Wearily. It seems that while the exact reason for Yuka's awakening remains unclear, we can largely credit it to Cradle and the Red Tide. If you have time for small talk, shouldn't you be more concerned about your squad members? The rescue transport drones were already en route the moment we lost contact with the Scarabs. Sending more people would have only led to pointless casualties because of that bizarre consciousness projection. We can only place our hopes in the Scarabs now. Nicola narrows his eyes, irritably scanning through the real-time mission briefings. More than that, what intrigues me is how this consciousness projection can control everyone like puppets on strings. It's simple. What we call consciousness projection isn't real projection at all. I mean, as you should know, consciousness connection is essentially achieved when a commandant's beacon connects to a construct's mind, which helps to stabilize the construct's consciousness. Consciousness projection, being a derivative technology, operates on the same principle. Without pausing his typing on the virtual keyboard, Asimov lets out a barely audible sigh. You should elaborate on that. In other words, while it still involves connecting someone else's beacon to one's mind consciousness, consciousness projection allows multiple mind beacons to connect simultaneously. This so-called projection is nothing more than creating illusions within one's own mind to simulate the effect of controlling others. If it could actually manipulate people, people would have talked about it more, wouldn't they? Nicola tosses the mission brief aside and massages his temples. Sharp observation. Having multiple beacons connect to a mind simultaneously is already an enormous burden. Attempting to transmit information on top of that, let alone creating illusions to control others, is an extremely dangerous operation. Connection was never meant to trap people in illusions. Consciousness projection, as its derivative, causes severe destabilization of the mind model, even when creating an illusion for just one person. Which means the Yuka we know has transcended human limitations, both physically and mentally. Maintaining such a state constantly inflicts tremendous pain on her mind. The extreme demands on test subjects and the ease of inflicting fatal mind trauma. This is why consciousness projection deserves nothing more than to be lost to history. Yet as a derivative of consciousness connection, its targets aren't limited to humans. It even affects constructs and mechanoids. This must be the Red Tide's influence. The punishing has never been picky about what it corrupts. Of course, Rather than the red tide granting Yuka power, it's more accurate to say. Asimov takes a deep breath and slowly delivers his conclusion. Yuka has become a signal amplifier for the red tide. Dr. Saotome, a well-mannered child you are. I shouldn't have stopped, and you shouldn't be here. All six hands unconsciously clench it into fists as Yata's expression grows increasingly fierce. After everything that's happened, what right do you have to see Yuka? Because I am her mother. Her face maintains a polite smile, but her face is utterly devoid of emotion. Mother. Mother. Yata turns these horrifying words over in her mind twice, and then a deafening crash echoes through the dilapidated school building as dust clouds fill Reika's vision. As the dust settles, Reika sees that Yata has punched a hole in the wall behind her, and is now glaring at her with undisguised fury. Yes? Oh. I'm guessing this is what Yata is saying. Reika remains unmoved by Yata's threat, and responds with the same steady smile. Cut the act. When have you ever seen her as your daughter? Have you ever, for even a moment, felt her pain? All of it. Both from her past and now as she's being corrupted by the red tide. Sacrificing your own daughter for scientific research. Is this what you call being a mother? Though she tries to contain her anger, her voice grows louder and louder until it becomes a frenzied roar. Reika closes her eyes briefly before opening them again with a resigned look. Indeed, she's not my daughter. She's nothing but a test subject. Isn't it natural for any researcher to be eager to know the current state of their test subject? Then get the hell out of here. You have no right to... After her ears start ringing, needle-like pain surges through Yata's mind, nearly knocking her out cold again. Damn it, Yuka! As Yata struggles against the hallucinations, she feels something cool touch her wrist. The pain in her mind ebbs away like a receding tide. Looking down, she finds a black metal band around her wrist. What's that? This jamming device is from our old experiments. It can't completely block interference now that the red tide is more powerful, but it helps reduce the intensity nonetheless. What about you? Yata glances at Reika's wrist, but finds nothing there. I don't need that anymore. Without a jamming device or a mind beacon to stabilize your mind, you'll be infected in no time. Yata tries to push the jamming device back into Reika's hand, but Reika calmly refuses it. It's not like this is the only one of its kind. I still have one on me. I just don't need to wear it anymore. Yata takes a step back, yet keeps her vigilant glare fixed on Reika. Pardon my frankness, but I still can't trust you. This thing can't make up for even a fraction of what Yuka had to endure. I never expected it to do anything for Yuka. Reika briefly turns her face away as her distant smile gradually fades. Let me make one thing clear. If you insist on calling me a researcher, then know that no one understands my subject better than I do. Let me see her, whether as a researcher or, even if you won't acknowledge it, as a mother. This won't do you any harm. Don't you dare use that word mother in front of me again. Yata enunciates each word with cold deliberation. You schemed to transform yourself into a construct, and waited all this time for Yuka to wake up, just to see her once more? Of course. The brevity of the response leaves Yata stunned. Listen to me, Yata. That child's mind is flooded with countless memories of others, threatening to drown out her own consciousness. Drowning out herself. Ironic, isn't it? This was the inevitable outcome of the consciousness projection experiment, even if it wasn't what we had hoped for. The so-called consciousness projection isn't about projecting one's consciousness onto others, but rather having others project into oneself, ultimately exerting influence within one's own mind. You knew this would happen all along, yet you still made her go through with it. A barely perceptible flash of pain crosses Reika's eyes. Let's just leave it at that. Yuka is now wielding the power of the red tide. I'm not afraid to tell you this, Yata. I couldn't care less whether people live or die. That's just who I am. If Yuka could truly find happiness within the red tide, I wouldn't stand in her way. I'd even feel at peace with that. But in reality, that's absolutely impossible. She tilts her head back slightly, letting the cold moonlight caress her face. The red tide has dissolved countless victims, and the number of memories Yuka now bears isn't even on the same scale. Whether it's the punishing infection or the pressure of people's memories, either will eventually lead to the annihilation of Yuka's consciousness. Even now, she's being twisted by the red tide's will, enduring tremendous pain with each projection. Yata closes her eyes as scenes of her encounters with Yuka flash through her mind. Fragile, obsessive, and mad. They're all undeniable Yuka, and yet she once desperately pushed me away from danger, but now she's trying to lure me into death. Just as Reika said, Yuka's will has been twisted by the red tide. She knew these all along, but just couldn't bring herself to face them. Why are you telling me all this? To free you from your hesitation. Stop her. Free her from this endless suffering. Stop her. But if we sever her connection to the red tide, will she even survive? They both fall silent, and in this moment frozen in time, only the shadows of trees sway silently. The Lady of the Red Tide did grant her the ability to live again, but was she truly being benevolent? Yuka possesses the power of projection. I fear that's the real reason she was chosen. Her consciousness is gradually fading away, until she becomes nothing but a mere tool, a will-less amplifier. By then, she will have truly died. A tinge of melancholy seeps into Reika's smile. Go on, Yata. If we hurry, we can still see her one last time. Yata's fists clench involuntarily once more, then slowly unfurl, the gesture holding no meaning. Alright. She straps the jamming device to her wrist and rushes to where Yuka is. As Yata's figure disappears from view, Reika slumps warily against the wall. So this is the pain you've been feeling. Keeping you alive like this. It was nothing but selfishness. A wry, self-deprecating smile plays across her lips as she slowly follows the path Yata took. Ooh, already? So that means the last two notes are gonna be like purely dialogue. A faded farewell. Defeat, Yuka. Boss fight, boss fight. Beam, beam,
Yuka.
beam, 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 beam.
もう目を覚まさなきゃ。
Oh, this arena. Awaken Yuna, or not Yuna, Yuka. Oh shit.
さあ全部幻に逆さまに宙はどこさっ
さと負けを認めなって。
他のことなんか忘れて。
あんまり調子こくなよ。
焦らないで。迷ってるのね。
やるじゃん。さっさと負けを認めなって。咲き誇れ夜明けの花。
Oh, what the hell?
何もかもが苦しい。悲しみは私が消してあげる。
Oh, what the heck?
少年追いやすく。ここでもう目覚めないで。迷ってるのね。迷ってるのね。感情も欲望ももういらない。床屋の花は全部散ればいいのよ。そう、全部
Oh my
幻
god.
なの。
さっさとあんまり調子こくなよ。さっさと負け。ここからはガチで行くよ。
Oh my god.
逆さまの蝶はどこ。
咲き誇れ夜明けの花。あんまり調子こくなよ。
迷ってるのね。
Oh shit.
やるじゃん。あんまり調子こくなよ。ここからはガチで行くよ。
Oh my god, dude.
きついって。
Eesh.
咲き誇れ夜明けの花。
何もかもが苦しい。
Ah, damn it.
少年追いやす
さっさと負けを見。
く。迷ってるのね。
My stamina, man.
やるじゃん。さっさと負けを認めなって。
聞いて、私の悲しみを。お願い、行かないで。
Ugh.
そうだ、きついって。
迷ってるのね。血で咲いて涙で散った。一緒に死んでみない？ここでもう目覚めないで。
my god.
あんまり調子こくなよ。
何もかもが苦しい。
咲き誇れ夜明けの花。あんまり調子こくなよ。咲き誇れ夜明けの花。
There we go. As the battle comes to an end, lecture hall's outer wall gives way, and Yuka crashes through into the adjacent classroom. Where flower petals once lay scattered, now only a dim, decrepit space remains. Dust blankets everything, the room dilapidated and devoid of life. Hey, Flops. Oh, it's really late for you to stop on by. You came in just after I beat the boss. I just defeated a boss. You came in at such a late time. Decades have passed, leaving behind only the school supplies that couldn't be carried away during the evacuation. Having exhausted all the power Cradle had given her, or granted her, Yuka collapses into a pool of her own blood. Yata. The daybreak sun pours freely into the space, yet comes to an inexplicable halt before reaching Yuka. You could always rewind it. I think rewind it maybe 6 minutes, 7 minutes from now. If you're interested in seeing the boss fight. She looks around at her surroundings with bleary eyes, as if just waking from a dream. After a long moment, her gaze slowly refocuses on Yata as understanding dawns. Thank goodness, you managed to escape. A smile of relief spreads across her face. Yata feels a lump in her throat and unconsciously closes her eyes. The tide of memories rushes backward, threatening to sweep her away. A desperate scream echoes from afar, fragments of broken words pouring into her ears. Run, Yata. She snaps back to reality just in time, grasping at the final lifeline in this world of devastation. Thank goodness, you managed to escape. Yata opens her eyes, a storm of conflicting emotions churning in her chest. What's all this talk about escaping? Can't believe you're still hung up on that after all these years. Not just back then. It remains true even now. The girl before her gazes on quietly, the obstinance and madness in her eyes fading away along with the power of the red tide. What do you mean, even now? I'm glad that you made it out of my consciousness projection this time. Yata's body trembles as realization dawns upon her. You didn't just wake up now. You remember everything you've done. Yes, Yata. I remember. I remember every single detail. I remember deploying my consciousness projection, and I remember inviting you to join the red tide. Yuka responds slowly, an indescribable sorrow wavering in her crimson eyes. No, you could have lied to me, said that the red tide suppressed your mind, that Cradle was controlling you. I would have believed you. I'd much rather believe that. The red tide did suppress my mind. Even so, the consciousness projection was my own choice. Didn't it only bring pain? Both to your mind and to everyone under his control. It wasn't like this when the punishing first broke out. Yuka slightly bows her head and lets out a soft sigh. Even in my comatose state, I could hear them, the punishing's victims, screaming, raging, and weeping by my ears. So I did everything in my power to create a beautiful dreamland so they could pass without having to suffer. It's Dr. Satome's dream to connect human consciousness together to bring people happiness, and I was trying to do just that. See? Consciousness projection isn't all that bad, right? You know what, Yata? That winter when the punishing broke out, Hydrangea Island was blanketed by heavy snow. The solitary buildings, the withered flower beds, everything lies buried beneath a blanket of white snow. In this vast world, I stood alone, not knowing where to go, nor why I should go anywhere. I walked through that heavy snow for what felt like an eternity. Days, months, years. Time lost all meaning as I wandered on alone. Until the day I was awakened. Yata, you should understand it by now. Saving humanity, connecting everyone's consciousness, bringing happiness to all. Such noble ideals. I was the only one who ever sought salvation. Yuka. Projecting consciousness to erase people's pain. It was nothing but a substitute for my own desires. The girl lifts her head, her black hair is cascading down her shoulders and slipping through her fingers. Jeez. Her smile is feeble and sorrowful, causing Yata to turn away, unable to bear the look on Yuka's face. But using the red tide's power for consciousness projection can never eliminate pain. Rather, it infects those who receive the projection, doesn't it? To accept the red tide means submitting to its will. It continuously amplifies my obsession and uses it to expand its own power. Yuka, why? Curious about why I accepted the red tide? No, that's not what I wanted to ask. Because I was so lonely there, amidst the heavy snow. I know. It was just that simple of a wish, to live on, and to not be alone anymore. I've always known. As vital fluid gushes out of Yuka's wounds, the countdown of her life quietly begins. Why? Does it need to come at the cost of your life? Is there really no other way? Are there no miracles? Yata thought she had mentally prepared herself already, but she cannot help but seek a definitive answer all the same. I mean, I don't own this life anyway, and it's time I gave it back. The cruel truth shatters her last hope, paining Yata so much she can barely breathe. Yet the girl lying in the pool of blood simply offers Yata a quiet smile. Yata, don't look so sad. I consider myself lucky to have seen you again. Why? Her throat tightens, leaving her unable to speak. Why do we have to part ways again when we've only just found each other? Why am I getting this ending when I've given it everything I've got? Why are you being kind to someone like me? Mock me with spite, cry in despair, scream in anguish, anything, please, just say something to me. Even if only for a moment. Because I'm the one who failed to save you, the one who killed you with my own hands. The one who has always been weak and powerless. Yata? Well, only now, seeing you here, do I finally understand that consciousness projection isn't the way for people to truly connect. No matter how many minds I connect with, I still feel so lonely. Only when the red tide's power fades away can I be free, and only then can we truly reunite. That requires giving it everything you've got, right? So, stop blaming yourself for this. Yata lowers her head, her body trembling uncontrollably. Even so, you still have to go. Yes, my life should have ended many years ago. What I have now is nothing but borrowed time. If I have one regret, it's that we never got to say a proper goodbye. Yata gazes intently at the young girl kneeling beside the lecture hall. Goodbye, goodbye. Yata opens her mouth to speak, only to bite her lip tightly shut. She had said goodbye to Yuka countless times before, yet today the words refused to leave her lips. Do you remember how I once wove a dream for everyone? each according to their wish. In these dreams, some were promoted to officers, some became heroes, and a few shed their uniforms to live ordinary lives, while you remained at Misono High. Is there something wrong with dreaming about Misono High? One's best dream shouldn't lie in the past, but in the future. Ooh, that's good. Yuka gazes around with lingering affection, and Yata follows her line of sight. The aged classroom, the freshly sprouting flowers and grass, everything remains as it was, yet everything rushes toward tomorrow. Yata, my time is running out. You should go for what lies ahead. While I will stay here. The girl's voice, soft and delicate, fades away with her life, drifting into the distance. So cold. As if trying to grasp something, she desperately reaches out both hands into the void. Yuka! Yuka! Here, it's snowing again. Yuka's hands fall limply as her body collapses. The distance between life and death always seems so vast. Even a hand's breadth away becomes an unreachable distance. Just as Yata rushes forward to catch Yuka, she notices someone else had already held her up. Dr. Satome? Confused about Reika's presence, Yata is pulled back to her senses by a transmission from Valeria. Yata, if you're still alive, withdraw immediately. The red tide is coming. Red tide? It still hasn't stopped? No, it hasn't stopped, even though Shiva and Discord's minds are now normal again. Strange. I thought Yuka's powers were gone. The Lady of the Red Tide hasn't reclaimed the power she had left Yuka. Reika kneels to support Yuka's shoulders and let her rest against herself. And you have even more reason to not stay here. The red tide is coming. Yata, this will be my final experiment. Dr. Satome, I really don't want to lose my temper with you, but Yuka is slipping away. Do you know why Yuka can create such beautiful dreams, yet remains in constant agony? Because Yuka tries to bring happiness to people by projecting her consciousness. Is that the only thing you can say now when you were the one that put her through her suffering? Reika looks at Yata with intensity, a flicker of struggle crossing her eyes. Because those who weave dreams cannot dream themselves. I was the only one who ever sought salvation. That is Prometheus. An experiment in consciousness projection, allowing humans to communicate mind to mind, giving happiness to everyone. Yet its creator is the only one who can never find happiness. Ironic, isn't it? Yata narrows her eyes, studying the elegantly dressed woman from head to toe. Yuka has been in slumber for decades. You're not her. How could you possibly understand what she feels? Reika gently extends her hand, catching the rays of sunlight that fall upon them. You once asked me why I went to such lengths to transform myself into a construct. Here is why. Because the consciousness projection experiment has to continue. Yata stares at Reika as the anger in her heart slowly fades away. She already has an inkling of the answer. There's no need to ask any more questions. After Yuka fell into her slumber, you turned yourself into a test subject for consciousness projection. That's how you came to understand the pain that consciousness projection inflicted upon Yuka. No, what I experienced wasn't even a fraction of what Yuka had gone through. Reika gazes at the young girl leaning against her, who now lies with eyes tightly shut, silently awaiting her life to fade away. Yuka created beautiful dreams for so many people, but she never had any of her own. This will be the final experiment, a one-on-one conscious projection, led by me. Yata takes a deep breath as the shrieking of the red tide reaches her ears. Please. Yata finds herself unable to say what she wanted to say. There are no heroes in real life, but I will shoot down that eagle for her. Unfazed by the trembling earth beneath, Reika speaks with serene determination. Please do so. Yata takes one last long look at Yuka before turning away and rushing toward Valeria's coordinates. As she leaves the dilapidated classroom, a distant voice echoes once more within her mind. Goodbye, Yata. Well, to which she responds softly. Goodbye, Yuka. Without looking back, Yata sprints forward into the distance. Dang. Two more nodes to go. The Dreamer's Dream. Planning Headquarters, Hydrangea Island Commercial. November. Here's my entry application for the island. I've bought all the required documents. Is everything in order? Dr. Saotome, your documentation is indeed complete. However, what's wrong? If you'll pardon my frankness, your research history is marred by several incidents. Drug abuse, unauthorized experiments, and more. Aren't you all well aware of these matters already? Are you people seriously hung up on these things now when I'm already here on your invitation? We absolutely support your research principles. In fact, it's precisely your adventurous approach that caught our interest. However, the list of personnel for the island landing will need to be submitted to the Science Council for review. And as I'm sure you're aware, those people aren't as accommodating as we are. How do you think they would react if they saw your name listed among the teaching staff? They would immediately connect your radical methods with the island's research direction. Not only would they deny your entry to the island, but the entire Hydrangea Island business initiative would fall through as well. Letting cowards dictate the direction of scientific research is a disgrace to all of humanity. With that said, though, there might be a way to work around this. We can disguise our research under the pretext of education by establishing a school. College research projects tend to attract attention, but a high school would be relatively safer. Common sense dictates that no one would expect a high school to be capable of conducting cutting-edge research. If you could come to the island posing as a guardian of a high school student, we can then keep your name concealed under the family members of the students going to the island. You want me to play the role of an accompanying parent? Indeed, we have successful precedents for this approach. That explains why the high school had a teacher-student ratio of 2 to 1. Because all the other teachers, they're posing as teachers, but they're researchers at the end, overall. There's a fundamental and obvious flaw in your assumption. I don't have any children. In fact, I'm not even married. I completely understand your situation. It must be difficult to balance both career and family life successfully. Do you have anything else to add? Have you considered adoption? Adoption? An unsettling smile creeps across the documentation officer's face as he pulls a business card from his drawer. Perhaps you'd like to learn more about this. Reika takes the card. It bears the address of an orphanage. This is a welfare institution we've worked with before. I'll give them a call later. Someone will be there to greet you when you arrive. Leave all the adoption paperwork to us. The surface a high school, but deep down it's actually a research institution. Welfare facility. The address on the card leads to a secluded welfare institution. Reika pushes the door open with hesitation. In the courtyard of an aged Western-style mansion, a middle-aged man awaits Reika's arrival. You must be Miss Saotome? Yes, that's right. Please follow me. We understand this is just a formality, but please select a child that matches your disposition. You see, even photographs can be questioned, so we exercise caution in every detail. The director pushes open the heavy doors behind him. Under the incandescent lights, floating dust particles force Reika to cover her nose and mouth. Several boys and girls in elegant Western dresses gather around Reika as soon as they spot her. Good evening, ma'am. How has your day been, ma'am? Not too bad. Ma'am, I simply adore your outfit and hairstyle. Ma'am, would you honor me with a moment of conversation? Confronted with the children's unexpectedly enthusiastic reception, Reika finds herself at a loss for a response. She carefully maneuvers away from the children's encirclement, taking a quick glance at their unnaturally pristine faces. It doesn't take long for her to detect the concealed apathy beneath their overwhelming enthusiasm. Their contempt for the world seeps through the carefully trained pleasantries their handlers instilled in them. These emotions subtly dance across their young, innocent faces. Their ingratiating smiles fail to win Reika over, instead creating an invisible barrier between them. As you can see, we have bright children of all ages. Jack to your left excels in mathematics, while Dora beside him shows remarkable talent in physics. They're all exceptional children. Does anyone catch your eye? Why do I have to search for my own reflection? Do you enjoy staring into mirrors? That's not what I meant. Let's move along. I'm sure we'll find a child to your satisfaction. Reika trudges forward with resignation as the children greet her one after another. As she approaches the stairs, a cough echoes from the corner. And the abrupt cough cuts through the cheerful atmosphere like a cold wind through warmth. Curiosity draws Reika's gaze to a girl curled up alone in the corner. The girl, noticeably older than the other children, is absorbed in a book. Something about the girl stirs memories of Reika's own childhood. Back then, Reika, too, would sit alone in corners, clutching her books. Lonely, focused, lost in her own world. Ah, that child. The director notices Reika's lingering gaze and shifts uncomfortably. Some of her clients have taken her home before, but she always ends up being returned shortly after. She has a weak constitution due to a congenital heart condition. The doctors don't think she'll make it past adolescence. Is she? Clients, you say. Reika turns to the man beside her with a fierce glare. You must be making a fortune treating these children like merchandise for sale. Pardon my rudeness, Miss Saotome, but you came here despite knowing all this, so I assume you're not particularly troubled by it. Reika Saotome lets out a soft sigh, deciding not to pursue the matter further. What's her name? Yuka. Reika walks over to Yuka, who is sitting on the ground and seems to have noticed her presence. As the footsteps come to a stop, Yuka carefully closes her book and sets it aside. The flower's way of acting. Thinking about becoming an actress. No, I'm just reading it for fun. Do you enjoy it? I don't really understand art. At best, I only know how to make things look pretty on the surface. But I noticed your shoes. You have such delicately embroidered hydrangeas on them. You're quite detail-oriented, aren't you? The girl adjusts her posture to sit formally on her knees, looking up to observe the adult before her. Reika holds her breath instinctively at those melancholic eyes. Just like a porcelain doll. Beautiful child, isn't she? Like a delicate piece of art. Without warning, Reika kneels down to sit at eye level with the girl, examining her carefully. Oh my, what are you doing? Would you like to come home with me? Can I? Taking my surname? You might face a lot of hatred from people in the future. Even knowing this, would you still want to? Not many visitors here would bother to initiate a conversation with me. I can tell you're a good person. Perhaps I'm just being hypocritical. The Saotome family has always been good at producing two-faced philanthropists. No, I find you interesting. Do you really think so? Yes. You silly child. I'm just trying to use you. Well then, please do use me as you wish. You. No, never mind. Yuka. That's a beautiful name. When Reika steps out of the welfare institution, she sees the world outside blanketed in heavy snow. Against the vast white expanse, the black executive car from the Neuroscience Symposium stands out starkly. The adoption procedure sure is disgustingly efficient. Well then, Yuka, please wait here for now. I'll come back for you once the symposium is over. Hang on a second. A flash of disappointment crosses the girl's calm face before quickly fading away. As if deliberately hiding something, she clasps her hands behind her back and gazes at Reika with feigned innocence. Okay. Sorry, I was just responding to a question my friend asked me on Discord. Have a safe journey. Yes, this is it. After that, instead of returning to the orphanage, Yuka followed my car for hours, until she collapsed in the snow. When I went back for her, I was told she had already been taken to the hospital. The sound of the tide draws ever closer. Reika closes her eyes once more. Have a safe journey. Reika stops on her tracks and turns to face the girl. Dr. Saotome, the meeting will begin in 30 minutes. Please be mindful of the time. No, I won't be going. Under Yuka's stunned gaze, Reika walks back, step by step. Yuka, I need your assistance with an experiment. I would be glad to help. I haven't even told you what the experiment is yet. Whatever you need, I'll do it. Reika stops in front of Yuka, shielding her from the snow and wind. To observe the developmental patterns of human consciousness, I need you to become a normal girl. I don't quite understand, but I'll do my best. Yuka hesitates for a moment before speaking again. If I am to be a normal girl, does that make you my mother? Researchers often refer to their research subjects as their children and see themselves as mothers. I see. A flicker of confusion crosses Yuka's eyes as she slightly pulls back the hands hidden behind her back. The mother-daughter relationship in human society is too emotionally charged. It would interfere with the proper execution of our experiments. Meeting Yuka's melancholic gaze, Reika suddenly realizes she's been trying to justify herself. Then, how should I address you? Please call me Dr. Saotome. Yes, Dr. Saotome. Despite standing close together, Reika still feels an insurmountable distance between herself and Yuka. Without thinking, she takes 2 steps forward, removes her coat, and drapes it over Yuka's shoulders. Huh? A sudden gesture catches Yuka off guard, forcing her to move her hands from behind her back. Saotome-sensei. Is this a hydrangea? Reika points at the white paper flower in Yuka's palm. Yes, it's a flower I made for you, but I haven't colored it yet. Thank you. I see you're very good at making things. If you don't mind, let's color it together when we get back to my place. Thank you very much, Dr. Saotome. A smile naturally breaks across her face. Yuka, I need you to be a normal girl. Yuka nods with a hint of confusion, seemingly surprised that Reika is now repeating this request. This is the only experiment I need you to participate in. There won't be any others. Since this is an experiment, I need to constantly record data on your development. Even as a researcher, daily interaction with you is essential. We even need to live together in the same residential space as what human society calls mother and daughter. Every year, I compile my research findings into papers and publish them in neuroscience journals. This project will be my sole focus of work when I arrive on the island. Therefore, I need you to focus solely on your growth. Can you do that? Yes, Dr. Saotome. I'd be happy to do so. Reika nods. Looking around, the snow and wind have gradually subsided. Rays of sunlight now pour onto the earth, bringing with them a gentle warmth. Reika and Yuka walk together through the snow, leaving 2 trails of footprints, one large, one small. Reika looks up at the sky with contentment before speaking slowly. Well then, Yuka, I look forward to our time together. Yes, Dr. Saotome. I'll do my very best. Reika opens her eyes. With a gentle smile gracing her lips as she lies there, Yuka appears to be in a peaceful slumber. The red tide roars through the corridor, swallowing everything in its path. Reika falls to her knees, holding Yuka tightly in her arms as she curls around her protectively. For the last time, she closes her eyes. Aww. In the wake of... In the end, she at least got to act as a real mother. And that is what happened. After returning from Hydrangea Island, I became Scarab's new captain. Though, to be fair, V pretty much forced me into it. Yata tosses a liquor-filled mint candy into the air and catches it in her mouth. She then pats the medic bot's shoulder with an exaggerated look of despair. I never knew you had to write so many mission reports. They're saying the combat environment was complex this time, so I have to write detailed reports about everything. The red tide spread patterns, consciousness projection responses, environmental conditions on Hydrangea Island, and all that other stuff. I have 6 hands and I'm still here struggling. Yata, what are you mumbling about this short halt? The medic bot blinks repeatedly, apparently sharing Shiva's confusion. The robot, once Shorthalt's target of drunkenly embrace whenever he let himself have one too many drinks, adopted Shorthalt's name after his passing. Aww. Now it accepts all sorts of peculiar offerings while serving as a silent confidant. Long story short, the Scarabs failed to capture their mission target and got punished. Now they're on a wonderful mandatory vacation. The red tide was so dangerous that even Nicola had nothing to say about it, though V, our resident workaholic, was visibly irked. In her words, this isn't a vacation, it's, just another form of confinement. Yeah. Hey, Shorthalt. Yata's playful expression fades as she becomes serious. Say, do you think Scarab is going to turn out fine with me as the new captain? I mean, I just feel like I have to know a billion things to be a captain. Did you feel as lost as I did when crises like this happen out of the blue? How do people usually cope with it anyway? I'm just scared. Scared of losing anyone close to me again. So do impart your wisdom like you used to whenever you're free. I'll pay you in mint candy. It isn't until Yata gets on her feet that she sees that Shorthalt already has a heap's worth of gifts sitting on its head. Launch's cushion, Discord scissors, Shiva's tarot cards, various flavors of alcoholic electrolyte from Shorthalt's drinking buddies, and much more. People throughout Babylonia share a special bond with him. Whenever they wish to confide in him, they leave gifts for the medic bot, just like this. Here you go. Make them last. We've got a limited supply of these things. Yata ceremoniously places 5 liquor-filled mint candies atop the heap of gifts. Beep. In the distance, a shadowy figure quietly stops the recording. Beneath their mask, the corners of their mouth curl into a subtle smile. She knows she won't be getting any reply, but she still taps her terminal all the same and sends the video to a communication port. Alright, Yata, sober up. Got a mission. I'm not drunk. Alright. Through evaluation, Commander believes Hydrangea Island has relatively well-maintained facilities. We can successfully decontaminate and reconstruct it. It could be reopened as a ground fortress. Yata, since you're familiar with the island, this mission has been assigned to you. Decontamination? But the red tide drowned the island, no? No, the red tide only drowned the school building where you were, and went away soon after that. But we can't assume it's completely safe. There are still corrupted remaining on the island. So, we're heading out on another mission? No, you'll be going with Grey Raven's Commandant only. The rest of Scarab is still under disciplinary confinement. Oh, Grey Raven's Commandant, huh? Yata mutters the name in a daze before suddenly snapping back to her senses. Hi and bye, Saisi. Good night. Thanks for coming by and good night. The 10-second pop-in. V, please give me some hangover electrolyte for constructs. With practiced ease, Valeria finds a bottle in the cabinet and tosses it across the room to Yata. Thanks. Why are you being so serious all of a sudden? I used to consult the valedictorian about tactical matters, and they would always walk me through my questions in detail. Last time I even invited them to work out at the gym together. I've been wanting to explore other places with them too. Don't treat this like a vacation. Watch out for the corrupted. Yata downs the hangover drink in one go and waves dismissively at Valeria. Don't worry, V. She shoulders her powered arm pack and leaves the lounge. That's the end. I still have this one achievement from here, but that's something I'll do for another time. That was long, 6.5 hours. But to be fair though, 20 about.
少し休んだら私と一緒にサボれば誰も文句言わないわよ
She's telling me to rest. Thanks, Vera. I appreciate it, Captain of Servers. Yeah, to be fair, a good portion of the stream was spent with me trying to get this stage achievement. So, if anything, it's really like 5 hours 40-ish, I guess. May your work hours be calm as the seas. Let me clear this out. Whew. There we go. That was a good chapter. Even as, like, I guess these floating workers are considered to be filler. It's a good one. It's nice. It's kind of refreshing to have a chapter where the Commandant isn't, like, fully involved in it. Or in fact, not entirely involved. So that wasn't bad at all. I like that. And just to be clear, it takes place before Shaper's Ripples. Like in the timeline. It's like between Long Goodbye and Shaper's Ripples it took place. Well, that was a good story. I like the horror aspect of the chapter. I did actually get jump scared a few times. Listen, as I said before, I don't do good with horror, man. I don't do horror games. I get scared pretty easily. So. But yeah. So, with that being said, that'll be it for me for tonight. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water. Hope you enjoy the stream. Ceiling papers. Yep. For Monday through Wednesday, or Monday and Tuesday. Well, we'll see. At the very least, Monday and Tuesday. But at the very most, Monday through Wednesday will be me continuing with Judgment. But yeah, again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. And lastly, have a great rest of your weekend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See you next time. See you on Monday then. Thank you. Bye bye.